완전 이겼어 깨끗하게 이겼어 깨끗하게 너는 완전 다졌어 비참하게 다졌어 비참하게 걔가 완전 이겼어 swag은 완전 새끈 네 swag은 완전 짜증 넌 정말 웩웩웩 nasty boy Get swag은 완전 간지 네 swag은 정말 먼지 넌 정말 웩웩웩 nasty boy
I want to. Don't stop me now, I'm a juggernaut, yeah. Don't turn around, cause you don't know what's behind you. Don't turn around, yeah. We'll sing it loud, singing everything we want to. We'll take your time, we won't hesitate, yeah. Don't turn around, cause you don't know what's behind you. Got you, we turn the page, because we want to, yeah. Yeah, we run that, we leave this place. If love got you, we turn the page because we want to. Hey, yeah, we run that, we leave this place. If love. Tired of living in this age. We're tired of losing, turn the page. We're tired of repeating this day. I drive you out of this city. Got you, we turn the page because we want to. Yeah, yeah, we run that, we leave this place. run that, we leave this place in flames. Because we want to, yeah, yeah, we run that, we leave this place in flames. Got you, we turn the page because we want to, yeah, yeah, we run that, we leave this place in flames.
Scenario, win, 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 yeah, we on a roll. Yeah, 2, 4, 6, we like 10 and 0. I should probably tell them something that they didn't know. Back then we was down with nowhere to go. Shit, might have been down, but we didn't fall. Now we running it like some intervals. Ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gonna do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when I come through you. Ooh, shut down. Shut down, say, oh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gonna do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down, say, ooh, shut down, say, ooh, give me that crown, I need that now, right now. Ooh, don't make a sound, it's my time. You hear the crowd, yeah, we need that rain. Me and my team. Deja vu, this here a dream. We done all seen 100 times over back when we was just teens. Now we going dumb, told them we the one. They would count us out, now we counting up the funds. Now without a doubt, they be throwing up the ones. Like they was always rapping, yeah, believe them if you want. Now they show love, came with a dub. It is what it is, it isn't what it was. They all love to hate when it don't work out. Tell you that they always been down when it does. Look. Say, oh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Now, what you gonna do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gonna do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down.
and I'm not cause today I'll show you what I'm made of. Rise to the occasion. Got fears but no face. I'll show you a heart full of fire. Looking at the fire. I'll show you what I'm made of. What I'm made of. Yeah. I'll show you what I'm made
Yeah, I came to change the culture. I see the hate, so say what you say, cause I gotta watch for the vultures. Why I'm too nice, you see the ice, plus I'm only getting colder. You just tryna flex like you got next, really you know that it's over. Yeah, hey, I don't need no co-star, been gone like so far. Plus I'm catching all the rays from the sun, give me power like I'm solar. You cannot catch the drip, yeah, that is unless you're a coaster. And we up, yeah, way up, yeah, they gon' put this on a poster. I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things, yeah, that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I put that on me. Yeah, I put that on me. Walk tall, see the car, do another smile, I'ma be the greatest. Good luck keeping up everything I can, you know what the name is. Plus I've been through the training, straight shot how I'm aiming. Never stop, try to put me in a box, boy, you can never frame this. I am what you might be, too fast and I'm too strong. I might juke y'all like I'm lightning, spook y'all like I'm frightening. They ain't never seen it like me, got my team right beside me. High tide, I'm rising, my time that's timely. I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things, yeah, that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I put that on me. 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 I got now, don't know who got next. Just like that, better every step. Yeah, I got now, don't know who got next. Just like that, better every step. I got now, don't know who got next. Just like that, better every step. Yeah, I got now, don't know who got next. Just like that, better every step. I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things, yeah, that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me?
I'm alone, only know myself no more. Take it to the grave, I'll ghost. I know I can be so cold. In the dark, where I like to keep my heart. No more bite, no bark. Like to catch you way off guard. I'll stay so deep inside your brain and take you somewhere far away. Time to roll the dice, you know I'm the type Type to risk my life, not afraid to die. Type to make you cry, type to put a price all up on your head. Do just what I said. I'm a straight up villain, straight up villain. Yeah, no feeling, yeah, no feeling. Straight up villain, straight up villain. Yeah, no feeling, yeah, no feeling. Alive, but I'm dead. Hear my voice up in your head. Watch it fill you full of dread till you go. Is it really a surprise if I'm playing with your mind and I treat you like a prize? Then I throw you to the side. And am I really that bad if I love to make you mad and get happy when you're sad? Only care about a bad in control. That's how I like it, and I'm never letting go. No, never had a soul, so you ain't taking nothing from me when you go. No, I stay so deep inside your brain and take you somewhere far away. Time to roll the dice, you know I'm the type to risk my life, not afraid to die. Type to make you cry, type to put a price all up on your head. Do just what I said. I'm a straight up villain, straight up villain. Yeah, no feeling, yeah, no feeling. Straight up villain, straight up villain. Yeah, no feeling, yeah, no feeling. But I'm dead, you know what's up in your head. Watch it fill you full of dread till you go. Bang, bang, you can do anything. No fear, no pain. Listen to your brain go. Go stupid, go dumb, go stupid, and then we go insane. Whoa. Just do what I say, follow me all the way. Time to roll the dice, you know I'm the type to risk my life, not afraid to die. Type to make you cry, type to put a price all up on your head. Do just what I said. I'm a straight up villain, straight up villain. Yeah, no feeling, yeah, no feeling. Straight up villain, straight up villain. Yeah, no feeling, yeah, no feeling. Life, but I'm dead. Hear my voice up in your head. Watch it fill you full of dread. should we show them how we do it every day? Let's get it. Kali that girl, Kali go girl, Kali don't stop, Kali don't skirt, Kali got a job, Kali go to work. 뜨거워 언제나 don't get burned. 넘쳐 흘러물 than a buffet, 죽여주잖아 like a buffet. 누가 감히 on my outfit, 이건 문 열지 마, that's a rough day. I'm giving you more cause I'm greater than. 필요 없는 시험들 다 뿐이미, but all of my numbers are talking bang. 부루마법 message monopoly, 논종이 돈이나 real 필요 없대. 너네들이 만든 돈들 go get it, go get it, go get it. The mission 눈을 못 떼, 못해 그래 너도 get it, cause I got it different. All I'll ever know is life upon the throne. 시작하면 끝을 보는 거야. You want more? No, I got it so deep down. You look like you could use some more. No, I got it, never running low. Yeah, I got more than enough, and it up and away. You know I got it like boom, boom, blow your mind. Never giving less, and it's how it'll stay. You know I got it like all day, all the time. When I go, it's for gold. Get it cool, but I'm cold. I don't fit in a mold. I'm a rebel. I don't do what you say. Making moves, I don't wait while I smile in your face. I got different DNA. What's higher than the top? That's me. Come take a look before falling at my feet. 조용히 몸을 숙여봐. So take a look, 나를 기억해요, queen. All I'll ever know is life upon the throne. 시작하면 끝을 보는 거야. You want more? No, I got it so deep down. You look like you could use some more. No, I got it, never running low. Yeah, I got more than enough, and it up and away. You know I got it like boom, boom, blow your mind. Never giving less, and it's how it'll stay. You know I got it like all day, all the time. Way out, 感觉犹如海浪的微浪，不断往前，oh you never way down. This is how I do it every day. Wow, wow. 这一路上的奇迹都记住了你的每一个瞬间，无比的耀眼。I know you want some more， 准备好就一起走。Giving it all more. No, I got it so deep down. You look like you could use some more. No, I got it, never running low. Yeah, I got more than enough, and it up and away. You know I got it like boom, boom, blow your mind. Never giving less, and it's how it'll stay. You know I got it like all day, all the time.
Don't tell me now, I got everything I want to. Don't stop me now, I'm a juggernaut. Don't turn around, cause you don't know what's behind you. Don't turn around, don't turn around. We'll see it loud, saying everything we want to. We'll take your time, we won't hesitate. Don't turn around, cause you don't know what's behind you. Got you, we turn the page because we want to. Yeah, yeah, we run that, we leave this place. Got you, we turn the page because we want to. Yeah, yeah, we run that, we leave this place. Tired of living in this age. We're tired of losing, turn the page. We're tired of repeating this day. If love got you, we turn the page because we want to. Yeah, yeah, we run that. We leave this place. If love. Because we want to, yeah, yeah, we run that, we leave this place. If love got you, we turn the page because we want to, yeah, yeah, we run that, we leave this place. If love.
Nothing you can do. RNG are your nightmare.
Set it off like this. Set it off like. Set it off like this. Burn it up, burn it up. Say no.
What I want to achieve here is to wake up and play the best League of Legends I can do. If I can do that, nothing else will matter.
我们要还是一步一步来，先打进去小组赛，然后再看看有没有机会，我们会突然就是可能感觉会来了，然后就进4强。
If we make it out from group, that's a success for our country. We have a fresh start. Everyone in our group is even.
It is an absolute massacre for RNG.
只要是打比赛的时候，每一个对手你都想去影响他们，不管对手是谁吧。然后。
PSG got a lot weaker compared to last year. As I can see, Red is better than PSG, and so we have a pretty good chance.
All it takes is one good fight, and it was absolute perfection.
PSG looked too much for the top side. This is so predictable.
We know what we have to do. We will not just wait and let them beat us.
Brazil is here to dominate. The Saving Law is here to dominate. Red, we're here to dominate.
我觉得看了他们今天的比赛，我觉得他们的 AD 可能在团战的发挥没那么好，就是所以看有没有机会在团战里面多点抓他吧。
Back to the drawing board, it seemed for the Wildcats. So dominant this time around as well. Every member on PSG was shining.
RNG，我们研究了你们每一场的比赛，我们要来了。 得参加任何一场比赛，我的目标都是赢下来这个冠军吧，然后。
Hello, one and all, and welcome back to MSI 2022 in Busan, South Korea, where today we will be continuing Group B and only Group B. I am Quickshot, joined by Orgs and Raz busting out the moves, and I've got all you lovely viewers at home, as well as 6 fantastic games ahead of us. What more could I possibly need, Orgs?
Yeah, I don't know. We've got everything.
A nice coffee, maybe a cup of coffee for how early it is.
We definitely need a cup of coffee. It's very early here in Berlin, very late in North America, and maybe just the right time over in Asia. But before we get into today, there are some important news updates to share with you. Following extensive technical evaluation of the competitive and training environments during the first 3 days of the 2022 Mid-Season Invitational, League Ops discovered following day 3 that there was a discrepancy in the latency being reported in game logs for all matches versus what was being experienced in the Busan venue. As a result, League Ops have determined it is the best interest of competitive integrity to replay all 3 of these matches, and these replayed games will be finished with all other group stage competition by Sunday, May 15th. The replacement games will be held beginning tomorrow, and more information can be found at lolesports.com. As you can see on the standings, that means RNG's scoreline has been reset to 0-3, while the remaining teams in the group are now at 1-1. Correction, thank you very much. 0-0, correction, 0-0. That was an awful slip to have at the end of that block. It's a difficult situation. We will keep you updated and apprised, as this is very late breaking news. So now that that update has been shared, let's have a quick mental reset and jump into our planned content by taking a moment to take stock of the tournament as a whole. Starting with one of our biggest surprises and least surprising stories maybe, is that the Pool 1 teams have yet to drop a game at the tournament. Now we're going to be focusing on Team 1 and G2, obviously, as they're currently undefeated. But I think in general, with what we've seen is the Pool 1 seeds came in a cut above everyone else, Orcs.
Yeah, I think it's been really convincing. I think with T1, there has been some moments where it's had question marks. The first game against Saigon Buffaloes, they obviously did get a little bit of trouble in the laning phase bot lane, but you never had any doubt, and they've been so convincing when it gets to the later points.
I feel like T1 are having a little bit of fun. I think that Vi pick in particular, it's one, like, I love Jat yesterday. Jat was like, I think it's just I just wanted to play Vi. It's like it's not good in the meta, but I do think there's a little bit of looseness. However, you've never doubted T1. They've just been in absolute control. Like, yes, there's some times that it's been a bit messy, but they've been in dominant form.
And that's even a scarier element for T1, the fact that they can fall behind in certain elements that, you know, Gumayushi and Keria, kind of like the carries of the team, can fall so far behind when they went up against Shoga and Taki, but it didn't matter.
Yeah.
That Owner and Faker can carry the load. That if you look towards the top side of the map, Zeus has been playing so damn well. So when they are even, when they're a little bit behind, they're just so smart that consistently they can take it.
You know my stats are amazing, right?
Okay,
you know
yes,
they're the most influential, the most powerful. They are, seriously. I've got the best stats in the game, Jet. Everybody knows KDA is indicative of player skill, right? The highest KDA determines who the best player is. Zeus 31 KDA, more than double the second best in the league. That is a lot. Thank you. That's what I want to hear. Talking about like fantastic players, fantastic KDAs, I heard Vedius say that Caps is the best mid laner in the group stage so far. Yesterday he said that. It's a fact.
You did say that.
I'm going to go Orgs one step further. Is Caps the best standout player of the entire group stage so far?
Well, I think Vedius might be the most biased desk analyst in the tournament so far. I mean, I feel like you look at the likes of Faker in particular, Xiaohu as well. These two have been absolutely phenomenal. Caps has been excellent, but I think the competition is very much still there.
Look, I'll give Vedius some credit here. When you go up against Jojo-Pyeon, you know, baby Faker per se, you know, tough. No, but seriously, Faker has just been incredible. He's been somebody that has been primarily a facilitator for the young players around him, but has still looked like a standout person. So I would say Faker. Caps has been fun. The fact that he can still play a roaming style on the Anivia is fun to see.
And the Galio as well, don't forget. Yes. I mean, fantastic, man. Maintaining a CS advantage, 10 CS a minute, and still roaming. I want to move us along, and despite the news and update, I don't want to disregard the fact that Gala was able to pick up a pentakill yesterday. It was a fantastic performance. And quick update, if you did look at that graphic, CSD, I think there should be goal difference of 14. We will move on. I want to talk about Gala's pentakill. I think in general, RNG still, you know, fantastic. Expectations would still be they pick up those wins again. But this was a phenomenal pentakill. It's one of those ones that Gala really had to earn Orcs.
Yeah, 100%. I think the meta shift has really favored Gala. He is a player who loves these high mobility, playmaking AD carries. The Kite was something he was renowned for last year, and he just performed so well on this Lucian.
Yeah, a person that loves to play on the edge. You're right. When he first kind of came onto the scene, he was the Kaisa player that wanted to just dive straight into the backline. Throughout these games, he's made some mistakes, of course, but that's the type of thing you want to learn from and get better from. So
when you're always on the edge, sometimes you go too far, right? That's it. If you're not living on the edge, you're taking up too much space.
Great risks, great rewards.
Is that a 90s saying, I think? Let's focus a little bit more on Group B in particular, starting, of course, with the standings as well as the match schedule to follow. Now, of course, when we take a little bit of a commentary on the standings and the new update, RNG will now be reset at 0-0. But I think the big story, frankly, is the 3 other teams in the group. They're all fighting for that second seed in the Rumble stage. They've all taken wins off one another, which makes today's games, amongst all 3 of them especially, particularly engaging.
Yes, and like with situations like these, it's greater opportunities for PSG, Wildcats, and Canids to kind of take the best out of it, right? Even hearing from like them coming into today and some of the words that they were talking about it, they learn from watching RNG's games coming in, and now they get a second chance at it. So I mean, this is a contested group.
Listening to PSG should be like, yeah, Holy Phoenix just doesn't play team fights well. Yeah. I mean, I'm paraphrasing, but like that was the intent.
That was heavy.
Now we'll see what's going to happen because, of course, we do have 6 games ahead of us. Let's take a look at the schedule and talk about some of the games that are going to be hugely impactful. I think any game featuring those bottom 3 teams are going to be where my eyes are going to. But Orcs, which matchups are you most excited for?
Yeah, honestly, I feel like just the first game of the day is going to be such a big one as well. Getting PSG Talon having a rematch against the Red Canids. And we saw Red Canids have a fantastic performance in the previous matchup. We saw between these two a chance for PSG to bite back.
They do indeed. And of course, now we'll find out what Canids can do after winning the first game, dropping the next 2. They've got to bounce back. They started really strong, looked really impressive. And Orcs, you spoke to production. And you helped put together a little graphic to explain this situation, the power structure in Group B.
It's pretty complicated.
Can you help me out here?
Yeah, I'll help you with this. So just to keep it real clear, right?
Okay.
I put this graphic together to help explain this, right? You following?
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so first off, we saw, the Wildcats beat Red Canids, right?
Okay,
That's something to remember. You got that in your head?
Okay, yeah.
Right? Secondly, we saw Red Canids beat PSG.
Okay, wait,
No. Let me finish. Okay.
Just soak it in.
And finally, we saw PSG beat the Istanbul Wildcats.
Yeah, but
have you got that?
I mean,
do you want me to go over it again?
What does it mean? Like, what?
I can't make it easier.
You're gonna have to spell it out for him.
Look at the graphic, please.
This is phenomenal artwork. Are you a graphic designer in your part-time?
Yeah, I freelance a little bit.
Multi-talented.
This took time.
Okay. Taking inspiration then from the graphic and the circle of suck, I think is what Red has called it in the past. What do teams need to do good to win? And what do they need to not do good to not win? Right, let's start with PSG. What do they do good?
Okay, PSG, I think we saw yesterday a good performance from the jungle in particular, but the mid jungle looked better, but it has been a bit inconsistent. So I want to see them really nail the performance there.
Yeah, Juhan has had an amazing Lee Sin game. And the fact that when it was starting to work, great, the whole map felt connected, right? And you look towards Hanabi at the top side of the map in that huge Gnar ultimate in team fights. They looked better as they went along, and it was right, as you said, through that mid jungle.
Now, of course, the counterpoint, if that mid jungle doesn't do well and they do bad, that's how you shut them down,
yeah,
right?
That's how it looks bad then.
And now, of course, Orcs, build on that one. How is a team going to be able to shut this mid-jungle duo down? I think when we look at PSG, their drafts have been the least, let's say, MSI updated. We're looking at a lot of the same picks that we're seeing prior to MSI.
I think the only pick in all 3 games is the Gwen, which has felt like a bit new in the MSI patch. Everything else has been like kind of what we've seen before in playoffs. And ultimately, it does make things stable, but people are innovating quite a bit. But for me, if you're targeting the mid-jungle, it's attack the mid lane. I think Bay has been, at times, a bit of a vulnerability.
All right, let's move on. Take a look at the Wildcats. What do they do well, and what do they do not so well? I think, in particular, something that is good against the Wildcats, Holy Phoenix drawing a lot of bans. The Kalista, Samira, Lucian, been banned every game. Like, he's drawing pressure, right?
Yeah, and those are the 3 consistent ones. When they go to the second phase and he hasn't picked yet, then we've seen 4 bans from teams going up against him for how good he's been playing. So, like, if you're an AD carry player and you've heard it from him in the interviews, he's like, great, like, I'm incredibly experienced. I can go to a 10th pick. So that's the good of this team, is that he can soak so much ban.
And can you build a little bit? PSG was saying Holy Phoenix doesn't play the team fights well, but I think we as a whole feel that the Wildcats team fights are pretty good execution-wise.
They've been pretty good. There are times in which, he can make mistakes, but for the most part, that's how they won their game versus the Canids. Like, it was through those team fights when players started to step up, and that's where the bad comes in for this team, is that good that they can soak all these bans, but bad. Domestically, Saren has been a star, right? And Starscreen has been performing well. In this tournament, that hasn't been the case, and so much of the load has been on specifically Holy Phoenix.
Let's move it on really quickly to the Canids, the team that I'm definitely a fan of. This is the team that I think they have pretty smart objective control. I think they've been smart around the map. I think Vedes was also praising some of their macro play yesterday. Orgs, let's talk about what else they can do to win their games.
Yeah, something I want to highlight is Jojo. I think he's been so fantastic at moving around the map and spreading his presence. There's been moments where both him and the AD carry will move up to make plays around the mid lane, and also some fantastic moves. There was that level 3 top lane play as well.
Yeah.
Just a great way to snowball the game and push the pace.
It's pretty incredible. They found that opportunity. It was like 5 minutes into the game where Jojo's like, wait, I have a timer. I'm going to go top and help get the kill on towards the top side. So that's really smart from this team. We want to see that consistently. That's where the negatives come in.
Tell me about it.
They're not a very consistent team. When they came into the tournament, it was incredibly solid, but it feels like the hype in certain team fights makes them lose a lot of that smartness, right? And especially when they went to Istanbul Wildcats and they had a secured lead, they started to fight into the Wildcats' whole composition and what they were doing well. The comp was great for team fighting for Wildcats, and Canids just walked into it.
Ultimately, I think this is a really smart team, but the execution is where I sometimes lack. I see moments where they go for those 4-man plays towards the top lane, for example, and they just fumble it a little bit. The concept, the ideas are there. They just need to land the execution.
Come on, vamos, Brazil. All right, now, to set the stage and look ahead to the games, I also wanted to talk about the developing meta that we're seeing. I don't think we're seeing a significant difference between the respective groups, so maybe the MSI group stage meta as a whole. Some of the picks, I want to ask what's working, what's not working, what are you on the fence about, and a few of the highlights. Lucian, Nami, Ari, the Pyke, the Gwen. Let's start with Lucian and Nami because, Raz, we've talked about this on air already. What do you make of the two picks?
It's beautiful, right? When we first came into the tournament, we saw Lucian being a permaban because of how strong it is as a flex. But apparently, it's just a damn good bot laner. And that is really where it's been flourishing. So Nami has been a really good pick alongside of it. It's been really fun to see it specifically. And it is high execution. That is the risk that comes into it. When we saw game 1, T1 play at Gumayushi and Keria started to fumble when they made one mistake. But when it works, you're just dominating games.
You can get pentakills.
Exactly.
Yeah, and I think speaking of high execution, the Pyke, which we expected for G2, it's been such a historic pick for this team. But we even saw Keria play yesterday and have a fantastic performance. I think the Umbral Glaive changes give you so much control over the map, and it allows you to roam and make those plays and snowball so hard.
And so slippery. The one champion that doesn't have the ability to do that.
He does go underwater, right?
Yeah, there we go. One champion that hasn't been able to do that is Nautilus. Nautilus has been struggling so far in the tournament, and the two outliers for this pick has been Corporal and Farfetch. So both of the supports, of course, with the risk of the pick, when you go in, you stay in, and oftentimes has been dying.
I mean, I definitely heard that Nautilus is just a very squishy champion. Very quick hits here as we are running out of time before draft. Orcs, maybe hit me up talking about Wukong and Jin. I think we're seeing more Wukong than I was anticipating.
Yeah, I mean, I think Wukong, the buffs have definitely shown up and he's looked good. There is some volatility. If you fall behind, he's not as impactful, but those team fights have been absolutely massive. And the Jin, I'm not completely sold on it, but I think it's performed well. We've had some Umbral Glaive rushes, which is obviously, quite an effective tool for the team. But we've also seen a game with like the normal crit build come in.
Yeah, and the biggest thing about Wukong is the fact that his level 6 spike is so big, the clear that he has is so quick, and he's just so safe of a jungler, so I expect him to be the first pick consistently.
Impressive. Let's see who's going to be able to handle it. 4-3 at the moment in terms of win-loss. Let's turn our attention to the first match. It is PSG Talon taking on the Red Canids. I think it's very important to remember, Red Canids not only won that first game, they obliterated PSG in extremely dominating fashion.
Good game.
13-0-26 on the scoreline. I think very crucially now, the perspective and the shift has to come to PSG. What do they need to do differently? How are they going to step up to number 1, prevent that from happening? And then number 2, also looking to set themselves up to advance to the Rumble stage.
Well, I think it's twofold. We talked about the mid-jungle before. If Yuhan has a good game, fantastic. But also that roaming support, Jojo, you need to make sure he can't just freely leave the lane to impact the rest of the map.
Yeah, I want to see a focus from PSG towards topside. Consistently throughout international events, Unified and Kai-Winning has been such a good duo, and so perhaps that could be a lane that they can rely upon. And just, people say that they're predictable. sometimes that can be a strength for a team if they can reliably be consistent on their strengths on that one. Like if their team fighting is strong, that is what I want to see from them.
I mean, let's talk a little bit now about Jojo's map movements and how that can also impact things, because we were highlighting the do good win, do no good no win, and in terms of what impact that's going to have today.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like it's one of those things where, like, when we saw that first game, the map state was kind of even, and it was really those movements, those numbers advantages that start to snowball things. I have to say as well that we've seen PSG start to step up as the tournament has gone on. So despite the fact Red Canids won the first matchup, I don't think they can go in and expect things to go completely the same.
Oh, it's such a great segue. I want to find out if the fans at home agree with this, because we do have a MasterCard fan predictions for PSG versus the Red Canids. And remembering the fact that Red destroyed PSG the first time that they met, this time around, PSG have been developing. Let's find out exactly who you are voting for at home. And you can hit us up on Twitter at MasterCard Nexus every single day. I'm waiting for the results. I'm waiting for... No way is that 50-50.
No
Is that
way.
legit?
That's wild.
Oh my word, how many votes do we have? How many votes do we have?
That's never happened before.
While they're figuring out how many votes we have, gentlemen, who's going to win this? Fans at home 50-50 split.
I don't know.
Who do you think? Come on.
I think Red Canids, right? I think the map movement's clean. If they hit right, they can do it.
Ooh, I'll say PSG Talon. I'll say they have been scaling up throughout the tournament, and Hanabi is online now.
Oh, man, we're not going to have the time to figure it out, but this is insane. 50-50 votes.
Wow.
And I'll be honest, I'm split on my analysts. Fans at home think it's 50-50. You guys know where my vote is going. I'm going Canids. Come on. Look at my fingernails. Give me a single. Kevin, look at this. You've heard enough from us. It's time to hand it over to Ashin and Dagda. Vamos, Brazil!
The energy.
Zoltan, quick shot.
Zoltan's. That is such an obscure reference. My God. Welcome to the Casa Desk. I am, of course, Oshin. I am joined, as usual, by the fantastic, jovial giant that is going to be Dagda. We got ourselves an interesting one. Again, Discord were split. The analysts were split. How do you feel about the matchup?
I'm kind of leaning towards Red. I've actually been really impressed with them. Myself and Ox were actually having a conversation last night. We both kind of agreed. It feels like, apart from RNG, Red kind of feel like the smartest team in how they play the map. And I'm excited to see what they can do going up against PSG Talon, because last time they struggled PSG Talon struggled a lot with early map pressure, neutral objectives. Want to see if we can do it again.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, this is a big moment in this group. You're sitting at 1-1. A lot of these teams searching for themselves to have that second place. And this is a big moment for everyone here involved, because again, you want to be in a position to be able to make it to that Rumble stage, and it has to start from your first game. You have to take that first important step.
Yeah, and then look, I think as well for like PSG Talon, kind of like as the desk was saying, like waking up as the tournament has gone on. We saw Hanabi with that incredible Nair ultimate yesterday. It feels like you're going to be relying on him to really step up once more now that he is back in the roster again.
Absolutely. I love how you said waking up as the guy on screen. This is a massive yawn. It's just kind of, it depends. Well, he's actually in Busan. It shouldn't be that early at all. But again, this is going to be an interesting one. I do like what Raz said as well, right at the end there, that PSG have felt like they are warming up. They're slowly getting through the gears. It's been a bit of a tug and a pull, but you are starting to see that momentum building for them, and it can come down to just that momentum.
And it felt like you needed to kind of go back to like the old classic here for PSG Talon against Istanbul Wildcats yesterday. We saw them go for it, neutral objective fights, play for the 5v5. That worked out so much better for them, and now I want to see if we're going to get the same kind of idea here from PSG Talon going up against Red Canids.
Well, we're going to see exactly what they want to go for. And the Lucian ban on the blue side, again, something that has just been so unbelievably powerful, and something that we haven't seen just yet, but the flex power you get with that needs to be taken off the board.
Yeah, it's just insanely strong at the moment. Ari as well being taken off the board. I think that's a good shout from Red Canids. So very excited now to see kind of what the game plan will be as we start to roll on through this, because we've kind of started to see like a lot of the bot lane focus as well coming through with picks like the Smear being banned away pretty often, but we'll have to see if that's going to be the plan here as we start to roll on through.
Again, you know, unless you're Holy Phoenix, we have seen a couple of AD carry bans, not as heavy, but this is what they're going to go for right now. So the Lucian, the Jhin, these are the, you know, the semi big picks we've seen in the AD carry role, because again, we have seen the likes of the Aphelios and the Jinx just fall off so damn hard.
And I really like the ban of the Jhin here as well, kind of giving that respect to Cheaton, who has been really good, at least when we saw him in some of these games, kind of moving from that bot side, like helping Grevtar in the mid lane. They had that cool Zoe Jhin combo that they worked off of. So already you can see PSG Talon kind of learning from past mistakes and seeing if they can bring themselves through to a nice spot. Gangplank being taken off the board as well from Hanabi, but I still feel like I'm looking at things like the Gnar for Hanabi in that top lane. It's just such a potent pick for him.
Yeah, and the Gwen going to take away as well. Something that has just crept her way back into the meta, and it comes down to how, you know, how the priorities have gone. So we'll see what they want to try and now move into that top side.
It does mean, though, that Guigo's Camille is open still, and that's such a big pick for him. We've even saw them try to do this like Camille Galio combo, which we got the Mordekaiser coming through from Star Screen that really interrupted that, but super strong combo, and see if maybe they can actually go towards that once more. Guigo as well has really stepped up over the course of this tournament. He's actually the highest damage percent when you look at Red Canids, sitting at 27%. So certainly having that comfort pick available for him is going to mean a lot here for Red Canids.
And the funny thing is that, you know, obviously Guigo has played the Camille so far this tournament, played up against the fast-paced Wildcats, and this is going to be a big thing for them. They lost that game, sadly, but it was very much a setup of it looked solid. They were dealing with the side lane. They got that big engage coming into them. And again, the Camille and the Galio is something that they are very, very comfortable using, which also just facilitates Cheetan on this AD carry.
Yeah, and it's actually going to be going back towards the Ezreal. So we've kind of seen Red Canids go towards these kind of self-reliant AD carries with the Jhin, the Ezreal as well, where you're going to be trying to play more for, hey, we want to try and play towards Grevtar in the mid lane, try and play off of our 2 lanes, our 2 solo lanes, and set ourselves up nicely. So already you can see a pretty nice poke composition being set up, whereas already when we talk about the identity of PSG Talon wanting to play for neutral objective fights, it looks like they're already kind of set up nicely here with the Wukong and potentially the Senna here.
See where they want to go. A lot of invisibility, camouflage, any other kind of term that basically makes it very difficult if you want to try and land it onto a particular target. But they might try and just swap out the last second over to the Kaisa. It has been one of the more fringe picks, but Kaisa is just one of those historically fantastic picks, just getting in with that dive composition.
I love the exactly, and that's why I like the Kaisa here, but also just because you tend to get a bit of a free lane against the Ezreal, so not going to be able to bully too heavily with the shorter range, and also just gives you that backline assassination damage with the Wukong as well. So if you ever get this good flank from Juhan, who I assume is going to be piloting the Wukong, you can do a lot of damage in towards the likes of Zoe, of these things that are going to be a little bit more exposed on the backline.
And again, you mentioned it as well, we are seeing 2 very distinct compositions forming straight off the bat. Very hard engage with dive potential for PSG, and more of a, I suppose, if you survive, you win the fight kind of setup here now for side of Red Canids.
Well, that's why I really like the Renata coming through, right? You've got a very heavy short dive, short range composition for PSG, something that Renata is wonderful against, right? You get that hostile takeover out, turn everyone berserk, and allows you to kind of buy that distance for people like the Zoe and the Ezreal. But always when I see things like Zoe, Ezreal, I'm like, okay, you're spiking super hard around 2 items, but if you do start to fall behind, Zoe not a champion that does particularly well from that spot. You know, Ezreal will get outscaled by this Kaisa, so you definitely need to be hitting the ground running as Red Canids.
Absolutely, and now we're going to start to see the top lane and jungle pool start to get whittled away depending on which side of the matchup you're on. I think taking away the Viego is very smart. I wouldn't mind maybe even taking away something like the Volibear as well, something that can just kind of deal with the Wukong in those early stages, maybe even go towards something else. But we got ourselves Juhan.
Yeah, I mean, I'm actually looking a lot at the likes of the Lee Sin, maybe something like a Jarvan as well could work really well here. Just something to kind of get the party started and even try and lock up things like the Wukong. I know he can hop over walls, but usually you'll see a Wukong kind of use that to find the engage, like set up for that big ultimate. So if you can lock him in place, maybe buy a little bit more breathing room for your backline.
Well, the Kennen banned away as well. Again, these very safe top lane picks that are not longer going to be available. And then there is Guigo's Camille being banned away. Honestly, it felt with the Kennen and the Gnar ban, it was very much leaning towards saying, look, we're very happy taking this. You have to chuck a ban this way.
Well, that's the thing. We kind of seen Guigo always go towards these more split push oriented champions. So kind of curious to see now what the game plan is going to be for him. You're maybe looking at the Gnar. Or sorry, the Gnar's already gone. So maybe you're looking at something like the Sion, the Ornn. Maybe he wants to go back towards that like big tank player and like set up this front line. But we'll have to see because he's going to hold on to that counter pick at the end. But there's that Jarvan we were talking about. Give that early game of pressure. Allow you to try and snowball these 2 AD carry and mid lane who like this 2-item spike and work alongside that.
Absolutely, and it gives, as you said, gives you that little bit of an ignition, that kind of go symbol to kind of say, like, right, we got at least a little bit of engage. We're not always relying on the disengage or the, you know, the kind of the bounce back you get with something like a Renata and a Zoe. So now you're gonna This is just full dive.
Yeah.
This is hitting the ground of your car with the pedal in 5th gear. There's no stopping this.
No, this is okay. We're flying in. If we're ahead, class. If not, this is gonna get real ugly real quick.
We're gonna make it so crazily weird that it's gonna happen one way or the other. And honestly, the Aurelia would fit very nicely into that wheelhouse as well. You're just going full dive all the time. However, it is very one note and it is very set up. Never mind, it's even more in terms of the 5v5. You're just basically saying, look, we want to fight around objectives. We want to try and get that front to back team fight, and we're gonna go in and truck everything at it.
But this is where PSG have shown, right? Like back when you look at them in the PCS, one of the big strengths and the reason that they came out top of the table was these neutral objective fights, being able to come back from these deficits, and they set up the map well for those fights. So having a composition that can play to, you know, have a front line that can face check with the Ornn, with the Leona, having good flank opportunities with the Vex and also this Wukong, it feels like you're looking towards those early dragons, looking to set up for those neutral objectives. Whereas when you look across the opposite side with the Aatrox counter pick locked in for Guigo, you're definitely trying to see if you can find a little bit of a snowball here, because you will just get outmatched and outpaced by PSG Talon as this game goes on.
I love how you mentioned that as well. You're kind of looking for a snowball. I feel like it is very much like if a poke comp gets ahead, amazing. If it falls behind, feels kind of useless, especially against a team that's going to be jumping on your face. And honestly, the exact same thing in opposite is the exact same result. If you have a 5v5 comp that wants to dive and you're ahead, fantastic. You fall behind against a poke comp, there is nothing you're going to be able to do.
Yeah, I mean, you have a lot of kind of facets of Red Cannons, right? Poke is definitely one of them, but you do actually have some decent team fighting as well, with the Zoe and the Ezreal being able to follow up on engages from Aatrox and like kind of the Jarvan set to enable all that. But I definitely think they're going to have to work cut out for them. I mean, the way that they can start to get the snowball rolling is by using the pressure that you have in mid. See if maybe you can get Jojo to roam around the map. He's been doing really a good job of that throughout MSI, and maybe look at plays towards Grevtar, look at plays towards Guigo on the top side, and see if you can just start to take over through these solo lanes.
We'll have to wait and see it again. Big game for both of these teams, sitting on 1-1. You feel like it's anyone's game to be able to take that second spot from the, in this group, and it is feeling a lot more like whoever takes that first step is just going to have such a massive advantage. You're running out of games.
Especially as Ox was pointing out, right? The rock, paper, scissors that's been going on between Free Play Wildcats, between PSG Talon, between Red Cannons. Like, it feels like any inch you can get can turn into a mile.
Crowd is ready. The teams are on the rift, and we're going to start off today. Could potentially be a banger. That being said, we have to make do, you know, kind of like look back to history a little bit and say, like, last time this happened, Red were just so much better. They just dominated from top to bottom, and this is where I want to see the adaptation coming in here for PSG. How have they learned and what have they changed?
Yeah, I mean, one of the big things that we saw was Jojo being super active in the early game in the last time these two teams faced up. Like, moved up towards Guigo, helped him win his lane super hard in that top side, and then you kind of look at the team constantly being able to like play off two lanes, overload one side of the map, and like catch PSG Talon out. And then that eventually kind of fed itself in towards like team fights and neutrals and everything. So it definitely feels like for PSG Talon trying to at least hold a better control of this early game is going to be very important for them.
I want to get some early vision being popped down by both teams, and Kaiwing now saying, haha, I have a sweeper, so I'm going to be able to take that nice little bit of gold. They'll probably give it over to the AD carry, get him nice and set up so they can get maybe an early level 2 and try and make something work.
That's why I was actually surprised they didn't give it to Bay, because then you can actually hit the early level 2 off of, but you're not really going to make too much of a difference in the 2v2 just the way the experience works. But either way now, we'll just have to see as Juhan going to start up on this top side, will be matched by Aegis as well. And it does feel like, at least at the moment, we probably see Aegis go for some sort of like 3-camp clear, potential to go for a bot side dive if he wants, but at least Jojo should be able to help push in this wave with Cheetan just because of the range advantage that you have there.
They're probably going to have a not real action, you know, biggest, you know, kind of failure words from a caster in the early stages. But I wanted to talk a little bit of kind of why we're seeing the Wukong come back into prominence. Where has it come? Because again, this is something that wasn't really seen at all in the regular season of anyone's league, and now all of a sudden it's kind of just seen first pick priority.
Yeah, I mean, the big change to him was the W being able to get over walls. It's just super nice. I'm just going to see the W pop, but definitely having the opportunity to like hop over walls, come in from creative angles, like definitely helped him quite a bit. And then just getting the damage buff for as a jungler is super nice as well. So it's just been great to see Juhan kind of coming, or at least the Wukong rise in prominence here as well, just to kind of become that big pick that we're seeing. When you get to late game team fights, he's incredibly strong as well. So teams have massively been favoring this Wukong.
if it does work out for the side of PSG. Of course, your first few levels, as you mentioned there, not as exceptional as when you're starting to get that side flow and those levels kind of, you know, in your ultimate and moving forward as well. So see how they end up kind of pathing. And this isn't kind of just expected to see in this lane. Kai'Sa is okay at clearing the waves, but when you have a Renata with her passive being able to do extra damage onto minions, it does mean you just naturally get the push into.
Yeah, and just the big range difference is going to help out there. It does mean as well for Aegis, should be able to get the scuttle on the bottom side, and Juhan will probably have to repeat himself back up towards his top lane. Although, he's just going to kind of poke his head in here to see that the Jarvan has already taken the crab. But
yeah, there it is. He knows, sees the Demacian standard as well, so they know exactly where this Jarvan is, or at least a very, very rough estimate. Is Aegis going to just push himself up towards that top side, and they got priority in mid and top, so they're going to do the double scuttle.
And this is kind of the downside to the Wukong jungle, is that he's not particularly strong in these early stages, and especially, as we said, when you have like push in bot, push in mid, it becomes a lot more difficult for you to actually try and contest these. So at least at the moment, Aegis is going to do a decent job of getting himself the double scuttle, set himself up nicely, as on the opposite side, Juhan just going to roam in and get some vision down to spot out where Aegis is going to go in his next clear.
That's 2 exhausts in 4 minutes. It's so annoying. Yeah. It's just not, and look, you're not going to die because it's still super early. Well, I hope you're not going to die, but at the same time, it's just kind of like, what are you supposed to do against that? 2 double summoners are just burned on you in the first 4 minutes of the game.
Yeah, and I mean, look, this is kind of the problem with Zoe, right? Like, super strong in the early stages. She gets great push from level 1. You get access to all these magical items that you can just pick up. So it becomes quite an oppressive lane to play against. And that's why I think for Aegis, I want to see him kind of utilizing that fact, right? You have 3 pushing lanes. You've got the opportunity to kind of be a bit dominant. Maybe look to go for some invades on towards Juhan as well before he hits that level 6. But we'll have to see if Red Canids can kind of get that play up and rolling.
See a good trade here from Guigo onto Hanabi now, and just making it so as obvious as possible. Hanabi making good use of the Ornn passive, gets himself a Bramble Vest as soon as possible. He gets himself back up towards the top side. Even has the grasp the Undying just to try and keep himself alive. And that's all this is. It's just about surviving into the Aatrox, because if the Aatrox can get a kill or two, that lane becomes impossible to deal with.
Yeah, and that's what I was kind of talking about earlier on. I want to see Red Canids kind of playing up towards this top side, like unlocking Jojo from the bot lane, especially as the game starts to go on, right? Like, we're at... Ooh, hang on.
Ooh, little bit disconnected there with the engage. They do get Grevtar's flash, but it does cost Kaiwing his.
Yeah, just about able to get out of there with the flash. So, nicely done by PSG Talent to burn that, and just trying to make a little bit of honest folk out of Red Canids at the moment as well, so they can't continue to have as much control as they have. So, as I was saying, like the 5 minutes hit, but you are looking at, like, you know, the 7 minutes, the 8 minutes where you start to think about that Rift Tower coming up, and with Jojo having that control on bot side, he should be able to get to roam up first, link up Aegis, and maybe look for a play up top side, especially if Hanabi continues to take this punishment from Guigo.
I was just about to bring it up. We are starting to see mid laners with that level 6. That Shadow Surge is now available. You, of course, have the ultimate coming in for Ornn and Aatrox as well. So we're starting to see some pretty big power spikes. But when you have this priority in mid and in bot, it means these dragons are pretty much yours to take. So first dragon going over to the side of red. They're very happy with how this early game has gone so far. And it is just about accruing those small little advantages before you can take a big fight.
Yeah, and especially when you're looking towards, as I said, like the major neutral that we start to see these early stages. Not a Cloud Dragon, I'm talking about Rift Herald. And making sure that you can actually set up for those fights. And look, Guigo at the moment, at least the wave is pushing him towards him, but that should hit his terror, he bounces that back out. Grevtar should be able to get control of his wave as well. And then it becomes a little bit more difficult for PSG Talent to try and fight against this. And I'm expecting looking at Juhan as well, because as you saw in the experience, he's only just hit level 5. So we'll definitely need to start clearing out some of these camps post-haste so we can actually hit that level 6 for the Rift Herald class.
This has been a much more tempered and controlled start than we've probably seen all MSI, to be perfectly honest. Most teams have had a pretty definitive game plan of how and when they want to try and fight, usually immediately. Yeah. And both these teams are very happy to kind of see where the wave states and where the game state goes.
But for PSG Talent, right, you're not under any pressure. You're going to have this Kai'Sa who's going for this crit build. She's going to be super strong when she gets the Kraken Slayer in the later portion of the game. You got the Ornn, you got a great team fight. Like, there's no real pressure on you as PSG Talent to get this ball rolling. It is more on Red Canids to make sure that they're playing this mid-game well to set themselves up. But at the moment, we're kind of seeing, as you say, a bit of a slower pace. At least with this push now for the bot side, we're talking about already, you should be able to get this crash to move to Rift Herald, but the Vex here to see if she can disrupt that.
This is a good move from PSG if it can work out for them. You do have access to the Shadow Surge. We're going to see the Xenoblade, but the handshake was absolutely perfect. Jojo just stopping any kind of engage from coming in.
Great job from Jojo, and especially when you didn't have your jungler here in the bot side. Like, oftentimes you'll see junglers shadow this push in the bot lane because of how important it is and how well it can set up for some of these objectives, but it just guarantees now that Red Canids should be able to get this Rift Herald. You've got the move now from bot side. You've lost control of the priority in mid because Reptar was free to push in, and Red just have more control over the map.
Well, you do a push in top lane, so it is going to be Hanabi moving over first. Duhan going to catch out that ward just to the left of the mid tower, and we're starting to see those small little movements. Both teams eking towards each other, inching towards potentially a fight.
I'm surprised though, because Red actually didn't move at the timing that you'd expect it to. Like, you could have actually moved up fairly quickly, but now that they've delayed this, you're looking at like Kaiwing hits level 6, Jojo still waiting on his ultimate to be available, and you've missed a little bit of your timing window. So you've actually got chance here as PSG Talent to push out these waves and look for a contest.
Red are kind of in two minds right now. They're not really committing to the drag. They're actually completely disengaging from the Rift Herald and saying, look, Aegis, you're going to go towards a bot side. We don't need to go for this just yet. You now have 3 people showing in mid for PSG. So this is honestly just Red saying, look, PSG, you're trying to call our bluff. We bluff your bluff. So we're not actually going to go for it at all.
Well, I'm just being double bluff. Oh, okay, Vayno's going to be all right. But I think realistically, like, this is where Red Canids should be picking up these advantages, right? Like, you're looking in a position where, okay, you were hoping that you'd have some sort of control on bot side, we can move up, but we're not getting that. Instead now, Aegis is going to be spot on bot side, which means you can actually look already at both Wukong and Vex moving down. Like, PSG Talent, the defensive vision is there.
Got the defensive vision. Aegis has now been spotted out. He's going to try and walk away from this, flags and drags, as he kind of realizes there was nobody in view in the mid lane, and everything kind of breaks down. I will say it is still being CS advantages. It is still bringing small little bits of gold over the side of the Red Canids, but again, both teams, I think, recognize the gravity of this game. This could decide whether or not you continue into the next week of Rumble, or you have a massive game against the fast-paced Wildcats.
Yeah, and this is something that you've got to be so careful of, because it means you can't miss out on chances. It means that you're not as confident to go for the plays that you know you should be going for. Now, Red Canids will start up the Rift Herald with the resets coming through from PSG Talent, just using that little bit of a tempo advantage that they had, so we'll still get the big objective. And I think the main point I'd like to see them here is use this mid so they can try and crack open that mid lane structure.
And the big thing as well to notice here is that Red recognized that there was access to the Solar Flare, but they're flash in. Duhan trying to go for something. They don't have the flag and drag just yet, and Aegis has got himself a little bit of extra time, but it's not going to mean anything. He picks up the Rift Herald, but they do trade back first blood.
Yeah, just a bit of a panic there from Aegis. As we were saying, a lot of pressure on this game, and Aegis ends up burning the flash instead of just tanking up that initial ultimate from the Wukong, then being able to flash over the wall. So without the flag and drag, without anything to do, it's just a nice pickup from PSG Talon. Will, though, see that the Rift Herald does go across, so it means that you at least should be able to try and get some goal back here as Red Canids in the coming moments.
We saw a little flavor of what both these team fights can do. We literally saw a great dive onto a single individual, but we also saw the turnaround that's potentially there. The hostile takeover can do damage in a bigger fight.
The thing is, though, we've now got Dragon in 6 seconds, and Duhan doesn't have his ult available. So this is actually going to be a little bit of a win here for Red Canids. You won't get Cheaton's ult available either, but you're still missing out a lot from PSG. So I feel like if Red Canids actually start to contest this, they should be in a good spot.
Oh, they're just wrapping around. Duhan now realizes he's in a bad position. They do get the dummy decoy out of him, but he's nowhere else to go. No flash, no ultimate, no life. And that is going to be the Dragon secured. And this is Red starting to pick up the pace.
And this is now Red going, hey, look, if we can keep these advantages going, if we can actually force these early neutral fights, this is where our composition is stronger. So Red Canids coming in with a very deliberate game plan about how they wanted to play around these neutral objectives, and they're executing well.
So maybe a little bit of a cheeky brush play coming out from the PSG bot lane, but Kaiwing and Unified rightfully decide not to contest one, and we got ourselves an Infernal Rift. So gold lead only about 500, nothing really to write home about, but so far all 3 neutral objectives have gone the side of Red. They have the Rift Herald in pocket to use wherever they see fit.
Yeah, and it does feel like at the moment Red kind of hold the cards, and it's going to be on PSG to try and disrupt that. I think the best way for them to try and do it is like find moments where Duhan and Bay maybe can push in mid, group onto bot side, maybe look for something on towards like Jojo and Cheaton, but it's still going to be really tough because the hostile takeover against what PSG Talent have is just so good, especially if you look for like terror dives and stuff. It's actually quite hard to dive this Renata because of that ultimate.
I mean, the gold lead is basically a couple of hundred in top and jungle. Everywhere else is actually exactly even. There's like 20 to 30 gold difference between mid and bot. So this is incredibly tentative, and it feels like it is going to be one of those games that is incredibly close until it isn't.
They're winning until they lost.
Honestly,
you know?
Skara had it. He had it right years ago, and it just kept going. They were winning the game right up until they lost. But again, it does feel like that, because right now you are looking at two teams that are just very, very tentative to how they look for these fights, and we are starting to see those first Mastercard mythics coming out. The Gore Drinker, the Luden's Tempest. These are big item spikes that are coming out for both sides.
And I think this is where, again, you're kind of waiting on one more item here for Red Cannons before you really pop off. Like, that seems to be the point where, you know, you got the Manamune completed, you got the Triforce completed for Cheaton, Brevtar will have the Horizon focus. Like, this is where it becomes real scary for PSG Talon. And that's why I kind of want to see the mid lane talent, or the mid lane tower prioritized here by Red Cannons, because I feel like if you get that down with the Herald, you should have been able to start to move Brevtar around the map, use those long walls, but going to try and give Guigo a little bit more love up here.
Stopped Hanabi's recall, but Guigo might have gone a bit too far forward. He's going to flash away from the Ornn Horn and try and get the re-engage going in. Juhan uses the Psychon, but the Shadow Surge is fantastic. You cannot out-team fight this team. They have too many engage tools. They have too many ways to disrupt what you're trying to do.
And just a great setup from Juhan there. Manages to dodge away from the Infernal Chains, means he doesn't get locked up, comes back out with the ultimate, sets up perfectly for the follow-up of Bay, and that is just a small taste of what this PSG Talon lineup can do when they find that opportunity.
This is where, again, Red's kind of faltered. They had everything going for him. He could have just let Hanabi go. He could have just let him go. They could have gotten the tower. It would have meant to, but he gets a little bit too greedy.
Yeah, and you can just see there, like, there's no minion wave in mid lane, so both mid laners can go up here, but I mean, if you're looking at close range AoE, Vex is going to win that fight every single time. The CC she provides, the damage as well. It's just a perfect spot for Juhan and Bay to pop off, with Hanabi providing even more of that close quarter CC.
Despite all those plates going over, he basically effectively got actually losing out in the trade. You get 2 plates, but you lose 2 kills, so it's 320 versus 600, not including the assist gold. So that's a lot of money going back over to PSG.
Also, just the fact you have the Dark Seal already for base, sitting on 4 stacks of that as well, just adding more into the equation and just giving a bit more control towards PSG, because the biggest thing right now is about trying to get control over this mid lane, like set up for this dragon in a minute and a half, and that's why you can see Kaiwing and Bay here starting to set up that control now. Guigo will get topside and should be able to kind of push this wave in to give a little bit of warning to Hanabi, but certainly have to see if he's going to be able to have that big impact, find that flank that they say Trox will want in the fight in just over a minute.
See, Cheaton hasn't gone back yet, still waiting to finish up his Triforce. Well, you have got a Kraken Slayer alongside a Serrated Dirk for Unified, so he is on lethal range. He gets a Q off, or maybe even a W on top of Cheaton. He can just ult in straight away, stop him, and honestly delete him from Summoner's Rift.
And I think you got to be very, very careful here as Cheaton and Brevtar. At least you have both these flashes up, so when you get this big engagement through PSG Talon, you have a little bit more to work with. Even have the cleanse for Cheaton as well, but certainly there is going to be a lot of pressure coming through for PSG Talon quite quickly at this next fight. And as you were saying, like, mythic items already starting to come through across the board for PSG Talon, so they should be in a relatively good spot. But if Red can kind of avoid that initial engage, Jojo can set up with the hostile takeover, it should be Red who can try and play off this big game fight.
We're going to start seeing them now moving towards either the Rift Herald, which has already spawned, or the Dragon in 20 seconds. Red are in the good position of saying, look, we don't have to take any fight we do not feel comfortable with, because we already have 2 Dragons stacked. Maybe they want to try and go for a little bit of both, because they are starting to try and put pressure around this mid side. You can see already the Aegis is starting himself up on the Rift Herald. TP's going to be coming out, and that's already straight over towards the Dragon. So it's just going to be a trade of objectives. Red taking the handshake and saying, look, we don't want this Dragon right now. We're still trying to get up the power spikes.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like you could have fought this potentially as Red Cannons, but without having control of the mid, without having vision control set up, they just weren't able to do it. And I mean, good shout out to Kaiwing there. Like, he'd look at a mid in 30 as that Dragon was coming up. He'd already moved into River and already put down one of these pinks, and Red were just like, cool, we're going to trade this for the Rift Herald instead, see if we can try and use this to break down a few more towers, and quickly collapse onto this top side. And I mean, PSG just staying too long on the map.
Yeah, this is it. This is the quick rotations coming out from Red, and they have Shelly, so they might even have to use her right now because they are just pushing in so much pressure. What are you going to do as Hanabi and Bay right now? You're still waiting on your big engage tools, and they're just going to trade back the turrets. So this is just Red playing smart around the map. Yes, you get pushed in on bot side from Unify, but it's still a tier 2 on top side.
And this is what we talked about. Oh, hang on. We might get caught now. With Red is that they do seem to have a better understanding than like PSG or Fast Pay Wildcats on how they try and interact around the map, how they can kind of keep these advantages going. Now, it's a very slim advantage for themselves at the moment, literally 1,000 gold, but you can start to see, okay, well, that's a tier 2 Terror gone, still have Rift Herald in their back pockets. You can push in now as we go super deep in this top side, rotate in towards the mid lane, and start to try and catch out PSG Talon. But just to give PSG Talon their due as well, they have a lot of vision control established on this top side, like that defensive vision in their own jungle, so trying to make that move will be hard as Gweek.
This feels like we are starting to get to a point. It will just have nothing happen and then the one big fight. This is what it's all been building up towards. Neither team has given an inch. Neither team has taken a mile. But at the same time, you make one bad move, one bad fight now at this stage in the game, coming up to 20 minutes. That could be Baron. That could be more than just a tier 1 or a tier 2. It could be your entire base.
Could be your tournament. I mean, with how close and how the rock, paper, scissors has been working out so far, this win is desperately needed on both sides. And for PSG Talon, I mean, this is a region that holds a lot of pride coming into this. I mean, the PCS has been phenomenal for many, many international events. I mean, getting to semi-finals for the last MSI event, eventually falling to RNG in that 3-1. For them, they want to prove that even with their roster change, losing River, Maple, Doggo, they're still a force to be reckoned with.
They are indeed, but they are going to find themselves a lot of damage on the Bay. US a flash away. Aegis did not realize that 2 more people were sitting here. Good hostile takeover, puts down Kaiwing down to about half his own HP, but this is it. This is the moments you're starting to look at right now and trying to see if you can get any kind of solidified advantage.
Yeah, and look, realistically, you do burn flash to flash, but at least these ultimates are going to be back up in time for like some of the major objectives, right? For Red, it's about forcing your control of the bottom side. Now, you're going to be able to take this turret as well, but it is being responded in the mid lane, so we'll have to see if Red candidates can get there in time before that mid tower falls, and looks like they will.
Feel the tension. I can feel everything just bubbling over. You now have 2 items on top of Unified. He's got a Collector and a Kraken Slayer. He is slowly but surely becoming a little bit of a monster right now. You are, of course, building up towards the second item on the Vex as well. And even on the Grevdar, it looks like he's going to be able to have that Shadow Flame before the next significant fight in a minute 45. And this is where the game, it does become down to, do you hit the one trouble bubble? Do you get the, you know, the one area of the map that no one sees the Wukong go into? These are the small moments that could make or break your entire tournament. And neither team wants to be the reason they lose.
I have to say though, like for PSG, they've been doing a really good job of every time we're getting up to these neutrals. Like look at Kaiwing again, right? Vision control being established in the area, making sure that there aren't like positions for Guigo to find these flank opportunities. Aegis can't really get in a position either. So it's all about how PSG are setting up for the neutrals and why in that last Dragon, we actually saw Red Cannons giving it up. They're like, look, you know what? We don't have control over this area. You can't really go for this. But with a minute until the next Dragon, now we're seeing the resets come through. Red Cannon should be able to get control over the mid lane and then move over in towards Dragon.
Second item, Sorelda's Grudge here for Guigo. So he's going full damage. He's looking to assassinate either the Vex or the Kai'Sa in the backside.
I mean, it's all about armor pen with this, right? Like he's going, hey, look, I need something that can actually help me get through Hanabi because right now I don't have any of that damage because of the super tank that this Ornn is becoming. So a really interesting build path that we haven't really seen a huge amount, but adapting to just how tanky the front line of Hanabi, Juhan, and Kaiwing are.
You can see right now, PSG, they're expecting the side of Red to go for this Dragon, which is going to be spawning in 25 seconds. Give a quick look. The only flash not available is going to be Bay and Aegis, respectfully. Juhan takes about half his HP from a paddle star to be a Mystic Shot and 2, and this is going to make this fight very difficult now for PSG.
And this is where as Red, you want to make sure you're not playing around choke points. You want to be trying to use your long range, make sure you're denying PSG entrance into River, but if you ever walk into one of these chokes, that's where it gets super dangerous because the AoE for PSG Talon, but PSG trying to flank around, get themselves into a good position.
Here we go, we can see not great offensive vision for either team. They do, however, both have vision on the objective. That's the important thing right now for both of these sides. So you can see Kaiwing just sitting in the brush, making sure they're not going for it just yet. And Red will start up the Dragon once more, but this vision talking is fantastic because it just shows you just how hard it is for either side to really go for this. Here we go. Dragon down to 2000 HP. They flash in with Juhan. There's the Shadow Surge, and he gets on the backside. It is secure for the side of Red, but they've already got 2 kills for the Vex. They're going to be able to absolutely clean this fight. Triple kill for Bay, and in 1 instant, yes, you get the Dragon, but you lose the fight.
It's the Dragon for Red, but it's the Baron for PSG. The team fight was too strong from the PCS representatives, and now they can move over towards the neutral, and this was what we were waiting for. This is the team fighting PSG were built for.
And this is the boiling point, the breaking point that we talked about. You hadn't fought. You got to a point now where everything is on this one fight. And sadly, you just haven't got it in you to continue it. After the Dragon is taken, everything is just thrown into this fight, and you can just see how powerful this 5v5 can be.
Yeah, you can see here Hanabi setting up wonderfully with this Ornn ultimate. You get the follow-up from Bay, and even though Agus has to try and finish the Dragon, like Cheeton taking out the equation, the Zoe doesn't have that front line because the Jarvan is on the Dragon, and PSG just completely bypassed the front line and managed to take down Red Cannons.
I would love to see damage in that team fight because it should feel like you said. There we go. Thank you so much, asking somebody. They did no, you couldn't do anything because the whole thing with the Zoe and the Ezreal is you want to try and get your damage down before the fight.
Yeah, and you want to be trying to like pop it in over the wall, make sure you're not being set up for the engages. But I mean, by just starting up the Dragon, they just forced the hand of PSG, and PSG were just happy to play it. So now we'll have to see as you start to fall further and further behind what this is going to look like for Red Cannons, because this is a composition that does not do well when it doesn't have tempo.
We're going to see a fair bit of poke being shoved down here as Bay goes up towards the side lane. He's going to be able to take a tier 1, but you've got Aatrox going off on the side, so they're trading this one up for the side of Red. They are not to be outdone just yet. They are still making sure that this Baron power play doesn't actually have a huge amount of yield as of the moment for PSG.
I mean, it will eventually start to pay dividends, right? There's a lot of standing gold on the map here for PSG. You're looking at like top tier 2 now. Red are doing a decent job of like trading back themselves with, you know, getting that Terror bot, and now potentially moving in towards this one in mid lane. We actually have to be careful of being engaged on here in the mid lane. Juhan is in place.
Yeah, and look at Bay as well. Maybe they'll try and TP into this one here, but Juhan recognizes the Cyclone just to disengage rather than anything else, because if he gets killed and taken out, they can't really go for that big 5v5.
But they'd already kind of given up on this top side of the map because they thought they were going for that play, so they don't even get the tier 2 and top side. So realistically, I mean, Red Cannons again kind of just outplaying the map state, and PSG Talon not quite getting as much as they were hoping from the Baron. But again, you do have the better skating opportunities here for PSG. Like, they should be in a reasonably good spot the later this game goes on. The big issue that they're going to have, though, is, you know, Inferno Soul potential here for Red Cannons in 2 minutes. And if you do end up giving, like, the poke from this Zoe and this Ezreal more kind of ammo, that's going to be a big issue.
We are starting to see the ornaments come out now as well. You've got the upgraded Everfrost, the upgraded Kraken Slayer as well, and this is just little small stats that will help you on your way. The gold lead is 3,000, a little bit more, maybe 3.5, but it's not as significant as you would probably hope it to be. As you can see there, Juhan clearing out the vision, but Bay's found Cheetan, and Cheetan goes over the wall with no flash, no way to go, and he's just deleted 1v1.
And what has been such a good tournament so far for Red Cannons, starting to come off the wheels a little bit, not able to get themselves set up correctly. This team fight and this presence from PSG Talon has just been so good, and you can even see like Guigo pushing in bot side, but it's not going to get you anything, whereas PSG Talon, they're going to crack open the base.
They might be able to do it. They do have the cannon minion left there, and they're full 5-man. Not only going to be able to crack the base, they're going to be able to get the inhibitor as well. So with 1:13 to go, we are going to see them now put pressure into the side waves, make sure they are set up for success, and it does feel like Red are a little bit lost as to what to do. And honestly, I can't really blame them, because PSG are saying, look, we play this, we go forward. If you haven't set up a full vision control, you are going to get caught out.
But this is why I needed to see Red Cannons kind of get the ball rolling early, right? I wanted to see them very quickly go up towards the Rift Tower, use the maps that they had, but we didn't get at Rift Tower #1. And now you're starting to see that although they have the items that they want, yeah, it's just unfortunate for Cheetan. Even though you don't, you have the items where in theory you should be strong, you're just not quite able to do enough with it because of the control of the map PSG Talon have, and because of the way this composition functions.
And the top wave is going to be taking down that turret. You can see that on your mini map, and that's why we had the TP come in from the side of PSG.
Yeah, I will also say I'm not a big fan of the build from Agus going for this this death stance. Only really works when you're ahead, but Dragon is going to be up and available, and Cheetan's playing on the front line.
Shadow Surge, and he gets on top of the back line. That is is massive! Bay saw the opportunity, and it's all a formality now. He flies all the way. PSG going to be taking control of this series.
This is Bay's day 8-0-2 on the Vex. A beautiful engage, and PSG Talon are going to draw first blood on day number 4.
First blood and put themselves up in 2-1 in the group. A fantastic game for them. Slow, methodical, but at the end of the day, they get the result.
Yeah, and I mean, playing to their comfort style, playing to what we saw from them yesterday. Look at these neutral objectives. Look for these big 5v5 wins. This was such a strong performance from PSG Talon. And look, Red Cannons did their best. They started to roam around the map, see if they could try and get some sort of control back in the game. But the team fight from PSG just too strong.
And look, we were saying that it was a little bit one-note. It was very obvious as what the side of PSG wanted to do, but they just executed on it so well. And sometimes the easier to execute comp is just going to be a little bit better.
Yeah, and again, we're kind of seeing this like style from Red Cannons where they try to play this almost like poke style, as you're saying, like try to take advantage in the early stages, but we just never really got the opportunity from Aegis to like find these moments to get in towards lanes, you know, influence the map. It felt like you had like 3 pushing lanes that you didn't really do a huge amount with, and PSG Talon were like, cool, as long as we stay within, you know, 2,000 to 3,000 gold of you, we're gonna be totally fine when we hit these late game fights.
Now for Red Cannons and for CB Law, you're in a very difficult position. You have to win one of your last 2 games, and even then, even if you beat the fast-paced Wildcats, you gotta hope that they beat PSG and you force a tiebreaker. That's where you're at right now, and sadly, it means your destiny's not in your own hands.
Yeah, and that's always kind of the heartbreaking thing, and we'll have to see, especially for Red Cannons, you know, what the data hold, because we've seen the rock, paper, scissors already between these 3 teams, but at least when you look towards it, it's kind of been a little bit flipped now. So PSG Talon able to get one back against Red Cannons. They've already beaten Istanbul Wildcats, so if you're a PSG Talon fan, you're going to be feeling pretty damn good about it.
Yeah, you're going to be feeling pretty great, but we're going to be heading for a break. But as we go, take a moment to listen in on the IW in their win against Red on day 2 of MSI in Sounds of the Game, presented by Bose.
Ben ne arayayım?
Graves'i gördük.
Adamlar
istiyor.
Alistar'ın flash'ı var. Alistar'ın flash'ı var. Dikkat edin. Alistar'a bak, ultisi yok.
Ben uzaktayım. Ben uzaktayım.
Geri. Çok güzel, ultileri yok. Aa, tut. Nice, flash'ı yok. Buraya bakılabilir.
Ben yavaştan yürüyorum. Ultim yok hala.
Jin'e bakacağım.
Hala ultim yok.
Jin'e bakacağım. Baktım Jin'e.
Yok.
Jin'e bak. Jin.
Yok mu damage?
Jin'e damage.
Jin öldü.
TP'ye dikkat.
Ultim 10 saniye.
Kemal'e dikkat. Kemal oynayın. Sal geliyor.
Sonra ultisi dönecek yakında. Aşağı Graves'e
dikkat. Graves'e dikkat.
Şuna bak bakayım.
Graves.
Kes.
Ultiye.
Sonra kestim aşağı. Sonra kesecek. Şuna bak.
Manam yok.
Öldü bu.
Manam yok.
Drake'ın. Biri kafa atabilir.
Tamam, ben atıyorum, stop başım var.
Dur bekle, herkes gelsin.
Alistar burada. Okey, yavaş. Bastım stop açık Kemal'e.
Ben Kemal'i aldım.
Nice.
Alistar var HP. Kemal'i kesmeye oynayabilir miyiz? Kemal ölüyor gibi ama.
Nautilus blok. Kemal'e bak.
Rest aldım.
Geliyor. Ultiledim oraya.
Bak buraya.
Let's go. Jin no flash.
Galio'ya bak belki.
Jin no flash.
Helal, nice.
Helal. Biter mi? 40 dakika.
Bilmiyorum. Ölme.
Biter.
Helal size be.
Helal lan size. Düzgün pushla.
Bitiyor mu? Bitiyor.
Bize sağ.
The world is watching. Get on board. Check the lanes. Pay attention to the best. Join the ranks. Be the challenger. All in for the trophy. This is for all senses. This is for all players. Buckle up. Take notes. MSI 2022. Driven by Mercedes EQ.
Red Bull gives you wings.
그래 너 공중에 붕 떠있는 너 이제 내 말 좀 들어봐
네가 누군지 알아 걔도 누군지 알아 빛나던 너한테 속았어 내 눈이 밝아지게 될 거라 분명 똥인지 된장인지 알게 될 거라 넌 날 속였어 뱃속부터 꿈틀거려 감입하고 왔어 완전히 밸런스 잡았어 Not to left, not to right Just right at the center with the word 네 시간 이제 끝나가 나보다 네가 더 잘하잖아 우리 사이 영원할 거라 생각했어 다 보여 걔를 흉내낸 것뿐인 너 걔가 너보다 훨씬 핫하더라고 걔가 너보다 훨씬 눈부시더라고 다 보여 이제 최후의 네 모습이 다 들려 이제 추악한 네 목소리 Get swag은 완전 새끈 네 swag은 완전 짜증 넌 정말 웩웩웩 nasty boy Get swag은 완전 간지 네 swag은 정말 먼지 넌 정말 웩웩웩 nasty boy 네가 그 자리에 있으면 너도 대세 될 줄 알았어 짱 먹을 줄 알았어 넌 그렇게 뱁새같이 따라해 네 다리는 황새 줬다 아파해 이제 너는 개의 심판 속에 떨어질 일만 남은 지랄 같은 운명 속에 넌 히커빗 하늘에서 비웃어 땅 위에서 비웃어 다 보여 이제 최후의 네 모습이 다 들려 이제 추악한 네 목소리 Get swag은 완전 새끈 네 swag은 완전 짜증 넌 정말 웩웩웩 nasty boy Get swag은 완전 간지 네 swag은 정말 먼지 넌 정말 웩웩웩 nasty boy 걔가 완전 이겼어 깨끗하게 이겼어 깨끗하게 너는 완전 다졌어
Ready to fire, ready or not, we letting it go on.
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk. I'm your host, Mr. Henry, joined by your analyst, Mr. Harrison, as we're about to break down the victory for PSG Town over Red Canids to start off the day. I mean, let's take a look at the game overall as a whole. It felt relatively close-ish in the early game, gold-wise, stat-wise, but PSG always had the kills, and PSG always had the control.
Yeah, ultimately, it felt like a smart approach from Red Canids. That's something we've seen from them before. They managed to get both early Dragons, both early Heralds, and did a good job utilizing them. But when it came to the fights, it was just no competition.
Before we get to the replays, tell me about these two team compositions, because I love what the shoutcasters were saying. PSG Talent, they want to go in. They want to go all in. They want to roll on your faces.
Yeah, so something Raz was saying when we were going through the draft was that the Zoe Ezreal were very early picked up by the side of Red Canids. And instantly, when you see these two poke champs coming in, you know that if you pick these heavy divers, which obviously, as we can see, PSG did, they have so many tools to get on this backline. And in the team fights, that's exactly what happened.
I mean, let's talk a little bit about this Vex in particular, because it was hugely influential. As we were preparing for the segment, our production team said, which highlights do we want? Like, they're all highlight plays. I think the big dragon fight just before Baron stands out to me. So break this replay down to me and what you liked about it.
Yeah, so I think critically, it's the approach, because ultimately, as you want to be with a poke composition, the area is controlled initially by Red Canids. But the way it turns out is that PSG find this beautiful angle to both approach from either side, and then gap close onto the backline. As soon as you start to connect onto that backline, it's just easy to clean up. And we can see this here. This is actually the big engage to finish off the game. The Vex connect, get on the backline, instantly the follow-up comes in, and it just feels like this team, all of them are playing as a unit.
Yeah, definitely the case. Unfortunately, it's not the Dragon replay, one of them a little earlier. Apologies for that one. We definitely had to rush to this particular package. I mean, at the end of the day, PSG were just in control. Their composition was executed well. And I think I want to spend a moment talking about Bay and that Vex. He ended up winning the OP player of the game. And it was a fantastic performance. It was that second last pick. And just like you said, it obliterated everything the Knids wanted to do.
Yeah, and ultimately, we've had some criticism towards Bay, right, on the desk, but also a lot of fans who've seen him perform in the LCK didn't have the highest estimations of this player, and this is just such a good performance to shut up the doubters, because he was just phenomenal here. And this is that big Dragon team fight. They approach from those flanks, they dive in, every single member coming forward. And it feels like PSG, they have ramped up so much from that first game where Red took them down.
Now I also understand. This is my mistake. I misread the prompter there. We needed to save all of the Vex highlight reels for the OP player of the game, because that Dragon fight was phenomenal. Looking forward, though, Raz, he's standing by with the telestrator to break something down for us.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting, because for this State Farm Neighborhood Tactics, I'm going to be taking a focus on RNG. Of course, going to be going up against Istanbul Wildcats very soon. And I'm going to be talking about how, analysts and players around the world revere RNG for their excellent decision-making and objective control. And in this case, as I clear the screen here, we're going to be focusing on their game versus PSG earlier on in the tournament. Now, if we just take a quick look, a minute in advance, boom, 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 they red trinket this entire area and take firm control. And remember, this is up for Hex Soul. So PSG have to contest. So we look at the mini-map here. You're seeing the base coming through from Adze, from the PSG side. He needs to be there for his team so they can confidently walk up here. And just as a small note, for RNG, if you're looking at the players and who's going to win them this fight, it's going to be Gala on his Ezreal as he takes control of the mid wave, and also just Unified's already down 25% HP from the poke, and Xiaohu's Ahri, because when it's PSG walking into them, it's the Charm that's going to be looking for PSG. And so turn on the Fog of War. PSG's trying to push in as much as they can. They see Gala and Ming on the mid wave. Unified's already at half HP, so you're already in a losing position if you're PSG. And all of this is afforded by the excellent vision control and just, play from RNG. And this is just first soul point. And RNG makes a mistake immediately after this. They actually get wiped in a fight afterwards. So PSG still have a chance to fight for soul. But once again, RNG take full control of the area. The one thing that PSG do is they were able to nab the Scuttle Crab. And their adaptation from the previous play was that, okay, let's not get poked so heavily from the Ezreal, so they play extremely far back here. And it allows RNG, who's pushing them back, to say, okay, we're actually not going to be able to land any reliable poke, and they're respecting us completely. And with Hex Soul coming up, RNG makes the adaptation. They say, okay, perfect, fine. We're going to just hop straight towards the dragon itself. You see at least a way on the Scuttle Crab, but it's far too late. PSG was pushed far too back, and so they have to make the legwork right over here. And it takes 5 seconds, actually, from RNG's side, and now it's a long way home for PSG back to their base. So what we saw, if we take a step back, from the first replay, PSG makes a mistake because they want to brute force to get vision. In the second replay, PSG takes the respect, they back off a little bit, RNG reads that, understands it, that they have the window to take soul, and they take the fight, and immediately get Baron. So plays like these gives respects to RNG, and actually, if we take a look at the setting around us, take notes. That's kind of like the theme here for this event. So take notes if you're Istanbul Wildcats and you have to go up against RNG.
Raz, I love you so much. That was a phenomenal breakdown. I really appreciate the adaptation points in particular. I do need to give you a note, though.
Yes?
When you step out of the camera frame, my man, you got to step back into it.
Oh, snap!
I'm looking at our camera guys backstage. We're like, Raz, we're over here, nevertheless, Raz, I do think as well, I'm going to ask you to give a little bit more insight into RNG's playstyle, and especially the theoretical, the last time these two teams played, that game has now been nullified. And I want to know whether or not Wildcats can take some learnings away from that, as they now have the opportunity, the difficult situation, the challenge, to potentially turn it around, right? So now Wildcats are taking on RNG. RNG come into today 0-0 after that news. How do they do it?
The first step is priority in lanes, because The one Dragon control that I didn't even talk about was the second one, where RNG had a full focus in getting push on top side, getting full push on bot side. So even though PSG had TP advantage, it didn't matter. RNG took advantage of that. So you want to at least have a composition that gives you a chance early in your games.
I feel like with RNG, if you give them the ability to play the game at their pace, they're so successful. But we saw them domestically struggle sometimes in the early game, so I want to see that early pressure come out. And particularly when we see how the draft has panned out for Istanbul Wildcats, it's been so much focused on Holy Phoenix. I want to see the solo laners use that window, use that space in draft to step up.
As we're at the top of the day, we have 3 more RNG games today, a few more over the weekend to play for. Talking about the solo lanes for RNG, Orgs, can you remind me some of the strong feelings we had the last time we were on the desk? What I want to hear, though, is expectations, right? Because now we got a few more games to see a few extra times. What is it you want to see from top and jungle from RNG that will make you happier, more excited as we look ahead? Because they're still likely and expected to make it to Rumble.
I think Way is really polarizing, right? If you have him on Viego, fantastic, amazing, what a player. If you have him on Volibear, I don't even want to watch, right?
Last replay was on Volibear.
We had some evidence and we saw it.
Yeah.
It was rough, right? I think everyone kind of got what I was saying with that one, but I feel like when he's on the right champion, he's not pressured to do things early, otherwise he falls off. I think he's fine, and Xiaohu pulls a lot of weight for him. For Bin, he nearly got solo killed, but I was calling it, right? I feel like he is such a volatile player, kind of similar to what people think of the Shy. His highs are sky high, his lows are best not talked about.
See, I like this. The reason for it as well, we didn't get to do a do good, not win for RNG right at the beginning, so we're covering it now.
True.
Raz, care to build on that one as well from the RNG perspective, things you'd like to see them do that worked for them? I mean, Gala's pentakill obviously is definitely something you can't forget about.
They're playing on the edge, and a lot of the times they're dipping into the player skill, right? One thing that I've noticed a lot is Way is doing a lot of hovering for his lanes, and Xiaohu as well. Xiaohu's been roaming consistently, and so when it comes to that, need to see more of that.
Okay.
But also there'll be times, as Ox has mentioned here, if you're playing so far on the edge, you can get aced. Like, you can lose a lot of the advantage that you have. So play to your limits, but understand what your limits are.
Before we head off, folks.
I think you have to try and trap Xiaohu in lane. I think this guy is too good. His presence on the map is unreal.
Yes.
If he can roam, I just don't think you win.
Get Way on Volibear and trap him in lane mid. That's simple. That's all
like every other jungler and leave Volley open.
Your time with us on the analyst desk is now coming to an end. Let's head to the casters for RNG versus Wildcats.
Thank you so much, Quickshot, Raz, and Ox. And of course, we're coming into RNG's effectively first game and following an extensive technical evaluation of the competitive and training environments during the first 3 days of the 2022 Mid-Season Invitational. League Ops discovered following day 3 that there was a discrepancy in the latency being reported in-game logs for all matches versus what was being experienced in the Busan venue. As a result, League Ops have determined it is in the best interest of competitive integrity to replay all 3 of these matches. These replayed games will be finished with all other group stage competition by Sunday, May 15th. The replacement games will be held beginning tomorrow, and if you want more info, you can check it out on lolesports.com. But, Dagda, we can come in fresh-faced, fresh new game, RNG on blue, Istanbul Wildcats on the red. This is going to be an interesting one, and again, I see it, it always happens, always like it. Bin is never going to get to play the Camille.
Bin's never going to get to play the Camille, and for Holy Phoenix, he's never going to get to play Samira, Kalista, or Lucian, because 100% ban rate in every single game against this team so far, and it makes sense, because honestly, this entire team is set up around Holy Phoenix and having him succeed, so just get rid of these 80 carries, that could be an issue.
Funny thing is, I actually don't think RNG banned the Lucian here, because they're just going around saying, give it to us. Give us the first big Lucian. They have such incredible, like Xiaohu, Gala we saw with the pentakill. These guys are not afraid to leave it open. That's exactly what they did. Even banned Little Blanc, which is something that can do well into it.
Yeah, and I mean, it even sets up, like, if you want to try and go for, you know, an easy blind pick for Xiaohu in the mid lane as well. The LeBlanc not being available makes things a bit easier for him too. So there's the Lucian ban on the opposite side. So it will eventually go away, but we'll have to see now what the game plan is here for Gala. Obviously, picking up the Kaisa yesterday, had that big old pentakill for himself, so we'll have to see if we get something similar, but it will be Way getting his hands on this Wukong, a pick that has been coming higher and higher priority as the group stage of MSI goes on.
And again, the reason why I think we're seeing a lot of people just kind of first pick pick it as well. It's a flex. You know, we have seen T1 pick it up into the bot lane with a fasting Senna. You put it in jungle. Technically, it can go into one of those soul lanes as well. You have a lot of options available to you when you pick up the Monkey King. So, what is going to be a response here now from the Fast Pay Wildcats? It looks like they're going straight for Holy Phoenix and saying, look, we're going to, sorry, buddy, we're not going to let you go down the draft anymore. We need to get you something you can prioritize.
And I think it's a good shout, right? Like, Holy Phoenix definitely wants something that he's going to be able to set himself up for a bit more of a carry. And as we kind of talk about with Gala a lot as well, not exactly the most extensive of champion pools too. So you always kind of see him falling back towards at least the Ezreal. He's prioritized a lot in MSI, maybe something like the Tristana that we've seen in the past as well. But Farrah kind of knowing he's going up against the Wukong, which wants that time to scale to that level 6. He's like, hey, look, I'll handshake that. I'll take the Diana, and we can both kind of wait and farm our way up to that level 6 before we really have that big impact.
And this is going to be a big test for the side of Fast Pay Wildcats because, again, they are sitting at 1-1. You would like to try and, you know, have your own fate in your own hands. So you are going to try and maybe make something work and see what they can do with the Diana. I love it as a pick in theory, but it does come down to execution.
Yeah, and I like that on the opposite side, you're kind of going, hey, look, we could go for the Tristan if we wanted to and go, look, we're just going to play for the late game fight. But instead, they're going to go back towards the Ezreal. But the key thing with both these carries is that they have that ability to get away from that big engage tool, right? Get away from this almost wombo combo, this dive opportunity that Istanbul Wildcats are setting up for. So having that self-peel for RNG's carries feels like it's going to be super important.
And the Ezreal fits into RNG's playstyle so perfectly as well. It just means that you have, when you get Ming onto something like the Leona that's just been locked in, it's self-sustaining. Ming can go off, do his own thing, link up with Wei, try and maybe work with Xiao, who's somewhere else on the map, while Gala is, in theory, relatively safe on his own.
And I'm curious to see now what Farfetch goes towards, because I always see him go back towards something like the Rakan, but we haven't actually seen that from Farfetch just yet. So could also go towards something like the set that he brought out back at home, but not going to. Instead, getting the Aurelia. That's a bit nuts because it's a blind pick Aurelia. And I mean, you've got a lot of opportunities that could come in as a counter pick.
It's also a bit of a flex as well. It can go to mid lane Siren, it could go up to top lane for Starscream. You have the AP jungles, you have got options available to you. And honestly, it does feel like Fast Pay Wildcats have got themselves a little bit of a game plan that they're saying, look, we know what we want to do against you guys.
And I definitely think it is going to be in the mid lane, right? You have that AP jungler, it opens up for that AD mid laner, and you can already see, at least for the moment, maybe RNG aren't calling that mid lane Aurelia just yet. Banning the Yasuo, probably going to get rid of the Yone as well. Maybe they're still trying to figure out exactly where this is going, but also just trying to deny access to that Diana and that Yasuo combo, which has been so good for such a long time.
And I love this draft, honestly, coming out from the Wildcats. They've got to turn around and say, look, we're going to take away a lot of the big AP options you have available left to you. The Gwen is obviously something you can go to flex stuff, and of course the Vex for Xiao, who, I'm going to say it, I think he's one of the best Vex, if not the best Vex in the world at the moment, because the guy just seems to know how this champion works.
Yeah, he's incredibly good at it. It's the accuracy that he gets those ults, but as you said, gone off the board, so they're kind of looking to see what the game plan is going to be. Pie covered at the moment. I think having the Umbro Glaive is going to be really good and gives the opportunity to follow up with this big wombo that Istanbul Wildcats are setting up for. On the opposite side, it feels like if you want to go towards something like a Renata, maybe a Gnar up here for Bin as well, and things that can do reasonably well in these team fights, because you're already seeing, I mean, at least for RNG, a pretty decent team fight for themselves as well, but you really want to try and find things that can kind of take the impact that is going to be coming through from Istanbul Wildcats.
There is Bin's Gangplank locked and loaded. Plenty of international fans are going to remember the massive barrels this man can put out here. And honestly, I'm excited.
I'm already like living for the G2 tweets.
Oh, absolutely.
Because I know there's like Yanko's tweeting out like just a scared face or something. I've seen this, but you know, but again, I think it works out. Can work out relatively well, all right? Like, good blind pick in the top lane. It's actually crazy strong at the moment, multiple different builds. But I think the big thing is that you're not really having a major front line here that can kind of absorb the damage that's going to come through from Istanbul Wildcats. So if Fast Pay Wildcats can get into a position where they're good, it feels like they can actually find some really good skirmishes. And that's going to be the Vladimir going into the bot lane. Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and say, see champion, kill champion. That is what Fast Pay Wildcats are doing right now. And honestly, this is such a great mitigator into the Gangplank. You have the self-sustain, you've got the range advantage as well in the early stages. You're not going to be... The biggest thing I always notice when I see the Gangplanks in any lane is that you get that early kind of harass down with the Q, and it just becomes impossible to deal with. But with the sustain that Vladimir naturally has, and the safety, this becomes an awful lot more of an easier lane.
Yeah, and it's actually been a really cool draft from Istanbul Wildcats, because it feels like they've kind of responded super well to what they've seen coming through from RNG, right? You get the Wukong first pick. Okay, cool, we'll go with the Diana. Both champions that spike off level 6 and don't really have huge impact in the early stages, so let's try and play for these mid-game team fights, these level 6 team fights. Then you're looking going, okay, well now we can start to see, oh, you've got a Gangplank who's not really going to be able to take over in a top lane matchup. Let's go for the late game Vladimir. So I think it's been pretty cool to see what Istanbul Wildcats have come with. I'm just curious to see how this is all going to work together, because if you can get that one big combo off multiple members of RNG, you can definitely take this across the line, but you've got to try and fight back against RNG in this mid game, because if they're able to get the ball rolling like they usually do, that's where I think you're going to struggle.
And absolutely, and I think this is a great draft on the side of Wildcats, because it just shows, you know we can get the early game. This is something we can focus on and just kind of punish from the side of RNG.
And I think for RNG, this is where we're going to kind of see, like, if they're able to find moments again for Xiaohu to get out and roam, have that impact in the early stages like we've seen. They're against the melee mid, so for Xiaohu should be able to push in pretty early on this Zoe and then start to move off towards those side lanes.
Is it two massive boats going looking at a collision course in the middle of the night? There's 5 members of both teams up in this top side. Will Ferret even see anybody? He's going to get caught out. Ferret needs to back away. They don't have any CC just yet, but they don't know that the rest of the Wildcats are down the bottom side. They're cats waiting to pounce. They need to get their resets off.
Yeah, nobody going to lag behind, though. Everyone going to just back away. Bin will stick around by himself, but it will actually let Istanbul Wildcats get in here and get some vision down. So maybe looking to see if they can pick off some member themselves as RNG come back out onto the map, but they will just reset. So a little bit of vision, but not a huge amount. It's not even, they got the ward on the blue buff there, so they actually spot out where Wei is going to start. So at least Ferret will be able to have a bit of information as he starts off his clear.
Very excited there, but it literally was just both teams respecting the fact that they didn't know where everyone else was. So they backed away, they got themselves reset, and like you said, they got that early vision down to see where that Wukong's to be going.
And this is the thing, right? For Istanbul Wildcats, the ability for them to maybe take blood off of RNG will be so good for them in this group. If you can get a win against the big lads that are here, like, it just sets you up so nicely, especially when you're looking at, again, the rock, paper, scissors, that how close this group has been. It really does feel like if you can have that one moment, that one game in that best of one, where you can pick it off a victory, you can make everything so much easier.
Absolutely, and that, I love how you bring it up as well. Best of one. This is a game. It's a small sample size, but that's all you need in order to get the W. We're going to see an engage on the bot side, though. It's Farfetch. He's on the bike, and he's got nowhere to go. We're going to see him try and flash away, but he's first blooded by Gala as Ming is running away from Holy Phoenix, who's not got the damage. He flashes forward with the Q. He's not good enough. Double kill in bot lane. They tried to go for something. It just ends in disaster.
I'm real sorry. I was trying to, like, pick you up. I was like, you know, you got this. You're gonna be all right. I like what you're going for, but oh, the 2v2 gone completely astray for them. Although Saren getting some good damage onto Xiaohu here, but I mean, Gala already with 2 kills, Tier already picked up. This is such a big win for RNG's bot lane.
Not only that as well, you can see the wave is actually pushing into him as we have a look at this one here. And again, it's just Farfetch kind of saying, we've got something to go on, but it's on to Ming, it's on the Leona.
Yeah, and especially when you've got the tankiness of this Leona.
Oh, Saren gonna go in underneath the tower. He's gonna be able to flash.
No.
Oh, it's a disaster, and this is just going from bad to worse. Gala, though, only level 1, not gonna be able to do anything here. One more auto attack would kill him off, but he stays alive, and it's just those little small moments. One more auto attack, but it's never gonna happen with RNG. They just know the limits their champions too well.
This is so sad. It's been so close for the Fast Pal Wildcats, and I mean, I like the idea that they're going for, right? Like, you want to be playing aggressive with this bot lane, but unfortunately, like Farfetch, as he goes in, Ming actually has a Glacial Augment, so he takes up a whole heap of damage. The replay was phenomenal there. Thank you for breaking down that minion. But I gotta say, yeah, I think just the aggression I like, but you just gotta be so careful with the damage removal that the Glacial Augment brings. It means that you just don't really have enough, especially when you're going onto the Leona, to try and carry those engagements on the bottom side.
And it's why we've seen the Glacial Augment favored over things like the Aftershock, because it just gives you so much more priority, so much more, set up in those lanes, because you don't need to be tanky if you can just bring the damage down naturally. So it works out for the side of RNG, 3-0 up in this match already. And we talked about it in the last time when we saw an Ezreal and a Zoe. When you get poke comps, or even some kind of a semblance of a poke comp getting ahead, it becomes real difficult to deal with that.
Yeah, and I mean, this is just such a good start, and that's why Istanbul Wildcats trying to see if they can play the map now, see if they can put pressure onto Xiaohu. As the desk pointed out, like trying to keep Xiaohu in his own little bubble, so to speak, is going to be pretty good for you. And just allowing Seren to keep presence in this lane, push in these waves, is going to be so important for Seren.
Farfetch going to be coming over here just to help Seren push this one up, so he gets himself a little bit of a cheeky recall. Because actually no teleports in mid lane. Both mid laners going with that Ignite. And actually there's no teleports in this game at all. It's double Ignite top side, it's double Ignite in the mid lane. So we're not going to be seeing as many cross-map plays. It's all about that solo lane.
Yeah, it's all going to be about those big team fights, right? Like, you want to make sure that you're able to find those 5v5, set yourself up correctly. And I think it's kind of interesting to see, because for RNG, a team that traditionally has been very good at trying to play the map, not having access to those tools, feels like you're just going to go, okay, no, we can just play this 5v5 and end up winning out. But at least with the early game going their way with a 1,500 gold lead for themselves, essentially, you're kind of favoring RNG at the moment.
They're looking like they're going to try and maybe make this a very bad time in the bot side. They're going to jump at the Holy Phoenix. They're going to focus him out, but Ming can't tank up anymore. You can see Gala goes for something. While that happened, there's actually a solo kill on the top side, and that's 3 more kills going over the side of RNG. You can look on the mini-map. You can see the Diana now moving on to Bin. But he's got himself his ultimate. He's going to try and maybe kite this one out. He needs one more Q, but it's not going to be enough. Ferret will take him out, and eventually the fast-paced Wildcats will get something.
At least they got 1 kill back on the board, because RNG are starting to run away with this. 3 kills for Gala, 2 for Xiaohu, and a massive wave loss to that bot lane tower as well. And just see there, Bin, nice job with the barrel start screen, not really respecting it. And I was Bin just doing a nice job here, being able to get the solo kill, just the Ignite enough.
You can put yourself in that situation. Yes, you had the Sanguine Pool, but if he gets the Ignite down, you're dead.
And now you're looking at the Hex Drinker already picked up for Bean, which is going to work wonders against the AP top and the AP jungle, and it's going to become even more difficult for Starscreen to try and hold on in this lane. And again, you're losing like waves galore. You can look at the XP on the left-hand side. Like, Bin is massively far ahead. Holy Phoenix is sitting way down below where he wants to be.
Xiaohu does get aggressed on a little bit, but not quite able to find it. They don't commit the ultimates of the Diana or the Aurelia, and they keep themselves alive. But with Hex Dragon available, we might actually see the fast-paced Wildcats maybe go for something here. They have the push in mid and in bots. They're trying to just establish dominance.
I mean, trying to get some sort of vision here, because, I mean, you're going to have that slow push in the bot side, which sets you up for Riptail. So fast-paced Wildcats just trying to see if they can move in here, get control, and look at that Dragon.
Oh. So you contest with the red buff, it is secured, but there's going to be a nice trouble bubble. Flash in, does he get the auto attack down? Ming goes a little bit too far forward, and he gets taken down. The reset's coming in for Serenity. He tries to make this one work, but he's exhausted by the Ezreal and taken out. Gala now on 4 kills. This man is ridiculously huge. Holy Phoenix gets the flash in. Yuna uses cleanse, but you can see the Cyclone is too much for him to do anything, and Gala survives. They almost make it work, but RNG just clap him back.
They're just too far ahead. You've already got so many advantages. Xiaohu's looking for more.
He's looking for more, but I think he knows that Diana's in the vicinity, so he doesn't want to overextend. Has a flash on his W, so still feeling fairly confident. And again, despite all the moves, you can just see that the ideas from the side of the Wildcats, it's just not sticking.
Yeah, but you can look at the replay here. RNG, it's so much set up here. I have to poke in from multiple sides. Ming, I love the idea here. It's so smart, right? Goes in aggressive, gets the pink ward on top of the blast cone, so they can't save the Diana. You gotta try and clear the pink ward before you can take the blast cone, but it just means that RNG are set up so well. You get the ult coming in from Wei, Gala's safe over the back wall the whole time, and unfortunately here, Farfetch kind of baits in Holy Phoenix, who goes that bit too far. I think he'll be able to hop over the wall, but just can't do it.
And again, just RNG doing RNG things. They're just gonna have those weird moments where it's like, yeah, look, you think you caught them out, but it doesn't matter. And now you're looking at a 4-0-2 Ezreal at 8.5 minutes. This guy's almost got his Trinity Force finished up, and you're dealing with some discount sword shopping right now on the side of the Kai'Sa.
I mean,
they're going to go for this one right now, but there's the true shot barrage coming in as well. The flash in, they're trying to just burn down Gala. As we can see, they're going with a shotgun, and eventually he is shut down as Ming looks to try and take down Ferret. He had some help with the Krugs, and they almost did it right there, but these are two guys in no man's land, and you can see the rest of RNG, they're collapsing. There's going to be a big stick in the face, and that's going to clap him down. Holy Phoenix, nowhere to go. Way going to give that one right over to Xiaohu, as he was feeling a little left out.
And look, I like the idea from Fast Play Wildcats. Move down to bot side, get one or two of these kills, but they're just sticking around that little bit too long, and it means that Xiaohu had push in mid, can come and join, and not having that mid priority really hurting them there, because you do get the backup from this zone.
This is the tone of RNG. This is just how they do things. Yes, it looks a bit scrappy. Yes, it's not as clean as maybe some of the other teams we've had in previous history, even T1 at the moment, but they're just so good at how they play the map and where they want to be and how they set things up.
And that's why I think the window obviously is very slim here for Istanbul Wildcats, but I'm certainly looking towards Ferret. Like, this Diana is sitting on 2 kills, actually in a relatively good spot with the CS lead as well. If Ferret can get this monstrous ult set up for Farfetch with his own ult, that could be a way of getting back into this.
I was going to say, Bin's got the minion wave, and he's level 9 right now, so he's going to try and 2v1 this one. He's got an orange, so he'll be K. He pops down the ignite. You can see that Pike is his target, and Pike has been killed. They got the mark down. Bin now, Holy Phoenix waiting.
No.
He doesn't have his ult. He doesn't have his...
You can see that the Hex Drinker coming in clutch as well for Bin. Now, RNG crank up the bot lane tower. They're going to start pushing in towards the tier 2, and you've actually got to be incredibly careful here as Wildcats are actually pushing in the mid and looking to maybe collapse on this bot lane push.
And you got everything available to you in terms of ultimates, so it's going to be very difficult for them to really make this one work. And I gotta say, Farfetch, I like the idea of the Pike, but you need that ultimate. You need level 6 for that execute, and you can see that he's just about trying to make it work while also seeing how much XP he can leech while not being as too much of a burden on his team. The Saren gets caught out. They're gonna have the Everfrost coming in. He's just CC locked. Nothing he can do, nowhere he can go, and now Xiaohu flashes away. Ferret jumps back on top of him. Holy Phoenix will get the shutdown, and Wildcats will not be taken out, but Ming says there's not to be outdone. They're going to try and jump in here with Bin. He flashes away, but Holy Phoenix picks up a double kill. Gala will get the exhaust down and take him back. It's still a good trade for the side of the Wildcats, but again, RNG still answer.
Yeah, I mean, RNG are just answering consistently every play that Wildcats trying to make, and unfortunately for them, it's just meaning this gold lead starting to balloon further and further ahead. I still, as you can see though, kind of have a hope here as you can look at like Ferret, right? Because he gets in there, you can see the burst damage he has, like sets up for the good execute with Holy Phoenix. That's pretty much what you're relying on here for the fast play Wildcats, but as you say, the door is very quickly closing as RNG start to get further and further ahead. Look here, like good execution here from Ming to get on towards Saren, but Wildcats try to respond in mid. They get on towards Xiaohu, instantly burst out this Zoe. That's the damage that we're talking about. Shut down going to Holy Phoenix, but again, just more and more RNG members come out of the woodwork and are able to turn it back around.
Just how big Bin is right now. Those barrels are starting to do 1/3 of your health, and it's a little bit more than that, and it's half your health, and all of a sudden it's 2/3 of your health. It's getting ridiculous.
I do have to say though, with the 2 for 2 there, actually, I'm going to hold on.
We're going to stop ourselves for a second. As we can see, Saren does not land the flawless duet way. Going to tank the turret aggro just for a second. There's only 2 plates left on this top lane turret. Here we go. Vanguard's Ed comes in. There's going to be a flash from Waze. He gets himself away from the hook of Farfetch, who now has access to that ultimate. So you are ahead 100% here on the side of RNG, but you still got to respect the damage to Saren. He goes a little bit too far forward. He misses out on the flawless duet again. The solar flare is pixel perfect. Catches out on 2, but on the side of the light, you've got the darkness as the moonfall comes in. Ferret is doing work for his team and keeping them alive.
A disrespect from RNG. You've got Xiaohu pushing mid. You've got Bin pushing bot. They're both on Vision, and Istanbul Wildcats pounce. And now they're starting to get these picks back in their favor. You do have Xiaohu though getting turret plates in this mid lane. Bin getting a ton of control over this bot lane as well. A 2-level lead for the Gangplank, so you're still got to be careful, but the Wildcats are not going down without a fight.
And honestly, they're getting some very, very much needed gold on top of Holy Phoenix, but we might see now Xiaohu gets himself behind the minion as Ferret's really trying to make this one work. And honestly, I gotta give massive props to Ferret and Farfetch, who just find the execution. Ferret on this Diana has been immaculate.
And he's doing such an incredible job. You can see it here. Look at where you are in the map. You got Xiaohu pushing mid, you got the Gangplank, the bot, they're all on Vision. And RNG go for this. And yes, they do get Farfetch. Yes, they get Zeren, but you've got bounties on the side of RNG that are going over to the Istanbul Wildcats. A much desperate needed gold going into Holy Phoenix, going into Ferret, and the Wombo combo is still alive for the Wildcats.
I mean, it was a 4,500 gold lead. Now it's a 3,000 gold lead. You've taken 33% of that effective gold off of their hands, and this is going to be significant. Now we have the Blade of the Ruined King picked up. You have the Kraken Slayer moving into the Collector as well for Holy Phoenix. This Diana is getting very, very scary. So you can see, despite the early kills and the early momentum for
Star Screen with Seren, like just the fact you win out in a 1-3-1, you still have to worry kind of about your lack of TPs and stuff, but my biggest issue is like trying to get that up and running is you just don't have control of the map, right? Even though we're getting Istanbul Wildcats getting some plays back in their favor, not having, well, Rift Herald, for example, here, not having control of your outer turrets really anymore as RNG congregate in mid lane to take another, this is where it becomes really difficult for Istanbul Wildcats to find these moments where they can fight back.
Ferret seeing if Wei wants to step forward, but isn't going to happen just yet. Flawless Duet will just go a little bit wide, but they keep the turret in mid lane up and alive. Starscreen now jumping in. You would love a level 11 here on the Hemo Plague, but they've already caught the star player from Ferret. He has to go golden immediately. Going to use the stopwatch. The Hemo Plague goes down onto Wei. He will flash away and keep himself alive. Wei trying to re-engage here. Starscreen caught between a rock and a cannon barrage and cannot do anything about it. These bubbles are just landing on so many priority targets, and RNG now will start to see themselves use that wallet to their advantage.
Yeah, I mean, just bullying out Istanbul Wildcats, taking out the mid lane turret, now getting another dragon for themselves. And this is what I was talking about, this composition for Istanbul Wildcats. Super hard to play with when you are behind like this. You're not able to get in a position where Ferret can find these key flanks, get control, and RNG are just denying them access to River every single time.
Have a look at the replay here, and again, it's just good vision here from the side of RNG. They see everyone just basically funneling in. They say, look, we know you're there, and we just give it the kit burst you out. There's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, and you don't have like the vision control here as Istanbul Wildcats to go, oh, we can try and get into River, right? Because you have Bane who's already pushed in bot, so he's covering one angle of attack. You've got the rest of them who are of RNG who are preventing Istanbul Wildcats from taking any other entrance into River, so you're able to land this poke. And I think this is why you can see a very different story from what we saw from the Ezreal and the Zoe in the last game, where when you actually have yourself established, we're able to use the terrain to your advantage. This is what you're capable of.
And the Proto Belt is good enough, but time to go sleepy buys. They just want to wait until everyone's in position. Ferret, I'm sorry, you are just going to be killed off, and that's going to be such a good pick-off right now. And RNG are just taking absolute control of this game now.
Yeah, for Ferret, unfortunately, he's the one that now has the target on his back, because RNG realized, like, if we can get rid of this Diana, that's the only real win condition for the Fast Play Wildcats right now. So we'll have to see how they can try and adjust to this, but with 2 dragons already picked up for RNG, starting to get better control of the river and of the map, it gets difficult for Bin now.
I mean, they're going to ignite him right now. It's a 3v1. They go straight in with the Void Seeker. He's ticking down. Will he get taken out? He will not. Bin gets out with the great escape, and you will remember this as the day you almost caught Bin on Gangplank.
Captain Bin Sparrow, up for just making sure he's able to get himself out of that, but very close, and Istanbul Wildcats nearly finding the pick, but with them committing that much to the bottom side of the map, RNG now get their vision control over this top side near the Baron, and also get tier 1 top, maybe looking for tier 2.
Farfetch nearly getting caught out there as Gala makes his presence known. The rest of RNG are kind of sitting around here saying, look, we have total control, we know what we have, and we know we can get some kills off. Boy, got a bit of a lull in the game. Do not forget to grab your exclusive surprise Prime Gaming emote so you can strut when you flash in and turn a fight. I actually don't know what it is. Like, is it Fiddlesticks?
Yeah.
But like, what are the 2 small things?
Other fiddlesticks.
Smaller fiddlesticks. I was looking at it really hard. It's like a cupcake or something. Or maybe it's both. I don't know.
I think it's just I haven't looked at that Fiddlesticks skin enough. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not a massive Fiddlesticks player.
What?
Yeah.
Unreal.
I mean, he kind of got pushed out of the support role since the changes. So
I mean, fair. I was gonna say he's a jungler for me, but yeah. But he's so unique. He's so cool. I love his like passive and everything. It's just like it's a very unique champion. But we'll come back into game because Fiddlesticks is not here. But it is a bit of a scary situation for the side of Istanbul Wildcats. We are going to see the Drowsy hit, and they're going to be falling Ferret asleep. As he gets taken out, Way is just keeping the rest of the team at bay. Starscreen trying to run away with the Ghost. He's got Ignite, has got himself the Sanguine Pool, and should be able to get himself back out to safety.
Again, RNG though, just targeting Ferret, making sure he cannot get into these fights, and it means that there's just nothing that Istanbul Wildcats can do. The Dark Seal, though, is looking very large and in charge for the Diana, now sitting with 0 stacks. And RNG take mid. They've already got the vision control established from the earlier play in this top side, so they just get to rotate directly up towards the top end of the map.
Yeah, and again, despite everything that the Wildcats were able to do, they just can't get their head in the game of this one here. They can't make it work, but they're going to maybe go for this one here. Vanguard's Edge is fantastic onto 3 members, but they can't follow it up. And now Starscreen, he gets to try and figure out where he wants to walk because everyone's there. Ferret is huge and gets the moonfall, but can they get the reset? It's still going to be a 1-fight from RNG, and despite what possibly was the perfect situation, RNG just smack him with a wad of $500 and say no.
I felt it, Oshin. It was right there, and just not enough in the tank for the fast-paced Wildcats. And with that, RNG will crack open the base of the TCL representative. And again, we were kind of saying, hey, look, maybe Istanbul Wildcats can draw blood. Maybe they can get something back against RNG at the start of the day, but I just don't see how they get to bring it back anymore. That was your moment, but as I look at the replay here, yeah, Shelly pops Ferret into the completely wrong spot. I mean, I love how you just sounded like, how dare you, you're so rude.
You're never betrayed by your enemies. I'm just putting that out there. But again, this was a perfect fight in any situation. The Hemoplague maybe could have been a bit better, but other than that, look at this re-engage coming out from Ferret. He gets literally the perfect engage. They're 10,000 gold behind. There's nothing they can do.
And this is the thing, right? If Farfetch was here from the get-go, maybe this works out a lot better. Maybe you can then have him a little bit healthier and able to set it up, but it was just a little bit disjointed. You know, you had Ferret a little bit late to the party, Farfetch a little bit late to the party, just not quite able to sync up in the way they wanted. But look at the damage there. You can see, I mean, Ferret doing nearly as much as Gala, and Gala is the one with 6 kills at the moment.
10,000 gold, or just underneath it. 3 dragons now as RNG start to take control, and honestly, you got to look for, again, a miracle play. I like that we're seeing that from the fast play Wildcats. They're going for these engages, saying, look, if we wait any longer, we're just going to lose anyway. We might as well go down with a fight. So I really do appreciate that rather than just dying a death of 1,000 cuts. And these true shot barrages are starting to do some significant damage, and it's just the peppering of damage before the fight. It's exactly what a Zoe and Ezreal want. They do the damage before you get into the 5v5.
Yeah, and I mean, this is the position that Zoe loves, being able to just fire these long-range bubbles over the wall. Ming does not connect with the Zenith Blade, though, and now RNG will continue the siege, and trying to defend this is a nightmare for the fast-pay Wildcats.
I will say you are fairly short range on the side of RNG, so you do have to get quite close to the tower in order to put damage down onto it. So maybe another wave or two, and they should be able to take it, but you still have time.
But that's the thing, right? You've already taken the 3rd dragon here, so 4 minutes until that soul is potentially up. So as long as RNG are able to, you know, keep this pressure up,
here we go. They get themselves a 3-man knockup, but Farfetch gets killed off straight away. Now Way on the backside of this one, trying to use the Cyclone to protect Gala, who is untouched. This is RNG absolutely slaughtering the TCL representatives, and in absolute dominant fashion, they will take the win and start their day off with a W.
The TCL tried, but unfortunately RNG stand tall. They don't have a wave, so we gotta wait a hot minute. But it will eventually be the base falling. 15 seconds until Holy Phoenix. With the wave now here, I think this is it.
This has got to be it. You can get out, but you really want to try and go up against this one here. And Nexus turrets will fall. Farfetch having a little bit of fun there. You cannot blame him. The Nexus will fall, and RNG get themselves onto the board.
And I mean, a nice win there for RNG, managing to take down the TCL representative, but I mean, such convincing fashion as well. There were a few moments where it looked at Ferret, was like, maybe that Diana could do it, but that was shut down very, very quick by the LPL team.
And honestly, I gotta give massive props to Ferret. Look, yes, you lost, and it sucks, right? No one's gonna say it doesn't, but It's exactly what the analyst has said. It's what Ox and Raz they wanted to see. They wanted to see less reliance on Holy Phoenix. They wanted to see more of someone on else on the team standing up. Ferret did that. I gotta give him massive props.
Yeah, Ferret was sick on the down, and I loved the way that the TCL came in with this draft, right? As we kind of pointed out, you know, oh, you're going for the Wukong, cool, we'll take the Diana. We can play for these level 6 junglers. We're able to work off these big key ultimates for the team fight. It's just unfortunate that some of the other counter picks didn't work, right? Like the Vladimir get the solo kill by Bean. It felt like Starscreen never really had this big moment to where the Vladimir popped off, never really got to a point where he was kind of had the damage he needed to kind of filter into that. So honestly, I think at this stage, I like that we're getting some sort of life from the TCL representatives. Just unfortunate that RNG are as strong as they are.
Yeah, they got a little bit of life, but RNG was like, no, just absolutely not. And again, it's kind of to be expected. You don't want to take too much stock out of it. I think you can get a lot of positives from the fast pay Wildcats, and I think they're going to start looking towards their next few games as something that maybe they can improve on. But we're going to head for a quick break. But up next, it is going to be the Istanbul Wildcats versus PSG. You won't want to miss it. Kill for the Viego as they're starting to really ramp up this fight. They're getting the reset. It's a full clean ace for the Istanbul Wildcats.
PSG pounce. Ferret down. Farfetch next to follow. You have to feel he'll fall. PSG will hunt you down.
That's the most I can give you.
Fine. Then it's time for the ace up my sleeve. My beloved squishy pig with
original holographic cover art.
Hey, Ash, what you selling?
Save the references, Jake from State Farm. I'm saying goodbye. This little piggy went to the game store.
You don't have to sell your favorite games. State Farm has coverage options, so you get a rate that fits your budget.
Thanks, Jake. Hands off the squish.
For surprisingly great rates that fit any budget, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
In
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk after a bananas game between RNG and the Fast Pay Wildcats. There is a lot to break down and a lot to talk about. I'm joined by Augs and Raz. And before we get to all of the action, let's start with the draft. First of all, Augs, can you and I please bow to Raz? Give him the pleasure.
For what reason? Okay.
You made a statement during Countdown that Wukong will be first picked and will rise in priority.
Yes.
I wanted to laugh at you, and I apologize. I apologize. You're 2 for 2. Wukong jumped up. Tell me about the rest of this draft.
Oh, perfect. I mean, for me, the one that Ox will be enjoying is another lethality enjoyer in the Pike. The Pike has just been a prevalent pick here, and it's just fun to see how often it wasn't played well in this game. So at least early on in this game. But the fact that it's starting to spread across these teams is interesting.
Yeah, and there was a lot of scrappy skirmishes, and I think that's where Pike can really flourish, because you have that movement speed to get around. You have a lot of CC tools and some power in those fights. And as much as this is a win for RNG, the favorites, it was very scrappy.
It really was. And I do think one thing I want to call out and always come back to you is that when Wildcats banned Vex, you were like unhealthily excited. You quite liked that approach. We liked the pick and ban. In particular, just sort of forcing RNG into an angle that at least opened up opportunities for the Wildcats.
Yeah, I feel like the Wildcats draft was hard to execute. A lot of these champions, when I look at them, are difficult. But I love the approach, the fact that they took that Vladimir into the gangplank with one of those old school counters. It felt like they were giving, obviously respect to RNG, but they wanted to take the fight to them, and they did.
And it's interesting, kind of calling back to Holy Phoenix's interview, because like for these players that were on an international stage before, and Holy Phoenix was the veteran, the rest of them were like were fresh faces, right? And the biggest takeaway, and we're seeing it now, is they're playing their style. Like they're getting comfortable on that stage. And in Holy Phoenix's quote, they're playing the Turkish style.
Yes.
So
it was a lot of fun to watch.
Yes.
And what we're going to do now is I want to show the early game, but from 2 perspectives, right? So a little bit of build-up just before we start is that we've put together all of the kills from RNG on one side. We're going to talk about them. We're going to watch them. Then we're going to watch all of the kills from the Wildcats. Some of them will feature kills where RNG got. But that was one of the most intense, action-packed early games that I have ever seen an MSI, and I'm waiting to confirm exactly where it will rank. Let's pull up the RNG perspective and start a little bit, Orcs. Talk to me about this early game and how many of these kills RNG secured, and also how close it was for PSG to turn this around.
Yeah, I think ultimately the level 1 just didn't quite go as the Wildcats wanted it, and we saw Gala and Ming coming, and I managed to deliver here. And this one, obviously, it was still so close. Like, flash from the tower to get the kill. This one as well. This one, I felt physical pain after seeing this.
I saw your face in the green room during this one. The fact that he wasn't able to get this kill. And the one kill that GP was able to get topside under turret for Vladimir. There was this dive as well. Everything in the early game was going in RNG's favor. And so you're starting to feel a lot of fear. This is the kill that I was talking about. He wasn't able to get the Q, but still the Ignite was able to do the trick.
Yeah, and I feel ultimately it's like, from RNG's perspective, they play it super close. It's very down to the wire, but they just edge out above the opponents. This is what we expect from the #1 seed from the LPL. This is what we expect from one of the teams we see as going far in the tournament. And you see them continue that. I think the momentum from Wei was fantastic as well.
Can I also just remind everybody watching, every single kill you are seeing on screen right now happened before the 14-minute mark, and we are still not done. I have another 30 seconds of footage. So, Raz, I want you to zoom out. Tell me what this means. Tell me why this was good or bad for RNG to be picking up all these kills in what was a really crazy early game.
It kind of goes back to what we were saying at the beginning of the day, the fact that these are very skilled players. To get to this tournament to begin with, they had to go against a lot of powerhouses domestically in team fighting, right? And in early laning phase. And so the fact that they were able to do this versus Istanbul Wildcats, it's like a nature that they were able to be forged in the LPL. That being said, that didn't stop the Wildcats for pursuing further fights.
Oh, my man, what a great segue. It didn't stop them. So how about we run it back? Let's go to 0-0 on the clock and look at every single kill the Wildcats picked up before the 14-minute mark. Raz, I'm going to come to you to start this one first. Now, from the Wildcats' perspective, they conceded a lot, but those they picked up a lot. And I was a little optimistic at their chances once they started to pick up a few kills on the board.
And for me, the ignition was started from Ferret. Ferret on the top side of the map on his Diana was able to get the pick on GP when he was staying too long in lane. And some of these fights that were going back and forth, as you were mentioning, was overstaying from RNG. RNG wanted to take fights that they thought. And I feel like they didn't play against Pike too much, right? It felt like they didn't know honestly how much damage that it did. So one of the fights that they were going for, thinking they can get the drop on Istanbul Wildcats, No, in fact, they underestimated him.
And I think clips like this, you frequently see members from the Istanbul Wildcats, even when RNG get a lead, they are there to respond and try and turn things around. And, you know, it was still very much like there was a substantial gold lead that came out after 14 minutes, but it just makes you wonder if it'd gone a little bit further in the Wildcats direction, could it have been a different game? And so many plays that I feel like they came out at least happy that they got something from them.
Yeah, I mean, the Ferret in particular, this Diana played fantastic. We were very happy, very excited about what Ferret was doing on Diana. And as we move into the pregame in a moment or two, I do want to spend some time talking about it. But these last few kills will just about round out the early game impact that the Wildcats have had. And I'm going to ask all the viewers at home as well as my analysts to play a little game with me. Right?
Okay.
As a quick reminder, we updated our early game statistics. And look at this, right? Look at this table. We no longer count the early game up till 15 minutes. We moved it to 14 minutes as the game has evolved, Rift Herald, and the pace moved up. Do either of you want to make a guess at how many kills before this was the MSI 2022 record for the bloodiest game at 14 minutes, the most kills secured in a game? Give me a number. This was the first. I want to see if how close you can get to
14 minutes.
14 minutes? How many kills, Raz?
Oh, God, I'm going to say 20.
You're going to go 20, okay?
Oh, I'm going to go 16.
16. So Orgs is significantly closer and the better analyst. The previous record was 17 kills at 14 minutes. This game had 24.
Oh!
24 kills. The end result is, of course, that RNG pick up their first win at MSI 2022. Congratulations to that one. But I think, Orgs, let's zoom out. Okay, I've obviously had a lot of fun in this early game. I really enjoyed the pace of it. But once again, kind of similar to some of the T1 games where there's some chaos, there's some craziness early. Ultimately, you never felt like RNG were out of control or losing it. You know, like, it was a little bit of like a slap game fun, but they were the ones in
it still felt like RNG were hitting harder. They still had a substantial goal. You even saw from the goal graph, they were still ahead at every point.
Yes.
I think there's praise to be given to the Wildcats on this, but you can still see that RNG are here to top this group, and they are delivering.
Rez, I'm going to ask as well, of course, because the first time these two teams faced, that is no longer on the record, do you think the Wildcats played better in this game than the previous one? Can they take learnings? You know, are we seeing that continued development? Because especially when we turn our attention to the rest of the groups and the rest of the teams, that's what we need to see in order to make it a rumble.
Absolutely. Because whenever you're in first stage in, like, historically in MSI, like, you get so few stages or games on stage, right? So you get more time on stage to see, especially not with how many patches have happened up until this point, more confirmation on what's working with your team and what's good in the meta. So I think they're getting closer and closer to what makes them the best Wildcats they can be.
The best Wildcats they can be. And the best Wildcats are going to need to step up right now because the next game they're playing is against PSG Talon.
Ooh.
Now, I want to bring up the last time they played a couple days ago. We will see those graphics and the stats as a reminder of their first matchup. I also want to remind everybody that PSG Talon just won a game earlier today against the Red Canids. And as you can see the players making their way to stage, we will be setting up 4 picks and bans. So the Wildcats, they now need to calm down, right? Need to slow their roll, get all of that action from the early game maybe out of their system. But this is a reminder of how relatively close the game was in terms of gold, in terms of lead, ultimately until PSG Talon won. So Orgs, I'll come to you first. What do you make of now what Wildcats have to do, especially as well what PSG have to do, because they already have a win today?
Well, honestly, this was a much slower paced game we saw in the previous matchup. I honestly feel like if the Wildcats go in with a fast pace, try and make those aggressive early plays, yes, they didn't fully work out against RNG, but RNG are a formidable opponent. I know PSG are on form now, but I think if they bring that pace in this game, they could have a good chance.
Yeah, and you got to give a respect to PSG that's once again slowly scaling in a tournament, right? They're getting better and better. And for me, it's around Hanabi, who starting to get NAR bans, right? We're starting to hear questions from...
Was benched for a game and back to surprise, right?
Exactly, right? So a lot of people were questioning why that benching was even happening. And so it feels like it lit a fire underneath Hanabi.
It did. And I thought, talking about lighting a fire, in our pregame video before the day began, PSG was saying, well, Holy Phoenix isn't that good in team fights. Now I get to see where they put their money where their mouth is. Let's take a brief moment to focus in on both of the junglers, Ferret versus Juhan. I think in particular, Ferret's last game, very, very impressive. Maybe he's channeling Serrano's psychic powers from Neil Patrick Harris and Starship Troopers. But Orcs, jungle matchup, who's going to have the advantage and why?
Well, I think if Ferret has a repeat of the last game, that was just stellar. And as much as the team started to struggle around him, he had such a dominant performance. I think that Juhan, we had a Lee Sin game from him that was absolutely fantastic. I think both these players have shown at their peak they can really deliver. It comes down to who's going to perform in this one. But Ferret, after the last game, I'm confident in him.
Yeah, and just taking a look at the stats, like the kill participation, just how often Juhan is a part of the play for this team showcases like how important he is. And his standout game on Lee Sin, I felt like you got to see a little bit of that. So I want to see consistently them playing around their jungle, and PSG will find success.
For the last minute before we head over to Ashin and Dagda, who will win this game and why?
I think PSG Talon, they're fine. The ground underneath them. I talked about their jungler, but I also talked about Hanabi. Like, Hanabi is a player that oftentimes on an international stage, we give him that respect, and he deserves it.
Yeah, I'm going PSG Talon. I think they've really cleaned up, and sort of people had expectations that high with them coming in the tournament. They are starting to live up to that.
They are indeed. I am just hearing there's a small delay. Can I get a quick single here for all of those Starship Troopers fans out there? Waiting for my single here. Getting this here. Kevin Bell, where's my single? Come on.
Is it the ferret we're talking about?
Give me a single. There we go. Would you like to know more? Now, let's carry on.
Oh, God.
It wasn't worth the joke. It wasn't worth the joke. There's a small delay on stage. So I'm going to talk one other player that you are looking at this game. I think in particular, I'm going to go Holy Phoenix. I think Holy Phoenix has drawn so many bans. Has had an impact, but I think for the team, for the region, they're hoping they want to see more, right?
Yeah, I agree completely, and I think the way...
Wait, we lied. We don't have time to know more. Serrano, go annoy Mom.
I love that. Just like, no, shut up. We gotta go straight to the
going live. We're going live.
We're going live. Do it live. Go, go, go. Welcome back to the caster desk. It's going to be the final game for us, but we got no more time because, as you can see on our fantastic large screen, we're in the picks and bans, Dagda.
Oh, I'm so ready for this as well. Istanbul Wildcats gave it all against RNG. Now they got to see if they can bring it back against PSG Talon, and with PSG Talon picking up that one win against Red Canids, this could be the game that pushes them over the edge. This could be the one that could set them up so well for making it into the next stage.
Absolutely. And I think if you're a CBLOL fan, you are praying the TCL come out right now, because we talked about on the analyst desk at the start of the show is that the rock, paper, scissors, better than. It's the three-way setup. You need Istanbul Wildcats to come out on top here. You need them to have the advantage in order to make this the later games have a little bit more weight to them.
But as you can see, PSG Talon already kind of doing the same as we've already seen before. Lucian Ban, probably Samira, probably Kalista. There's the Samira. Can we get the 3 for 3 as we've seen pretty much every time against the Istanbul Wildcats? On the opposite side, though, as Raz was saying on the desk, we're starting to get a lot more attention towards Hanabi. You're kind of looking at like the Gangplank being banned away. Maybe you get the Nar, especially if they have a bit of PTSD from that incredible Hanabi ult yesterday. But we would not get to see it. It will be the Wukong taking off the board instead.
Yeah, we're going to ban away the Monkey King. Again, very powerful pick in its own right and very first pickable.
So here's the deal, right? You ban away the Kalista, well, then you leave Ahri open. So do you want to try and ban away the Ahri? Maybe we do actually mix things up here so that then you can get that pick away. But you do have to be so careful about giving these early game aggressive picks across the Holy Phoenix, because realistically, as we already said, like this whole team is going to be built around trying to set up Holy Phoenix, and it will be taken off the board. Like if you look at his stats coming into today, he had a over 90% kill participation. That is insane for anybody to have.
Absolutely. And again, it just speaks volumes to the priority they put onto this guy and why they say, look, this is our carry, because they want to put as many resources into him as possible.
Well, we're gonna have the carry Ahri coming through for Saren instead. So I do feel like if you're looking at Ferret, maybe this opens up things like the Lee Sin that we've seen from him in the past, where maybe you can then start to work through the strong mid jungle, start to lean in down towards Holy Phoenix, which is oftentimes where Ferret and Saren's strength in this team comes from.
Well, let's see what PSG want to answer with. They are going to go with, I imagine that is the Graves. Yep, locked and loaded. And again, another champion that has just kind of risen to the forefront. Can be flexed technically into one of those lanes as well, but generally seen it in the jungle, and you just get great control. The Umbral Graves is just too good at just getting you set up and around objectives.
Yeah, and I mean, it's the ability to have that burst of damage is incredible, especially if you're going to pair it alongside this Vex. Like, good setup, great dive potential with the Vex, and if she can get that big amount of AoE burst damage off, following up with the Graves ultimate can very quickly deteriorate the health bars of the Istanbul Wildcats. So we'll have to see how they want to respond. Holy Phoenix looked like he's going to go back towards this Kai'Sa. Had moments in the last game where he was able to get some kills for himself, but overall, definitely want to see a bit of a stronger 2v2, I will say, for Farfetch and Holy Phoenix. That last game went a bit awry very quickly for them.
Yeah, they will pick it up again. Again, the Kai'Sa does have an awful lot of good assassination tools, and of course can scale to be a late game monster. So you do have options with it. And I do think that now when you have the comboed with the Ahri, you will have some pretty good pick potential here on the side of the Istanbul Wildcats.
And this is where I think you could probe the question: support or jungle? I personally think support here, just because you've got like a lot of the junglers that are still open. So So being able to just kind of go, okay, well, we've still got like a Jarvan, a Lee Sin, a Volibear, things that can provide that early game pressure with Ferret. I think you're going to be in a pretty good spot. So will be the Nautilus is taken on the opposite side, and you'll probably see something like the Leona come through here for Kaiwing in the bottom.
See what they want to go for right now. They could just lock in their top lane or something safe if they decide to go it that way, but they're hovering through an awful lot of different options. They've got plenty to go with. I will say, though, with the Leona locked in, you now have in a situation where you don't have an AD carry, so all of a sudden your bans tend to kind of work against you a little bit.
And I'm curious to see what the game plan is going to be for Unified in that respect, because oftentimes you've seen kind of PSG talent default back to things like the Aphelios, right? Because that has been what we saw from them in the PCS, where they were playing for these late game neutral 5v5s, and that can work out reasonably well for you, but definitely with the nerfs to Gale Force, Aphelios starting to fall off a little bit, so we'll have to see if that's what they want to go back towards. I think things like the Ezreal can still work wonders here, though, if you want to go for much more of kind of a self-reliant AD carry, especially when you're looking at, you know, Vex, Leona, even Graves all being very short range and wanted to dive in on top of Istanbul Wildcats.
Yeah, and I like the Xayah pickup as well. They're kind of just taking away the things that can do exceptionally well in that laning phase, things that you don't really want to have. I wouldn't be surprised to maybe even see the Tristana banned here by the side of the Wildcats, and we'll see where the last ban wants to go. Again, you ban the Viego, maybe you start to really hone in on that jungle pool, but no, they've got to go towards the top side and ban by the Tryndamere.
Yeah, that basically says to me, hey, look, we want to go towards an R pick here, and making sure that Hanabi will actually be okay. And I'm curious to see, though, what way they want to try and go about this, right? Because you could go for the Gnar initially here, but then you're leaving the AD carry up. But yeah, there's the Gnar ban. So now I think you're kind of looking, going, okay, well, PSG, what way do you want to try and go for this? I feel like you just pick up your AD carry anyway, probably the Ezreal, just to start yourself off relatively okay, but then you've kind of got to go and see what the counter pick is going to be. Okay, maybe not.
Or they go straight for the Gwen. They haven't locked it in just yet, so we will like to confirm that one before we start talking about it, but it is locked and loaded, and this is something that I know a lot of people will see is very weird on the red side, because again, you're kind of giving away the game right now and saying, look, there are things that can counter the Gwen, there are things that can do exceptionally well into her, and you've kind of just said, okay, we don't care what you throw into us.
Yeah, I feel like you could go for the Jace here for Starscreen if you wanted to. Like, Jace has been a really strong pick into the Gwen for a while, and look, the nerfs to his base armor and stuff like that aren't really going to matter into the magic resist matchup anyway, but we'll have to see. Is Ferret going to go back towards the Xin Zhao? Again, just an early game jungler that can work reasonably well, but now, again, like, the big question is, what do you want to go for on the top side here? Maybe you just opt into the counter matchup and just go for the Ornn and go, look, I don't really care if Gwen's going to have a good time, I just want that big frontline engage.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the thing with the Ornn or even something like a Gragas, it can just survive. It doesn't have to do exceptionally well in its own right, because it's later on in the game when you get that disengage, and especially against what you have built on the side of PSG, I actually really like the Gragas because of that explosive cast.
Yeah, I will say this matchup does absolutely suck for the Gragas, though, because the Hollowed Mist means you can oftentimes dodge the explosive barrel, which you really need to get that disengage of Starscreen to make sure you're okay. So we'll have to see what the plan is, but this would be an interesting one. So, okay, we're not going to get it, but the Vayne is a counter matchup, the old traditional one, to the Kai'Sa, so maybe we do actually get it locked in.
No,
so close.
We broke the #1 rule. We don't talk about hovers.
But look, I think the Jhin works pretty well here as well. I mean, we're already talking about, you know, a lot of front line, a lot of engage, a lot of dive pressure coming in from PSG talent. Jhin can kind of facilitate that a lot as well, being open up with the curtain call, set up with the Deadly Flourish, a little bit of a self-reliant Eddie carried away as well, just because he has that mega long range. It means that he's kind of able to just do his own thing. So PSG talent definitely setting up for these big team fights. That's the comfort zone. We'll have to see if Istanbul Wildcats can get this ball rolling early, set Holy Phoenix up for success, and see if they can bounce back against PSG talent.
It's a big moment. It's a big game for both of these squads. PSG Talon would be able to put themselves onto 3 wins. It would be absolutely monstrous for them to be able to push forward and maybe even get into the Rumble stage. And for the Istanbul Wildcats, it is about getting yourself in sorted. Yes, you did have that loss just happen, but you need to forget about that. Come into this game clean, because again, we saw some fantastic moves from them, even in the loss.
And honestly, I wouldn't be massively disheartened if I was Istanbul Wildcats coming off of that last game. They gave it a all, and there were times where Ferret was really pushing RNG to the limit, so I'll have to see. I'm excited excited to see now how they can kind of, as you say, like come back into this game. It feels like you've got the tools that fast-paced Wildcats like to play with. You know, get this play around Saren in the early stages, unlock him from the mid game, link up with Ferret, lean to bot, lean towards the Dragons. This has been the Wildcats' way, and I want to see them continue that once more.
The way of the Wildcat. We will see if it shall be birds singing or cats purring, depending on how this game goes. We're going to jump onto the Rift. Those score lines are incorrect, but do not worry about those. Come back in. But again, both seeing kind of very early game-centric junglers. I want to see now where Juhan's able to go, but he's caught between a rock and a hard place. I feel like if Wildcats had any information as where he is, he'd be very, very in a lot of trouble.
Yeah. Juhan, though, just trying to play it safe. We'll traditionally start with the dash anyway, so going to be totally fine just being able to hop back up over the wall, but they will spot out in Sarah mid, so kind of knowing that everyone's just fanning out, totally fine. And nobody really getting much information as to who is starting where or what the story is going to be. So I really think, at least at the get-go, the stronger mid-jungle being here for Istanbul Wildcats means that they can try and play aggressive here, set themselves up in the early stages if they can land some of these charms.
Do you think Gragas's belly has his own, like, jiggle physics? You saw him dancing there.
Yeah,
like
I mean,
it was
To,
independent.
right?
Yeah, it was like independent of the rest of his body. It's cool. Yeah. Gragas is a really fun.
Someone going home after a long day of work and they're like, "Oh, how'd it go, honey?" Is like, "Dude, I got the bounce. That bounce was perfect on that."
Absolutely. They will be spotted out here as the middle brush wars shall continue as Farfetch does establish dominance here, but of course with the sweeper doesn't have his own wards popped down just yet. And we're going to have some pretty standard 2v2, and this is going to be an interesting one as well because I always love seeing the... You can always tell what way a support's going to play a matchup depending on if they took Aftershock or Glacial Augment. Both these supports took Aftershocks. They are looking to fight.
Yeah, definitely. I'm just trying to have that tankiness now. It's super interesting when you always end up with this Leona Nautilus matchup just because, like, it feels like, okay, well, if Leona ends up taking the Glacial Augment into this matchup, well, then you've got the slow, which means that Nautilus no longer is considered the counter, which means that then you can play into it a little bit heavier, like play for the lane. But I think Farfetch kind of going, hey, you know, we'll actually have the push, we'll have a lot of the advantages in this lane, at least from the get-go, so I can actually go with a little bit prettier rune choice. It always comes down to these, like, really in-depth decisions that are pretty cool when it comes to just what rune you take here.
And it starts from the get-go. It starts from literally champ select in terms of how you want to try and make this matchup work for you. We did see a bit of a swing and a miss on that bot side. They got the level 2, but it was all for naught. And now we got Ferret on a full clear on his top side, and now looking for a little bit of an invade, or maybe not even invade, maybe a gank in the mid lane. They want to try and shut down Vex's Bay on Vex. Immediately he flashes. Well, he will dodge the W. The charm does not kiss him off, and that's going to be another little move here. But now Juhan, recognizing he might have an opportunity here, but a good ward from the bot lane of the Istanbul Wildcats keeps them in the know.
This is exactly what I wanted to see from the Wildcats, though. Like, play through Saren, already the flash burnt, now you can go for a little bit more, and then you start to turn this back over towards the bot side. Like, we're talking, well, the two guys were talking on the desk about how we're starting to see comfort from the fast-paced Wildcats, back to basics, back to what we saw from them in the TCL. And I genuinely feel like this is the exact draft that we would see from them.
Gonna force an early teleport from Bay as well as he gets himself back onto the map and pick himself up the Doran's Ring and keeps himself nice and healthy in that mid lane in terms of the health bar. But not having that flash down, he needs to play that matchup very, very carefully because a flash W, a flash charm coming out from either the Xin Zhao or the Ahri respectfully could mean death in that lane.
I mean, you have to be so careful. And again, even if you don't necessarily fall to a gank, the fact you have to pay that much respect means that oftentimes you end up having to push against you. It opens up for Saren to start to roam, and you still end up falling behind on the map as well. So we'll have to see exactly how this one is going to start to pan out as we move forward, because it definitely feels like Istanbul Wildcats are setting up for some of these bot side plays, especially off the first reset that Fair will be going for just now.
See Kaiwing now using the reset timer to his advantage. Which actually still has all of his utility at the moment. Hasn't used a single minion to materializer. Still has his pots and everything. So he's sitting dandily in that bot side. Oh, Sarah, that's a bit unfortunate. And we can come back into it again. Very slow early game coming out from both these sides. Good early aggression from the jungler, but it is going to come down to, I feel like, those big team fights. We see it from PSG in the last game. We're going to probably see it again. They're waiting for the Shadow Surge and such to get them those big advantages.
But that's the thing, right? Like, both these teams understand how important these matchups today are going to be. And it's always going to take a little bit slower, trying to feel out the game. And you can even look at like the way PSG are setting up here, right? Like Juhan hasn't reset yet because he was sitting in the mid lane for Bay to make sure he could push in this wave. He even had Kaiwing as well, roaming up from the bot side to cover Bay. They're trying as much as they can to just deny this early game from the Istanbul Wildcats.
They're looking for it. Ferret has been very active around the map, has been looking to try and make things work for his team, but like you said, just hasn't really found an opportunity to go for it. They are clearing out some pretty decent vision though, so making sure that there's not perfect vision coming out here for PSG as the wave and bot lane gets pushed in. We are going to see double Serrated Dirks. And actually, interesting enough, we have seen a little bit more of the Jhin. We normally associate Jhin with crit. He's actually been going pretty much exclusively this tournament towards that lethality and just trying to build himself up as that kind of long-range engage.
It's almost like Umbral Glaive is a really good item or something, you know?
What are you talking about? You're
I mean, the reason Graves is back in the jungle, the reason we're seeing Jhin going for it, it's just Umbral Glaive is so incredibly strong. And when you've got two members on your team that can build it relatively easily, it does give you so much control over vision, especially because oftentimes you won't see Juhan and Unified, at least in the early stages, like working together. You end up just having so many opportunities to deny and have access to the vision to get rid of it for Istanbul Wildcats.
Well, Farfetch now on Ward sweeping duty and pushes himself away. We did see a little bit of a bad moment there for Hanabi, who hasn't gone back just yet in this top lane, so he really wants a reset, and you can see that Wildcats know he does.
Yeah, they're already moving up. Ferret is not spotted. Seren had a pink to stop him from being spotted as well.
They're going to go for it. The Ghost has been popped. He's going to try and get him charmed underneath the miss. The charm completely whiffs, but is it enough damage at the back of this one? Explosive cast brings him all the way back, and Ferret picks up first blood.
Beautifully orchestrated by the fast-pale Wildcats, able to get that quick kill onto the top side with the nice explosive cast. It does mean, though, PSG Talon are going to respond, pushing in the mid lane, getting control over this bot side jungle, and you can see Holy Phoenix and Farfetch as well, respecting the potential cross map and giving up some of that CS in the bot lane.
And again, I like this from Starscreen. He recognizes it. He's going to start the proxy farm and saying, look, you have to pick up this wave. I can just stop it here. But actually, Juhan might be in a little bit of trouble here. Farfetch is going to find himself in a 2v1 situation. Actually, never mind. He doesn't want anything to do with it, because I just look at the minimap. He has no friends. He has no family to help him out with this one. Juhan, though, needs to be very careful on the exit of this.
Yeah, no, he'll be fine to just walk out of it. Farfetch just kind of bluffing the fact that he has help. But I got to say, like, the kill for Istanbul Wildcats pretty nice on this top side, like they do get it, but losing out a lot of gold onto the bot side for Holy Phoenix may not be the best call, but we can see it here, right? Nice explosive cast here means they just get Hanabi back, and even the kill going over towards Ferret just in the end. I mean, when we come back into live, right, look at the... Oh, actually, I was going to say there's a big CS difference, but this big wave is meant to hit, so, I mean, once Unify can pick this all up, he's going to be in a good spot. And that's where I'm a little bit worried. I feel like you actually need to really get Holy Phoenix resources in this game, because when you look at like your main source of damage, who's going to actually provide that DPS in the later game, it's not going to be Starscreen topside. It is going to be Holy Phoenix that you need to focus on.
Well, we already see the early rotation coming out from the bot lane of the Wildcats. As we can see, PSG a little bit late on this one here, but they're already pinging. You can see it on the minimap there to saying, look, we want to contest this. We feel stronger right now. We have got access to the Jhin ultimate, but Holy Phoenix does not have his, and they have to respect that. So Wildcats, they try to go for a little bit of a late trade, but it's a bit too late, and they actually end up losing, and not losing, but Jane for the gaining nothing off of it.
Yeah, Holy Phoenix had reset, but was not moving up towards the top side, so you're not able to have that cover. Holy Phoenix moving back down to the bottom side, so Istanbul Wildcats not feeling as confident as they were, and it means that PSG now are in a good spot here to just keep this pressure up, especially when you look at Unified, who is going to be pretty fine to just wave clear boss.
Ferret, he didn't know he was being caught out. Now he's in a 1v3 situation. The Crescent Guard is not that great, and it's not going to do enough damage. Farfetch gets himself over the wall. Bay has to fall over with June as they try and just keep themselves alive. They are going to have the Dark Harvest come proc in, but there's Starscreen. Oh, Kaiwing! The flash to get in front of his carry to make sure he couldn't die. And now Hanabi on the Gwen can make something work, doing needlework on top of this backside. Flash forward from Bay, and that's PSG picking themselves up a 2-for-1 in the trade.
Kaiwing is a hero. What a play for the PSG Talon support. And this is why, honestly, every time we come to internationals, I'm excited to see Kaiwing. He's such a smart player in the way he tries to set things up. Unified, this is just going to do a little bit of tickle damage, but I mean, that win for PSG Talon so crucial on the top side of the map.
what a time to get it as well. You're just getting the Umbral Glaive, you're able to set yourself up around the map, and this is just where, again, PSG, they've slowly been picking up steam. Yes, they did look a little rough, and it's very rough, I think it's very honest, in the first game against the Red Canids, but they have been slowly building back, moving as if they were a unit, and again, like you said, just kind of getting back into the form we saw them in the PCS.
Yeah, and I mean, not even the form that we saw them PCS in playoffs, right? It was like PCS regular season. This was where PSG Talon honestly struggled a little bit in the playoffs over in the PCS, where their bot lane wasn't able to get themselves set up. But as you can see here, Kaiwing firing all cylinders. Bay sets up beautifully, gets the kill, gets the reset. Farfetch flashing that little bit too early means that he actually brings Bay over the wall. And Seren, I like the idea here, right? You've got Starscream coming, but Kaiwing beautifully gets in front of the belly bop, and that puts a stop to this entire play for the Istanbul Wildcats.
How does Kaiwing not die? What HP is he on right there? And it just baits in the Ahri because the Ahri thinks they're getting the reset.
Heroes never die. They always live on through word of mouth forever and ever.
You either die a hero or you live long enough to see yourself become the villain. That's what I've learned. But now we can see now a little bit of an overextension here from the Istanbul Wildcats. They're going to try and make this one a little bit scrappy and fair as they jump onto Bay, and Bay's been taken out. Farfetch saying, anything you can do, I can do better. He also gets out with single-digit HP. Unified just kiting this one back, does not land a deadly flourish. Farfetch, you need to leave, my son. Get out of there. You have survived, and now you need to go away. But it is a trade back. And the Wildcats still looking to try and find advantages.
I'm loving this Immortal Supporto combat. Like, this is absolutely stellar. Farfetch just about eking his way back out. But again, like, we're trading so heavily back and forth, 3 for 3. The gold is within touching distance. And you're starting to see that a lot of that is going on to the key carries on the Istanbul Wildcats. But you'll see here, right, Seren just manages to back away, sets up nicely to pick off Bay before he can really get this, like, big damage off this AoE CC. And even Juhan there, just not quite able to connect onto Farfetch. And from this point forward, Istanbul Wildcats try to follow up, but just not quite able to get what they need.
It's the power of the Ahri. You know, you're coming around, you're getting yourself one charm lands, and it's going to be a very different fight. But luckily, with the side of PSG Talon, they do not get caught out by any of those temptresses. As we can see now, Farfetch, he's thinking something's up. He has his spidey sense, and what happens when an unstoppable force meets an unmovable object? We'll see which one ends up dying, but they just back away. They respect the law of neither of them allowed to die.
Yeah. I mean, look, they're both main characters on their team. They're not allowed to die. Then we got to rewrite the whole series. That's not how this goes. Oh, hang on.
Oh, they're going to maybe go for this one here. Kaiwing just kind of respecting it and saying, look, I know you have no friends. I know you're not going to be able to kill me right now. And there's some fantastic vision control here around this pit. So PSG very happy to keep that stack going.
I'm playing towards the strengths of his team, right? Getting these early dragons, playing towards those neutral objectives. This is what we expect from PSG Talon, and they're set up beautifully for it. And even when you look at like where these kills are going, right on towards Hanabi on this Gwen, going to be a massive carry in these later fights. Bay as well, 1-1 and 2. This guy is going to be able to dive in onto players like Holy Phoenix, cause a ruckus in the Istanbul Wildcats backline, and it's going to be on these Wildcats to see if they can fight back, if they can find moments for the TCL to take the win for themselves.
Like I said, the goal lead, you can see it there. Just difference is kind of a couple of hundred between the mid laners, a couple of hundred between the bot lane. It was not exactly a lot, but Eclipse has been finished up by Unified. We do generally see the Umbral Glaive being picked up first, but he's recognizing the fact that he's going to have a little bit of extra team fighting to deal with in the next few minutes. We do see Shelly getting dropped down into mid lane, so not going to be able to get themselves anything else, just the 2 plates going over to Juhan, and everyone from PSG then backs away.
Yeah, but I mean, look at the gold here, right? It's almost dead even across the board, and at the moment that gold is dead even across the top of your screens as well, so this game is really waiting for that one breakout moment, and it feels, at least with PSG Talent, starting to get the vision control, playing in the fog of war.
They got it. The State's not going to be able to get a surge, but they will pick up the kill. It was a couple of different missed skill shots, but at the end of it all, the Nautilus will finally get taken out.
Oh, Hanabi going to run into Starscream, but nice little quick trade from the Gragas there. But, I mean, great pick for PSG Talon, right? And this is kind of what you can do with your map control. why PSG Talent have been so deadly when it comes to their vision control across MSI.
They caught him now, unified now. They might try and put the Kaisa in here. They're going to see if they get on top of this one here, but the Solar Flare is good. Ferret trying to see if he can do some damage, but they can't quite get it. Holy Phoenix on the backside, not quite able to assassinate Unified, who flashes away. Now Kaiwing and Juhan are there. Bay flashes over, gets the two-man charm, but he's not able to go for it. Now Farfetch has rejoined, and he stopped the curtain call. Holy Phoenix takes down Bay, but just as he thought he could get the kill and run away, he gets taken out. Juhan will walk away, and it's a scrappy affair, and at the end of it all, it's a 2-for-1.
I am loving this game. The blood going back and forth. This game is so close, and it will be PSG Talent who are just that one kill up because they got the pick earlier on. But I mean, everyone throwing the kitchen sink at each other. And it's just so back and forth.
It has to be right now because, again, the Wildcats, they know they need to be trying to get some momentum. They're losing at the moment. So I love the fact that they're taking these fights and not letting PSG just have their way with the match.
And for PSG, at least you're getting some kills onto Bay, but Holy Phoenix now with the Kraken Slayer completed, he's starting to get to that dangerous spot. And you can see here how much work he can do. Dives on into the back line after this CC comes through. Like, Ferret goes down, but I mean 2v3. Holy Phoenix forcing flashes out of Unified. Seren playing so well on the edge of these skill shots to make sure they're able to pick up everything. And I gotta say, the Nautilus, the hero play once more from these supports, stopping Holy Phoenix from falling to that curtain call.
It is just those small little moments. He didn't hesitate. He went over the wall. He knew exactly what he needed to do. So we come back into live. It's a minute 30 until Dragon spawns. But I look at all the summoners that were burned. Top lane is an island that can be left to be done. But you look at the side of the Unified, Bay, Kaiwing, Farfetch, Holy Phoenix, Seren, hell, even Ferret. Everyone lost their flash in that last engage. And we have a Rift Herald to fight over.
Oh, I'm so ready. PSG, though, do hold control. And again, just look at the vision controls they have. Like, littered wards everywhere. Istanbul Wildcats have no idea what is going on in this river. Just one ward at the back of the pit is all that they really have. So we'll spot Juhan out maybe on the edge of that. But, oh my God.
Oh, that was an insane hook. And Unified is dead. What was that from the Nautilus? I've never seen a lollipop like that. Hanabi trying to join in, but they've already lost 3. It's a double kill coming in here for Seren as they get another hook. Farfetch is just carrying these fights, and the Wildcats get their kill.
The supports are popping off. Farfetch with the hook onto Unified shuts down PSG. And just when you thought that maybe the PCS had been able to get some semblance of control, Istanbul Wildcats fight back.
What a great way to start that game. And again, it talked about it. That last team fight meant that when you're setting up for this Rift Herald, it's a big 5v5. You don't have the flashes. If you get caught out, you are dead. And now you've got control, mid lane, top lane, bot lane. Everything is going to be going in your favor.
And again, look at where the kills are situated. 3 kills in the mid laner, 3 kills in the AD carry, and beautiful from Farfetch. Just Unified going too far forward, tries to get the Deadly Flourish for some poke. And Farfetch says, thank you very much, I fetched myself an LAD carry. Dinner's on me, boys.
They're just able to take out the TP. They get another hook off that as well, but now that the 3 kills have gone in, as we get a little bit, oh
no,
that's really sad. But coming back into live, we got the Dragon spawn, and we're going to have another team fight coming in. You still don't have flash on Unified or on Bay, and now even at this point, Juhan's lost his, so we are dealing with a lot of down summoners.
Yeah, and I mean, you're just about to be cleansed, popping over for Holy Phoenix. He's in a good spot. You got Seren with his ultimate backup as well, so PSG very split.
Here we go, Hanabi trying to see if he can get the flank off. If Gwen can get onto the backside, it could be absolutely detrimental. Going to go for the long way around about Red Buff. But with the Dragon being spawned, Hanabi trying to see the go for something, but you can see with the Shadow Surge straight onto Holy Phoenix. Holy Phoenix has to ult away. They might be able to turn this one back around as Unified tries to get something done, but Starscream disrupts him, and they take him out. It's going to be Jungler for a supporting Jungler, but look at Seren. Seren is popping off, and Seren's got himself a double. Unified tries to join back in, but Starscream keeps him away. You cannot walk forward when this Gragas is around, and now Hanabi is left all alone. The charm will not land, and they got everybody backed out.
They dodged, duck, dip, dive, and dodged their way completely out of that one. Holy Phoenix, how did you survive? They threw everything at you. By all rights, you should be dead, but he just ekes his way out. And just like that, now Istanbul Wildcats get their first Dragon of the game.
This is a Hex Soul as well. This extra little bit of ability haste, the extra attack speed, it just wonders for your team. And if you're able to get that stacking going forward, that could be huge. And all of a sudden, the momentum of this game, the momentum of this group is starting to shift a little.
Yeah, I mean, look, the rock, paper, scissors, it has to stand. So it is written, so it will be. But the Holy Phoenix, like, wow, just getting that ultimate away from the curtain call bullet, even getting the last little bit of poke as he goes down. And then from this point forward, right, Starscream zoning off the Unified means that Seren is able to just move so efficiently around this fight. And I honestly thought Hanabi would have the damage to carry this, but Seren played that so well.
Oh, Bay, he's got flash, but as he got a way out, he's going to try and make this one work. Shadow Surge goes in, but he goes down. Ferret's getting in, and all of a sudden, the TCL are starting to rev.
Yeah, PCS starting to sweat a little bit, and Istanbul Wildcats, they're bringing it back. We'll get top terror off that play. PSG going to see if they can try and get this mid lane turret in response, though.
Gonna be able to try and take this one out. Shouldn't be too hard. You've got double AD carries in the Graves and the Jhin. And they do open that one up. It will be answered back on the top side, so it's a turret for a turret and a little bit of extra kill gold going over the side of the Fast Pay Wildcats. Now we got a little bit of a respite. We got time to set things up and look at different things. As Hanabi, he's immune.
Yeah, the fun part of playing against the Gwen. But
that's exactly what you talked about in the pre-game. So it's not fun for Gragas.
What is fun, though, for the Istanbul Wildcats is how much control now they will have on the map, right? They got the tier 1 in the top side. They should be able to keep control over the mid lane as well with how far ahead Holy Phoenix is, so he gets to push in a little bit. And it's all about trying to set up your vision control before these next few objectives. 3 minutes until the Dragon. And one of the things we've seen from PSG Talon, not only today, but throughout MSI, is just how effective they are at moving over into these objectives first, setting up the vision control at like a minute and a half before the objective, and it means that it becomes really difficult for teams to try and push in to get back control over these neutral objectives. And I want to see now if Istanbul Wildcats have kind of learned from that and are going to be able to deny them access into the river and deny them access to a third dragon.
Look at the itemization as well. Stopwatch for the Gragas, stopwatch for the Xin Zhao. A fully completed Sonya's for Farfetch. He knows what his job is. He doesn't need the locket right now in terms of individual stats. He needs to get it engaged and stay as live for as long as possible.
And I mean, he's been doing a phenomenal job of it as well. I mean, Unified has felt the brunt of that already, but Farfetch will need to now just step away, as a lot of members of PSG are situated around this mid lane, but it does give time to push outside lanes as Istanbul.
They're going to be able to push this one in. Hanabi, let's see if he can make something work here, and we'll be able to take out this turret. So Starscream now in a little bit of trouble. We will see the explosive cast, but it only hits into the wall. There's going to be the needlework doing good work. The Starscream needs to flash away. He's being chased down and taken out. Solo Bolo on the bottom side, and this Gragas all of a sudden can't really hold a candle to the Gwen.
Yeah, Starscream just stayed too long, and this is the problem with this matchup. You don't have the control over the side lanes, and when Hanabi's able to take over, this is now where you've got a split push problem, and Istanbul Wildcats don't have dragons where they can kind of go, okay, well, you know, we can force fights from PSG Talon. So now Hanabi gets free reign on these side lanes to cause terror.
He gets this turret. There's no one to answer. No one has even decided to go bot lanes. That's 2 turrets and a kill. And what was a 2,000 goldine back down to about 800. They're going to try and see if they can maybe just stop his back as Ferret jumps in. Wind Become Lightning does not land, but he's going to go in anyway. He knows they got a TP advantage. They're going to try and maybe force this fight. Hanabi, though, is very powerful as Holy Phoenix jumps straight back in and gets the shutdown. A little bit of an overextension there from Hanabi, and Wildcats punish.
Yeah, just end up getting caught out in the bush on the reset, and Istanbul will get the kill bot. And especially when you look at where PSG were situated on the map, it's not like they're in a position to actually push back. Instead, it's Istanbul Wildcats who are starting to push in mid and maybe get this mid lane turret.
Good wave clear, though. Charm lands and the hook as well. Welcome to the bounce house. You are not allowed to leave.
Hook, line, and sinker. Istanbul Wildcats, they are coming alive again in this game, and PSG, they're just starting to crumble. Picks coming across, overextensions in these lanes, and it's giving so much control to the TCL.
Control, pace, priority. So many things are going the way now of the side of the TCL representatives, and this is a huge, massive matchup for them, because not only are we seeing it from them as an individual team, but as a region. This could be one of huge historic moments for them, getting to the Rumble stage, getting to play with the big boys on the big stage.
And with 15 seconds until the next Dragon, it feels like they're in a good spot for the fight. Looks like, honestly, with the way PSG Talon are moving, they're not even going to try and contest this, and I kind of agree with them. You already have 2 Dragons, you're not under a lot of duress. Just look to get Hanabi as far ahead as possible, get control on the map, and then you can start to play out your game a little bit better when you actually have a little bit more control over the way this game is going.
Yeah, they're going to give it up now, take the gold in the top side and give up that second Dragon. That's going to start stacking up right now, so you got to be careful of how much you're giving away. Hanabi going to find Seren, as these are the 2 big solo laners there. And you got to be careful, man. That charm is pretty big. They actually left Ferret on his own. The Shadow Surge will land as he maybe has a Crescent Guard. We're going to go up to the top side as Juhan's been caught out. We can go back down towards the Dragon and see that one going on as both junglers have been caught out. He goes golden, but is taken out. I don't know if you really wanted to use your stopwatch there, man. It felt like you were dead to rights.
I mean, they were trying to see if they could hold on for Seren to get there, but just that bit too long, and now it's not looking so even, I will say, as both junglers are gone. Istanbul Wildcats going for it.
They burn this right now because you've got a 3-item. Yeah, they've got a 3-item Kai'Sa. The resets came in. This is so massive for the side of the Istanbul Wildcats. But a TP's coming in on this one. This is going to be Hanabi making the move. He has to pop down the miss immediately. It's a double TP. His Bay is there. He doesn't have the Shadow Surge, but we can see Kaiwing using those Hex Gates as Holy Phoenix needs to run away. He flashes away. The Nautilus is dead. Starscreen cannot really survive this. Has to use the explosive cast in the Everfrost, but it is all PSG calling the bluff. And when you have a Hex Rift, it is so easy. Seren goes back in, and they're going to try and find Hanabi. There's going to be the reset coming in.
The ult is nearly there.
They nearly get him off there.
Seren
does have an ultimate, but he gets rooted by the Deadly Flourish, and that's going to be the shutdown going up to Hanabi. It's so back and forth, and now PSG, they might fancy their chances.
They definitely do. Farfetch is dead. Seren is dead. Istanbul Wildcats, their bellies were bigger than their eyes. They tried to beat too much, and now PSG are here, but ding, ding, ding. I'm feeling around 2, Oisin.
Round 2, let's fight. 5v3, Starscreen is here. There's a lot of vision control. They need to go in now. 2,000 Baron. I think they're trying to look for this one. There's the Shadow Surge. They jump back in now. Ferret will not be able to get near the pit, and now the fight can really happen. Holy Phoenix jumps in on the backside, but he can't do anything. They will pick up the jungler. They will get themselves the Baron, and control is back in the PCS representatives.
But it had gone so well for the TCL. They were already starting to get control of the game. Both junglers get picked off, and they just tried to burst down the Baron, but they needed to turn quicker. They didn't realize it was going to be Hanabi, who, look at the amount of stuff he just dodges off rip the second he comes in. Holy Phoenix is getting peppered down with shots in the back line, and the whole fight falls apart for the Istanbul Wildcats. Even here for Seren, look at how close his ultimate is to coming back up. He tries to buy space so then his teammate can reset on the top side, but has to go golden, has to wait for the ultimate to come through, and unfortunately for him, the CC is there and they lock him up.
Come back in, and again, this is just Bay and Kaiwing recognizing what they needed to do. Play bouncer, play bodyguard. You cannot walk forward on top of this, and as soon as they try, they get punished.
And here you can see Holy Phoenix tries to get that big burst damage off, but there's just so many ways to avoid it. Bay with the stopwatch, immune for Gwen. And PSG showing that they are not immune to being able to find these fights, find the moments to fight back.
Bay is on a bit of a flank. There's no charm. They're going to be forcing Kaiwin to get hooked up. As we can see, there's the Zonya's good explosive cast to try and disengage, but now Unify can open up with the curtain call. I think you just got to give up your Nautilus here, boys. And that's exactly what they're going to do. And I don't think they can actually get in front of this wave right now. So they might actually lose their inhibitor because they will just melt turrets. Again, you have a Graves, a Jhin, and a Gwen. They will just burn through this as if it was paper.
4 versus 5 as well, and you've got good poke from Unified. So you just can't really hold on to the turret. Hanabi stepping for proudly. Level 16 on this Gwen. She will hurt a huge amount if she's actually able to get on top of you.
Got a couple of low health bars though, whereas Navi's a little bit isolated, but skip and snip means that he's able to keep himself healthy and alive as mid lane gets pushed in. This is going to be more gold going over for the Red Bull Baron power play. This is just more resources going over to PSG, and this Gwen on 3 items is starting to become a bit of a nuisance. They don't have TP on top of Starscreen, so I don't think they're going to be able to go for it, but they're going to look to try and maybe make a play. They don't know exactly where everyone is. Now they know exactly where everybody is. but it's a bit disconnected, and Saren doesn't have a huge amount of mana.
But if they were just trying to see if they could stop the resets coming through with 50 seconds on towards Dragon, the longer you can delay the resets, the better you'll be able to get yourself set up on this bottom side, because right now there is very little vision in favor of Istanbul Wildcats, not even at Dragon, just across the map in general, but with those Hex Gates being able to get PSG talent back out onto the map, now PSG are already in a position to fight, and Kaiwing looking for the flank.
Kaiwing's coming in, he's going to try and land down the Solar Flare, and absolutely will get it. There is the Shadow Surge as well, and they're going to be able to find Ferret. He has to go force into GA. They're going to have the curtain call coming in, stop Holy Phoenix from really joining in on top of this fight, but he jumps back onto the back side as they finally take down the Xin Zhao. Some low health bars on the side of PSG, but they are pushing back the Wildcats. These birds of prey pushing forward, and Hanabi with the needlework knows he can get some stuff done. He is immune, he is Gwen, and he is unstoppable right now. PSG thought they were losing momentum, but they turned it right back around.
And now they get to go straight back for the Dragon as well. PSG Talon have managed to accumulate a 5,000 gold lead, coming back from the deficit, coming back from what felt like the brink. The PCS looking to see if they realizing how quickly PSG can get back out onto the map, and Kaiwing with a wonderful engage. The supports have been so crucial to these fights, and this time it's Kaiwing who sets up PSG, and Hanabi knocks them down.
We always look towards Holy Phoenix. We always talk about him and how important he is to this team, but he has been singled out, targeted on, and just taken out every single time. There's no way he can have an impact in these fights, because before he even goes for it, you can see Unified pops up in the curtain call and he starts peppering them down. How can you deal with that?
And that's why it's so hard for this this Kai'Sa, even just coming through from the draft. As he said, you've got like the CC you got to worry about from Bay. You've got Hanabi who's playing on the front line with his Hollowed Mist. Kaiwing taking shots of you. Even Unified, you can't really get onto him in the back line, so it all ends up too hot to handle, and Holy Phoenix can't do very much. Good ult.
Yeah, you'll take that trade though as Kaiwing. He doesn't really care for a solo flare, because again, there's so many other options available to PSG. You're kind of relying on a lot of outplay maneuverability coming out from Ari and Saren. He's gonna be missing that ultimate.
Yeah, at least a little bit of time to get that ultimate back out, right? 50 seconds until the Baron, but at PSG again, playing around their vision. Look how much vision is just established on this top side of the map right now. There's like absolutely nothing that they're able to do. It feels like they're going to be running in completely dark this whole time, which sets up for Bay for night blanks, sets up Hanabi to get into position. Even Unified is going to be straight, just chilling in river as he's taking these shots across Istanbul Wildcats.
And you can see already with the double, with the Umbral Grave, excuse me, it's just so hard to try and move on to this, as well as that Jhin just has so many traps laid out that you have to try and deal with them. If you don't get them out, you will just end up proccing them like this. We can see there's going to be the Solar Flare coming out again, and it's just a trade back every single time. Solar Flare on a much shorter cooldown than the Spirit Rush. It's just a better trade each time, and now without that, Shadow Surge onto Farfetch. Bay flashes in and gets the personal space out. That's going to be the fear out, and you can see Saren has nowhere to go and no place to be. Now the curtain can come down on top of the Istanbul Wildcats as PSG establish massive dominance in this group.
I mean, Farfetch and Holy Phoenix, a two-man unit that has just got to one. The Wolf Pack has fallen apart. The Wildcats are gone, and PSG Talon will be looking for the 3-1.
He's going to go in. You can see this is what the Kai'Sa can do when given time, but this is just so difficult. 1v4, not quite sure you needed the flash there, but it does not matter. It is going to be PSG Talon going to 3-1 in this group, and the rock, paper, scissors has been broken.
And finally, we get to see the PCS living up to the expectations that has been set for this region for so damn long. It started with Flash Wolves. PSG Talon have kind of taken that spot now as that top team from the PCS. And now it looks like they will have secured themselves, at least for the moment, moving on to that next stage.
Big wins. 2 big wins coming out for PSG. They obviously have 2 more games to play against RNG today and, of course, later on in the weekend. But what a fantastic place to put you in. Now you gotta hope you take down RNG now as either the Fast Pay Wildcats or the Red Candidates. You have to take the fight to them, and that is no easy feat.
No, definitely not, and that's why this was such a crucial game for PSG Talent, being able to put themselves that one step ahead, having that little bit more breathing room against RNG is going to work wonders for them. And unfortunately for the Istanbul Wildcats, it was so close.
Yep.
They got themselves into the right position. They're starting to get the fights going their way. They were getting the picks, but unfortunately for them, that one Baron call all made it fall apart.
It does feel like on the biggest of stages, that's when you're going to be tested. That's when your shot calling, your decision making, the ideas that you come up with as a team are going to be called into question. I still think that, yes, they probably saw something that, you know, unfortunately for them, just wasn't there. And with the hex gates, the idea that you can get back out into the map so damn quickly, it just fell apart for them. I honestly believe if it wasn't the hex rift, they might have been able to get that and get out.
Yeah, I mean, it was so damn close, but it's just unfortunate that they do fall at the end. And I have to give like credit where credit's due, right? We see PSG Talent absolutely popping off. I think Kaiwing had a phenomenal game.
Yep.
Like, it was such a fun back and forth game, but it will be PSG Talent who come out on top.
Yeah, PSG Talent take on the mantle of the PCS and they continue to go towards the Rumble. We're heading to a break, but if you want to get into the headspace of one of the teams about to take to the stage, check out Red's pick, Mr. Crowley, as the song that represents their play style. Lovely song. As well as the rest of the teams competing at Worlds on the official MSI 2022 playlist on Spotify.
The world is watching. Get on board. Check the lanes. Pay attention to the best. Join the ranks. Be the challenger. All in for the trophy. This is for all senses. This is for all players. Buckle up. Take notes. MSI 2022. Driven by Mercedes EQ.
a racer, aim the cut just like a razor. Murked up in this world, my blazer. I got all the boys on me, I got all the lines on ring. Knocking dead, turning heads, I got all the eyes on me. Baby face, 걸어 들어와, 유행 선두자. 원하지만 못 찾아나, 애가 찾아나. You like roll, 갈리 유도 gold. 난 알지, I know. 준비해, cause I like the ball. 멈추지 않아, 나는 내 그게 like a bag. 그거 말고 bye, 믿어봐. 그만큼 크게 어깨 펴고 high. 100% 덤비지 못해, 죽여주잖아. 나는 boss, 간지 with the sauce. 원하면 줄게. I'm doing damage when just how I planned it. I do what I want when I say.
Ready to fire, ready or not, we letting it climb.
Take notes! Welcome to the State Farm Analyst Desk, where we have been taking notes all day long. That was a very back and forth game. By my account, the most competitive of the day so far.
Yeah.
And frankly speaking, at 20-25 minutes, that game could have gone either way.
I honestly felt like the Wildcats were getting control of the game. It felt like they'd found some good skirmishes, good fights, and they started to really deliver. And it just kind of, it was one big fight coming in on the other side that turned it the other way.
Don't get too far ahead of yourself, Augs. We'll get to that final fight. Okay, let's build it up. You talked about the skirmishes, you talked about the early game impact. Let's look at the fast play Wildcats opening skirmishes. We have several replays. Augs, talk me through this first one that comes in around 40 minutes in the game.
Yeah, I think a lot of this was PSG overstepping, and then I think Ari was so critical in so many of these skirmishes, getting the resets on the ultimate, and being able to chase down in these extended fights.
Yes, absolutely. When we were going through the draft in the back, we were talking about it. Like, Xin Zhao just fit this composition perfectly, and specifically Farfetch on his Nautilus was playing damn well. It felt like this team played like a unit, which you wanted to see throughout the tournament, and it finally happened at that portion of the game.
I mean, it really did. At the end of the day, those fights were quite rough around the neck. It felt like Rico stands up and made it clear. Everyone fights. Nobody quits. It doesn't end there, though, because every second counts. And thanks to the reliable Cisco network, the Wildcats found an amazing team fight in the mid lane with a perfectly timed Nautilus hook that looked like it had 7 different angles. And I mean, Augs, talk me through this play.
Yeah, just flawless execution. We've seen Carrier do this. We've seen Ming do this. You find those angles to connect on a critical target. And credit to Farfetch, he hasn't had the best tournament, but this game, this play, he delivered.
Bent it like Beckham straight through the minions. Was able to find the target, and it was beautiful to see. But for how close this game was, he does it again!
It's ridiculous. Aimbot, right? Hook after hook after hook. Every single second Farfetch for the early game was throwing them out. It had an influence. It doesn't end there because the Wildcats, they kept strong. They kept up this pressure. Augs, for this next replay, I mean, at the end of the day, I felt like the Wildcats were screaming, come on, Apes, do you want to live forever? Because they managed to fight in the river and pick up the dragon.
Yeah, and it felt like they were consistently finding it. We were really watching it and thinking, okay, Wildcats should be winning this. They should be coming ahead. And it felt like they just had their opponent's number in these fights. This one in particular, I want you to hone in on the Ari, and it gets really up close and personal, but you get these constant resets coming out. He's able to do so much work in this mix.
Yeah, it's crazy to see what he was able to do here. And I mean, Saren domestically has just been so strong, and you wanted to see this level in performance, and we finally got to see that glimpse. And I mean, Istanbul Wildcats, you kind of have to respect their team fighting there, but it started to slip away from them.
It did start to slip away, and just before we show the transition and how it is PSG managed to regain control, I do want to talk about some of the picks that appeared in this game. When we're sitting backstage, Dan just would not shut up about the champions.
Yeah,
okay, I'm going to give you some space. There's a few picks you want to talk about. Hit me with the stories.
Okay, so first off, we talked a lot about the Nautilus, right? That has struggled so far at the tournament. Good adaptation we saw was Aftershock taken to be a bit bulkier, and also it was a Zonya's rush.
Mate, Aftershock, Zonya's. Quick shout out, Corporal, order. That's how you make Nautilus tanky. Please continue.
Yeah, well, it worked in the early game and definitely made a big difference when it got to those mid-game fights and be able to survive. Something else we saw was this Jhin, which, I mean, Raz talked about at the start of the day, and we started to see it deliver in those long-range pickoffs.
Yeah, and I mean, it's one of those things where you could not touch him. He was always in a pretty damn good position, and it made it difficult for, if you have the combination of that and the Ari, that when an engage starts, like, who are your targets, right? You could say the Nautilus, but as you mentioned, has the Aftershock. The fights would start out so good as they can burst down a member. So I just loved the draft for what it was. Speaking of untargetability, Xin Zhao I thought was a great adaptation. I actually would have expected it to be banned in second phase, but it wasn't. They didn't respect it. So pretty bad mistake there from PSG just because of how the early game went.
But what I will say, for speaking of untargetability, my big point for PSG coming back was they had more Gwens per team, right?
That's the most important stat.
Enemy team didn't have a Gwen, and it literally, that champion is so unbelievably strong, and it just felt like in the later fights, Hanabi on fire.
Okay, now talk about these later fights, because the team fight that led up to Baron is how PSG Talent got back into the game. This was a crucial pick. It turned everything around, but I do want to ask, at that point, the game felt a little even, maybe Wildcats favored, right? But Gold's Dragon relatively close. Break down this play for how PSG managed to push them out and take the Baron.
So ultimately, the Baron started, and that leaves them a little bit low on health and not wanting to commit too much to the fight. But then you have this massive Jhin ultimate opening up on such a wide area, and you have your dive threat, you have your Gwen who's able to chase down an extended play, and it just meant that they weren't going to be able to get away with every member surviving, and they lost too many. There was a clear signal for PSG to be able to take the Baron.
And it's just one of those tragic examples that you see. My heartstrings as you see the gold graph there of you have an exceptional early game and then you overreact to a pick that happens on the opposite side of the map and it turns into a bloodbath.
But this is my point. If you look at that gold graph, it's only a 2,500 gold lead after 20 minutes, right? Yes, it felt like Wildcats were in control. Yes, it felt like they were dictating the pace. But it's fair to say that PSG had more dragons. Ultimately, after the Baron, the only good bug is a dead bug. That was what unlocked the win, okay? But up until that play, it wasn't exactly like, let's say, a guaranteed win for Wildcats.
Yeah, and I think one of the problems is when you see Gwen, the counters we've typically seen have been things like Jace, because it shuts her down in the laning phase. The Gragas is more of a neutralizer. And we saw it got to the point when the side lane, Hanabi even got a solo kill, and you could feel him ramping as the game went on.
And that's the thing. The good teams in this tournament, when they are falling behind, trade on the opposite side of the map, and that's what PSG was able to do with Hanabi. So you need to see a little bit more of that. That's kind of a trait that now PSG has shown, and what ultimately resulted in that throw.
I'm actually going to steal something that I know is coming up, but I want to say it now.
Okay.
For PSG Talent, when we started the tournament, they were the ones that were anticipated or expected to be the second seed, expected to go to Rumble. They then lose that game against the Red Canids, and I personally threw them out the window. I just drove over the bus. I'm like, that's it, they're done. It's now between TCL and CBLOL who's going to advance. I now have to go pick up the pieces, come back
Bring
and go.
Him back, yes.
I may have overreacted. But I think importantly, the expectations being reset and challenged, PSG are growing and they are getting better. And even in a game where ultimately they were a little bit behind, they were falling behind, they still found a way to come back.
Yeah, I feel like they're ramping, and it's kind of similar to what we've said about RNG in T1, where the game wasn't going super favorably in the early game, but you felt that mounting pressure. And I think PSG, not exactly the fastest team in all their games, but they know how to close them out.
Yeah, and I mean, we just need to see more of this. This is the type of PSG we expected. We talk about historically in MSIs where they just ramp up throughout the tournament, and it's happening here.
Now, the reason that I stole that line, it was something that's coming up. I do want to talk about the groups in general. And just before we pull up the standings, huge shout out to Reddit for this one. Gala's pentakill has been retconned and it's no longer canon. And that is because when we bring up the group standings, of course, RNG with that reset, they now have one win under their belt. And I cannot believe the TCL, PCS, and CBLOL are standing above them in the standings, right? I think the losses actually put them below. Damn it! My joke was there.
Your plate is ruined.
So I mentioned PSG Talent's expectations are reset. I do want to highlight that out of the remaining scenarios of all the games and results, in 89% of remaining scenarios, PSG lock the Rumble stage. With only one win and one game officially played, RNG have 54% likelihood to advance, a percentage of scenarios where they can advance. Damn it, I messed that up myself. And importantly for Red Canids and now the Wildcats, that is now dropping 25% of scenarios, 3% of scenarios. That race for second, it is a little more heavily favored to PSG Talent. Right?
Yeah, and I mean, for me, it's a heartbreak because if you look at that last game, when you get those leads, you cannot afford to lose them. As a team that has gone through all those scrims, that have now had that second chance going up against RNG, you want to be able to take notes and learn throughout the tournament, and it felt like they were there. Take notes! It felt like they were there, and they just made that one crucial mistake, a demoralizing one.
I mean, the Canids are setting up on stage. You can see them right now, and I think Dagda and Nasheen were just talking about it because of the fact that PSG Talent came back, picked up that win against Wildcats. Percentage of scenarios where Wildcats advance is down to 3% of scenarios.
You hate to see it.
So there's a chance, is what I'm saying. But more crucially, it will mean that for the Canids and the Wildcats, they are almost looking for, they almost need an upset surprise win over RNG to get closer in scoreline with PSG talent.
Yeah, it'd make all the difference, and it's a hard sell, but it opens up that possibility for the teams. And I think Red Canids, I feel like this is a team where the concepts are there, the thought process. They can match RNG in that regard, but the execution's where it's needed work.
And I hope when they go back into the green room and just like look back at their wins and losses, focus on the good, right?
Yep.
Right back at the beginning when they had the objective control around Rift Herald, when JoJo was going topside, oftentimes, those are the things that you have to go back on and focus on rather than the negatives.
That'll work on Bin. If you go top,
true.
If you go top, he will die to that 100%.
Bin's #1 hater, ladies and gentlemen, and everybody else. It is time to send it to the casters, Mark and Pastry. Welcome to the show. Please take it away.
Thank you very much. We're back, Mark.
We are.
Different teams than the ones we've been seeing earlier in the week, but still very excited to be here.
Yeah, I'm excited to cast some other teams. Been stuck in the NA Group C situation for a little too long now. Excited to branch out. And especially for only seeing the second game for RNG here.
I know.
Are these jokes going to get old?
No.
Twitch chat?
Maybe by the end of the day, but we have 3 more games to really kill them.
No. The thing, too, is there's also the games are getting pushed. I don't know if it's official exactly which day the other games are going to be made up on
They
yet,
will be played, obviously.
There are more days to continue making this joke.
That's true. That's true. We have plenty of games left to go. In this matchup, though, it's funny, actually, seeing those percentages. Obviously, based on the number of games played, RNG are less likely to make it out of the group right now, based on their scoreline, than PSG, who've actually had quite a resurgence. But neither of that team obviously isn't here. RNG still looking to do the same thing, right? The expectation was they were going to go undefeated. That's still the expectation at this point, even though they do have to replay some of their games.
They're going to go 9-0 technically, or not technically, but figured. I guess it is.
I mean, they're going to play 9 games, and there is a chance they win all of them.
It's just were some scrims on stage that we all watched, is what we'll call those.
They were
those
really
first
fun
3.
scrims, I will say.
They were some great scrims, and they looked good in them. I think for RNG, this is a situation where they are, getting scrappy in some of the games, but they're obviously trying things. They're having fun. They're also still exerting their dominance. They look incredible as they do it. So not at all concerned for this team. You heard them talking about Bin, the scrappiness, what's going to work, what doesn't work. I'm just hoping to see some more aggressiveness out of them. That's all we ever really want.
Yeah, and on the red side, obviously, did look pretty good in their opening day, have looked a little shakier, and especially as PSG have kind of risen up through this group. Obviously, it's going to be harder for the other 2 teams, Red and Istanbul Wildcats. But there is always a shot, right? I think in general, when you're in this position right now, you are going to have to steal a game off one of the tournament favorites here, either 1 or 2, depending on who you want to talk to. But definitely RNG are in the conversation for, we expect them to see them at least in finals. So it is a very tough ask, but obviously Red has a chance here. And I think in general, teams power up throughout a tournament.
Okay, so I thought I was going crazy for a minute, because I was on the websites trying to look up the stats for the other game. They've already started pulling them down. So there's only 5 games. So I was like, what happened last time, RNG played Red? Because I remember I think it was kind of scrappy. And I was trying to look up who played well and whatnot. And I'm like, wait a minute. It's just pulled off all the sites.
It's gone. Just didn't exist.
The stats have been removed.
We have actually retconned Gala's pentakill. That's what happened.
I mean, that's what Trevor said, so it's back on the table. Anyone want their first pentakill MSI? You can grab it. Go get it.
All right. Well, obviously, I think we will. Curious to see how that all shakes out in the bot lane. But for now, we'll be into draft and see how RNG want to approach their second game of the tournament.
I'm done. That's my last one. It's my last one.
Okay. All right, Camille, Ari, nothing too surprising to kick things off. I don't think we've seen huge sweeping changes as far as how they seem to draft. I think a lot of the metagame is still something being figured out. I think some things are a little bit more solidified. I think Ari was coming in already a big champion, has mostly been banned or has been picked, and I think she's won every game. No, maybe she did actually lose last game.
Yeah.
So she's finally picked up a loss.
She finally picked up a loss, but she has been one of the most powerful champions in the mid lane. Just so strong throughout the lane phase. The safety that you get, being able to heal up. Just a general speak that can do everything. You can shove the wave, you can roam, you're safe, you can sustain. And then you can also go make your own plays with your charms and Everfrost that you build. It just gives the best players every kind of tool you need to exert your will over the game, which is why when Ari is strong, the best players always pop off on her. Where sometimes, it's like a great player playing, I don't know, Orianna. Sometimes a little harder to shine unless you get a fatty shockwave.
Yep. Wukong also banned, kind of being one of the other big picks alongside Lucian. RNG really just saying, all right, we'll take the big picks out of the tournament. We're confident playing against whatever you want to bring at us. So Ezreal and, curiously, Volibear banned away from Wei, but Gwen is going to continue to have very high priority when she's open.
Yep, Gwen is an insane top lane pick right now. She has been able to snowball a very strong lane phase, and with the cooldown refresh change to be a little bit shorter so you get your E back up faster, we've seen people actually outplay a lot of early gank attempts, which is when people are trying to punish her before she gets her ultimate and stuff like that. But then even without Flash, able to survive through these. Impact had a couple of good ones. We've seen a number of players just pop off on this champion.
Absolutely. As looks like Kai'Sa is starting to
the Nautilus
maybe become the pick du jour. There is the Naut though.
Okay, so Ming's Nautilus is
good.
Insane. People have been hyping it up, and so far this tournament, I have a little monologue about.
I'm ready.
Nautilus, if you'll indulge me.
I'll indulge you.
So, Nautilus has the worst win rate in the tournament aside for champions that have been picked once and like lost. It's not just that though. He's 1-7, and the next most losses by a champion is 4. So he's got almost twice as many losses thus far as champions that have been picked this much. I was going through the match history because I had this theory that it's a bit of a chicken or the egg. Like, is Nautilus a bad champ, or is he being higher prioritized by the lower seeded teams and thus more likely to lose anyways?
Right.
And when you look at the match history, it is, again, mostly the pool 3, pool 4 seeds playing him. But at the same time, you then wonder, why aren't the top teams playing him?
Yeah.
So that was a bit of the chicken or the egg I was going through. I was like, okay, so the losses are coming because maybe just the worst teams are playing him, but then also the good teams aren't playing him for a reason, most likely. But now that Ming's picked it, maybe we're back on the Nautilus is fine train.
Maybe. Leona also very popular alongside Viego there as Red take 2 more picks. And then curiously, Jax is back. We've seen this once already in this tournament. Seems to be a somewhat popular option into Gwen. Obviously, there aren't very many good options into Gwen. It's pretty tough to really affect her laning phase. And then obviously, once she gets items, she's kind of golden. So we'll see how RNG want to attack the top lane.
Yeah, they're setting up some understandable situations here with topside split push. The Kai'Sa Nautilus is just a strong lane in general. Yep. It's often the pairing that you go for. And with the lack of jungle bans here, you can see where you're maybe going with the kind of J4 and Galio combinations that you sometimes see for these kind of snowballing topside and allowing Kai'Sa to dive into backline. There's a lot more focus on marksman bans, given that that is a mismatch role right now for RNG, and Chitan as well being one of the best players on Red this tournament and probably all year, you could argue. Yep. He's been incredible, and so they're trying to remove some of the early game aggressive picks in particular that can snowball against the Kai'Sa, both the Kalista and Draven. Now they're just hovering.
Gala's having some fun.
Gala's taunting him.
Yeah. I mean, with the Ezreal ban too, I don't hate it. Obviously, Gala's very good on that champion, but is also one of Chitan's best champions, so definitely been pushed pretty far down. We'll see what he wants to go for as Wei, after all of Gala's trolling, gets Lee Sin.
Yep. All that trolling gets Lee. I do appreciate the Galio ban, since I was just hyping up, like, it's a pretty good Galio angle, like, kind of telegraphed. So Red also picking up that angle, getting rid of that, and I think that makes Wei want a more individual champion playing less for the team right now, get across the map and just start scrapping, as opposed to going for this kind of big team fight wombo combo, press R, engage comp.
Yeah, obviously Xiaohu's going to get counter pick here. We'll see how he wants to tie the room together. But still 2 more picks to come here for Red. Need a bot laner for Chitan. It is Jhin, which has been a surprisingly popular pick this tournament. I think Umbral Glaive has something to do with that, but I think Jhin's also just decent.
Yeah, I think with the marksman nerfs that push the Jinx and Aphelios down the tier list a little bit, you also have the Umbral Glaive changes. It's made Jhin a bit more attractive of an option. You still need to make sure you're pairing him with enough damage that he's mostly follow-up. I mean, when Jhin gets ahead with the lethality and stuff, he can absolutely obliterate squishies on the enemy team, but there's some situations where you're not ahead or the enemy has front line, and you're going to rely on the rest of your team. And for the most part, Red does have a fair amount of damage, especially with Vex now locked in as well. A lot of dive tools. 4 out of 5 are going in. Jhin sitting on the back line, hopefully safe. We've seen a number of times where dive comps abandon their marksman to be assassinated by the enemy team's dive comp.
Yep.
And I'm really curious what Xiaohu's going to go. The TF makes a lot of sense with the Galio banned out, wanting to go for this more global game plan that you kind of identified as soon as the Jax was locked in with the Kai'Sa. This is the next best option available.
Yeah, definitely feeling like the red side lanes are going to get attacked. I think in particular, definitely eyes towards that Gwen. We've talked about it, right? She's so powerful. RNG knew what they were giving away when they didn't ban her, right? It was kind of an easy first pick up for Red. And so they've just decided to draft in a way that they can pretty continuously attack this Gwen if RNG get the expected foothold into this game.
Yeah. I mean, this is obviously going to be eyes on top lane for scrapping, but I also low-key just want to watch the Ming Nautilus. Like,
oh, of course.
Given that very likely RNG wins this game, I believe Red will almost be 100% knocked out at that point if with a loss here. I have to double check that.
You're looking at the wrong human.
I'm just going to start saying tiebreaker facts.
Oh,
and if they're wrong, they're wrong.
Yes.
I'm just going to misinform 100,000 people. No big deal.
Love that for you.
No, but I think RNG in this game are obviously heavy favorites. I know there's been a lot of memes about the the games being taken away, what number it is, but they've been so good. But I do think there's been windows where people have made plays against them. There's been times where, especially in the early game, a lot of the pool 1 seeds have had some oopsies where teams legitimately either make a nice gank happen or they get an outplay. And it's actually more like the 10 to 20 minute mark where I think you see the dominance of the pool 1 seeds come in when they start having team fights around Rift Heralds and Dragons and how they play Vision and setup and all that stuff is actually what elevates them a lot more than just like straight up laning dunking, though that does happen.
It does happen sometimes.
It does happen.
I mean, RNG are not the early game team, right? We think about a lot of LPL teams. Very good in the early stage. It's not bad by any means, especially if they do outclass their opponents by any significant margins. But in the LPL, RNG were not known for that, and Red are off to the races, 5-stacking through the enemy river.
Alrighty, they have a lot of ways over the wall. They might try and get into the pit and then over with a Leona E if they can force Bin through that choke point. It looks like they're not actually going to go for that one.
Delaying this next section of Invade a little bit more. Way's going to spot out Aegis, and I believe that's going to spot everyone else. So
RNG,
they're going to leave.
We're on the heads up, though. They've already got their own ward on the red pit leaked out there. Grabbed that one. Nice and easy for Ming. Just ran in there and dropped it. And then actually was able to get back in time for the sweeper, which means you can find some more setups for Wei. Wei does know, of course, that red was warded out. So maybe that combined with Ming having a sweeper might lead to an earlier gank for bot lane. We can see if he does any cheese.
Certainly will have some help down there. Double Glacial Augment. We've seen a lot of Leona and Nautilus hanging out, and there is kind of a debate on which one you want to grab.
Also about rune choice.
Yes.
Ox in the previous analyst test segment was talking about the swap for Farfetch over to the Aftershock, and I think there is a good case to make for that, especially if you are struggling a little bit to find something a little
You're death
more
prone.
Yeah, and it's a more selfish rune that's going to keep you alive. There were a couple times in fights where it was actually pretty close and Farfetch was kept alive, but for a player like Ming, who I assume knows the limits of Nautilus well enough that you can go for the greedier rune of the Glacial Augment.
Whereas, of course, Leona a bit more naturally tanky. So we'll see how they do in the 2v2. Mid lane should be a lot of farm trading. It's going to be more about Xiaohu affecting those side lanes. Has the spellbook, has the TP. As the base spell just needs to avoid any sort of growth star all in. And then this matchup's a fun one.
Yeah, the Jax there, proccing the E. Guigo jumping back with his own. Actually not being able to get the reset during the stun window. Slight misplay, I think, a little bit. You don't want to use your E and then still get stunned and then not get the cooldown on your E snip. So you really need to, I think, just kite it out and then take the E back in for maybe a better trade. I don't know. It did not look clean right there, getting bullied a little bit level 1.
Yeah, level 1. Now it looks okay, obviously, as Gwen's picking up a bit more farm, but Bin was literally 12-0 in farm. Had complete control of the early wave, was getting it pushed in, held the level 2 versus 1 advantage for a while, and obviously the lane's going to even out now, but Bin navigating level 1 very nicely, as Xiaohu is going to take a nice bit of burst there from Grevthar's skill shots.
Not bad by Grevthar. I know people have been very critical of some of the players struggling this tournament. Farfetch has been getting a lot of attention. I think even for RNG of the players, the early game that you're talking about, that can be a little suspect for them.
Yep.
Yes, a lot of the times it's Wei who people are looking at his playmaking. His volley bear in a game that no longer counts was very criticized. No longer have to worry about that. A couple early deaths, and I think. I know people, it's a debate when you're playing these kinds of games. How clean should you really be? They tend to go for riskier plays because they're sure they'll be able to come back even if it doesn't work. So I'm usually not too critical at this point in the tournaments.
No, I'm here for the fun, that's for sure. As trying to land it up here in the 1v1, but it is a bait here for the Lee. A just going to get spotted as well. Good patience here by Wei. Is it counter gank time? I think it is. Wei's just going to chill.
Might end up too far away from this play, though, unless they make a dive happen.
Now he's leaving again. Yeah, just has no idea. Oh, Steve's, all right.
Wait, so Wei might wait for the recall to finish and then go for the Gwen.
Yep. And yep, that's the play. So now Gwen's roaming in, trying to find the jungler, but the jungler is already behind him. Bin's going to have to clean out the wave, though.
Is he going to recall? Oh, here he goes.
No, he's going. They are going to make him play a very long setup here for the game, but they're trying to make it happen. 2v1. Gwen, no flash, no hope, and first blood over to the Lee Sin.
This just slow play by Wei there, sitting in the brush. I would have to go back and check exactly how long that was. That was like 45 seconds to a minute. And as much of a joke as that sounds, like, this is one of the things at international tournaments that always throws other teams for a loop, is how long the Chinese junglers are willing to brush camp. Like, the biggest culprit of this back in the day was MLXG, who would just sit in the brush all day, become MLXD until he finally finds this like one Lee Sin kick. And I do think it's something that sometimes people aren't ready for.
Flash E in, Ming gonna flash out of the way. Gala in trouble potentially, but Nautilus is the target they want. Again, pretty squishy, ignites down TP. He's gonna cover Chitan though! Jumping on in, flashes forward for the auto, and that's a kill there in the gank for Red.
Chitan and Jojo popping off in the bot lane, and even Ming is not safe from defeating Nautilus.
Oh boy.
Champ issue.
All right, well, you know what? It's only one. First one you get a pass. See how it happened through the rest of the game as Bin starting to really dominate this 1v1 potentially. Gwen, though, going back through. Not 6 just yet. Tries to trade back, but Bin definitely winning that exchange.
Yeah, it's going to get a lot worse at 6. Bin will then have his passive from that proccing as well. So here we'll see the setup. Just Leona into Nautilus is in general a good matchup, and though he does kind of buffer the hook there, the root follow-up from the Jhin, that utility that we're talking about, able to get the extra stun from Jojo. Last second, nice flash forward for the 4th shot.
Yep.
Just well comboed together. Ming did what he could, but that is one of the instances where you look at Aftershock and go, yep, you probably lived there, because
Absolutely.
he got the buffered hook onto the Leona E, which is, 1, nice hands.
Yep.
But 2, was when your Aftershock would have proc kept you alive.
A plate here for Bim. Does have flash, but he's going to have to wiggle his way out of this 3v1 actually. Great flash. Get out from under the first as Jojo roams up, and that fear lands, but Bin's far enough away that that gank will not happen.
Actually, a really important gank there for Red. The top lane was not going well. The first blood, the fact that you have the just advantage of the matchup going in his favor. Being able to force the flash out does limit how aggressively Bin can play that lane, because you no longer have the flash to escape if you just perma brain off split pushing. So that will give a brief window for Guigo to start farming up, even out the lane. As
that's absolutely filthy out of Ming. How did he know? Chitan was trying to play back. Like, look at where he is versus where the 5-plate tower is. Like, he knows what's happening.
He's trying to be smart. You send multiple resources up to the top side. I'm not safe in the bot lane. I'll run through my jungle to try and maybe hold mid or something. And RNG just had the read on the play. Camping in the brush, find him out.
My goodness, man. RNG, a heat seeker. Onto the poor Red Knid's Jhin as RNG are going to take the dragon off the map as well before the 8-minute mark, so no Rift Herald to worry about trading. This one, just a little bit of extra off the back of that very nice play in the enemy jungle.
Yes, that is going to be the first Drake in their favor. It's a good one to steal away as well, given the fact that I don't think they naturally really wanted to play towards bot side with this TF. A lot of these resources are going to be able to go top, and normally when you do that, the trade is Red will be grabbing the dragons, and then we have to worry about stacking the dragons, and eventually we'll have to fight those, but you slow down Red's stacking option, so it allows you to play the map a little bit longer into the game.
How close Ming is to 6, because Gala's 6 right now. Actually, Ming like threw out a hook, kind of close to the enemy tower, because I think Gala's confident in some sort of 2v2 dive right now, because of course Kai'Sa does have 6 to dive in, but they push the wave in, they're going to back away from the play, and Chitan should be fine, as Ming and Gala are at least going to clear out some vision. Aegis is here, but RNG aren't going to play too aggressively here. Just get their vision and get out.
Yeah, and I think for the most part, RNG probably has an idea. They have decent vision setup. They have that pink ward from when they picked Chitan in the jungle earlier, and even if they didn't spot out Aegis directly, they at least can try to read his jungle path. I'm sure they're aware roughly of what camps are up.
Also aware of this Herald that they want to play for here. Already roaming everyone up. Very nice setup onto Grefstar potentially. Stun's going to land. No follow-up there. Wade tries to jump on over, but can't quite land the resonating strike. Shahu's going to eat the honey fruit, and Gwen's going to spot everyone else.
Yeah, we have the bot lane from Red coming up as well to actually contest this Rift Herald. We will get spotted out. We're looking like we're heading for a 5v5 over the Rift Herald, which is not what I would have expected.
Ooh, Gala just running into the enemy. No vision, but doesn't get snapped up there by Chitan's root, so he's going to be okay. Gala goes back to bot now, and I think RNG have decided that they just want to buy some time here. Bin's still fine in the 1v1, although took a little bit of damage in that last trade.
Yeah, with that gank and how the wave was when it happened, it's actually given Guigo the CS advantage. Will be even higher once he's able to clean up a bunch of these. Not a bad spot to be in, given the initial kill that went against him.
TP in, back to mid lane though for Grefstar. Wei is again just chilling in this brush, but he just probably suspects that something's up here, so is in the area. We'll see if 2v2 eventuates. Also Xiaohu leaning towards that half of the map as well.
I think it's also respecting the fact that there's no flash on Bin, and so that is probably where Red's going to make a play. And again, Aegis is going to walk right through Wei potentially, but too many other members of RNG around, too many people missing on the map as well. I think Red kind of sniffed that one out, knew that there was something up there, and did not actually get baited into making a play onto Bin as he was extended in the lane.
Yeah, maybe made it look a little too obvious, but nice response regardless. Still, RNG do clear out the vision that was had. There was a control ward there that Ming just picked up. Ming's continued to stay nice and proactive here as Red now are going to counterplay, maybe expecting RNG to take a reset up for that play and maybe take this Herald for themselves. They're going to get the vision. They're going to start the objective, and RNG, I think they might have found the timer. Red, very nice little window here.
I actually think this is really both. I think this is good for both teams. It shows that RNG respects Red enough to not do what their comp shouldn't be doing. Like, RNG arguably could have just started Rift Herald and forced a 5v5 and been like, yo, we're going to outhand you. But I think they respected the fact that, you know, Red's not a joke. If you just go into a 5v5 in this situation against the Vex with this kind of like dive comp that they have, you might get obliterated. And so when Red started moving up to contest the Rift Herald, RNG actually said, you are good enough that we are not going to just brute force this play. We're going to go back to our lane, start farming up again, because we are really more about playing the map. And that gives Red the window off that reset to go ahead and grab that without really losing too much. I mean, Gala going back bot a little bit earlier than Chitan gave him that opportunity to start getting a little bit ahead in CS, as well as some of the other windows where Chitan has been forced off the bot lane.
Yep, nice. Gold efficient, Umbral Glaive already done for Chitan, but Gala feeling good about the gold overall. Going to grab a plate here as well and not get too greedy, as there's expecting some presence. In fact, there's 4 people down here. Grefta ready with the ulti. Not going to fire it away into the brush though, so Gala is going to get away safely.
The small advantage for RNG, it is a 2,000 gold lead. Part of that is just going to be the raw CS, as you saw with Gala having a lead, Xiaohu having a lead, non-negligible. Even Wei is up despite that kind of brush camp that we were memeing about. He is actually in a good spot, as well as the just natural gold generation of TF, the extra kill, and we get a pause.
All right, well, have a pause, as is evident by the current screen. We have no updates yet, but when we get them, we'll relay them to you, don't you worry.
I doubt this will be anywhere as interesting as the Leona going to space. That was maybe the greatest.
Astronaut Vulcan. Yeah. Gonna be tough to top that one.
There's nothing happening on the map either, so most likely this is maybe some sort of, for RNG, maybe there's some ping-related thing. I know that's a big topic right now. There's also the refs talking to the red Canids, so maybe on their end, sometimes something feels a little jittery, your mouse stops working, you can have little mouse dies, headset stops working. Well, we'll see. We'll get an update, but it's not an in-game related bug, I would reckon, given that nothing is really happening.
Yeah, we're not mid Ari dash.
Yeah.
Which was what happened last time. And then we found out that Vulcan went on a bit of an adventure.
Yeah.
And came back to see his people.
As much as I think viewers are often disappointed when a pause happens, kind of ruins the momentum and all that stuff, it's something that the broadcast team also feels. I know we don't talk about it very much, but pauses we don't love them.
No.
It's very rare that you come out of a pause with a highlight like the Vulcan one. Most of the time, it's you know, someone spilled water. Caps the classic. You know, that was another one we got earlier in the tournament. Water versus pro players is a difficult matchup.
It's 10-0 in favor of the water bottle.
Really,
for sure.
I said 70-30.
Okay,
like,
it's not that bad?
A little more generous.
Okay.
I've seen pro players drink water successfully before. I know it's a doable matchup.
Hard to navigate. Mechanics are a little bit
skill
advanced.
issue. Yeah.
But you know, players get better over time, right? It's been
the meta evolves.
10 years of League of Legends.
Open lids to sippy cups.
Yes.
Soon there's going to be hamster cages, like beer hats on, you know, with the little funnel going in.
A little camelback or whatever.
Yeah. Can't spill that.
You know what, actually? You could maybe attach like a little water thing to like a headset.
Well, that's what I was thinking, you know.
With
I
like that.
I don't know if those exist elsewhere in the world or if that's just an American thing.
Yeah.
But you have like the beer hard hats.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I was imagining, but with a headset and then cans of water on the side. All right, we're back in.
Water one, Red Bull on the other.
Yeah, there you go.
Could be good. I'm here for it. All right, back in we go. Wei and Jojo squaring off. There is a dragon up in 30 seconds that the teams may want to scrap for. Red are in the area to try and contest it. Looking for some sort of fight.
That was a very... Whenever you come out of a pause, I feel like everyone brain blanks for a moment. Yeah. And so off of a reset is actually sometimes more dangerous than just being in lane because you're like, oh yeah, I was going to river, right? And then you're like, wait, where was the enemy? When was the last time I saw anyone? Versus if they're just standing across from you, you're like mentally prepared, like Leon might flash me, blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
So that was a little dicey there for RNG actually, but they got out of that river situation, and now they've gotten their own control back.
Can't talk, right? You gotta remember the plan. You know, if you were mid-plan when that was happening, all of a sudden you just gotta retain it in your mind. But looks like everyone is righted the ship. It would have been an interesting play for RNG to try and fight, although they are going to the dragon, have enough control. I say that because there's a TP mismatch there on the top side, but Red instead are going to just drop the Herald top lane and try and get some pressure and some gold into this Gwen. Don't mind this play at all. Basically a trade, knowing that they can't really fight for this bottom lane control they don't have.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really interesting game. It's kind of the inverse of what I would have expected looking at the drafts coming in. You think the TF's going to go topside a bunch. You think they're going to get the Rift Herald if they can, while sacking dragons to snowball the Jacks. And here, hold on, here we go.
Wait a second, Xiao, who's going to make an appearance? Does see Greftar as well. The Nows to be defensive, has the gold card ready. But very nice coverage there from Greftar. Going to get stunned, but no follow-up.
During this time, though, the dragon was still taken. That still is actually the weak side of the map for RNG, even though Xiaohu ports up there. Greftar being on the roam, that was actually a coverage TP by Xiaohu, knowing that, hey, the mid laner is missing. He's definitely not going bot lane as we take dragon. So him teleporting up there, and it was a very defensive teleport, maybe more than people were expecting, but it was just to make sure the dive didn't happen. Because on the flip side of the map, we just grabbed dragon. Gala's going to get a turret by himself, just getting absolutely funneled a ton of gold right now. And so while coming in, I was like, Bin's going to carry this game. It's going to be a crazy matchup in the top side. It's actually been the inverse for now. They're stacking dragons and have an extremely strong marksman.
And Bin might carry the game. He doesn't need to right now. He's chilling, getting CS. Has to contain the Gwen. Ming's up here in the top side. Maybe help out, and it's going to be a dive. Level 6 Nautilus. There's the ulti. Gwen is immune, of course. But how else can they navigate? In fact, they cannot. Just an ignite. And the tower's doing a little bit too much. Ming, though! Max range finds the hook, and they will grab the kill between two turrets.
Gonna back off there. I think maybe Guigo should have stayed underneath the turret because it was still leashed, I think, onto Ming right there. Ends up going down. Does outplay it a little bit with the immune. The ultimate, not able to survive, though. There were no TPs up to help cover that play. Red's doing what they can, though, pushing down the bot side, splitting the map right now. Trying to grab that turret to equal it out, but top side is in RNG's control, and Bin now is finally able to go like, okay, I played defensively long enough, team. Give me some turrets, give me some ganks, let's get this going.
Yeah, real nice presence there from Ming, even with Nautilus ulting getting cancelled, which is not easy. There aren't very many abilities that will do that. But Gwen missed is one way, as Gala and Xiaohu continuing their pressure way, also with the wraparound, flash, pop, kick, kill, Xiaohu picks it up. And now Jojo back in there, gets the ulti down, beautifully timed stasis though, and Gala's gonna turn it over around. Here's Ming though, finds the hook, but Aegis is diving on through. Xiaohu with another beautifully defensive card, but Gwen's trying to make it happen. Needleworks run out, but Greftar missing the ulti, and RNG, they're gonna get away with everything here. And now Wei, are you going back in? You find the Q, you got the damage. Gala actually on the side, picks up the enemy jungler, and RNG finds 2 kills there.
RNG just out team fighting Red there. The initial kill was super clean. Chatan instantly blown up, but then there was a moment where Red, if they were able to land just a couple more abilities, probably could have turned that fight. If Greftar landed that ultimate to go flying in with the massive fear, could have turned it. This initial kick was just too clean. Gold card already primed. Wei, flash, ward hop, kick back, insta-get, like an excessive amount of CC. You could argue the Everfrost not maybe needed by Xiaohu. Nice stopwatch to survive, but a well-timed, maybe that was a Leona stun actually, maybe not Aegis' stun. But with him getting so low, Guigo also getting a lot of damage out on the Gala. If this landed onto either of them, the double fear back would have made this an easy 3-4-0 before Wei could get back involved in the fight. Not able to land that means that it opens up Aegis to get flashed on top of by Gala. Nice window to get on top of him there. Gala's bloodthirsty.
Yep, self-scry as well. Just put the blue trigger down, sees him there, insta-flash over. Nice and clean there from Gala. That's the killer instinct you love to see. Didn't even need the ulti there, as Ming once again has found a hook. Back we go for Jojo. Tower's dead in mid though, so Jojo's going to evaporate. Leona not tanky enough. Bin's going to find 2 kills. Xiaohu's going to cut him off at the pass. And there's the Everfrost of to Aegis. Gala's got a double. Gala's got a triple. Just too clean right now for RNG.
Wants 2 more. Not going to find him in this fight. Still hunting for his first pentakill of the tournament. Chatan getting a little low.
No ulti though for Kai'Sa.
Yeah, he's...
Ming's going to keep hunting though. Ming's like, hello, I know where you are. And he's going to try and make it happen. Chatan flashes away. Once the kill's going to get it, but dies in the end. He'll call Worth.
He'll call Worth. He's trying to sink that Nautilus KDA. We have to keep the meme going that Nautilus is a feeder champ. Ming's kind of ruining that narrative right now as he's only died twice, and that one was, again, one of those times, deaths don't tell the whole story there. Clearly he knew that he was in trouble, but he had the stopwatch. He actually played it very well. He made Chitan have to give his life up to find that kill. Here's one of those times where the Leona mechanic about going to the back target is not great. Did not mean, I don't think, to land on Xiaohu. I think he just wanted to get Ming there, and so ends up in the middle of the entire team of RNG. Once he's dead, that's like the main front line for your team here. It's an easy chase down for the re-engage with Xiaohu. TPing to split that team up. Chitan never able to really get involved with the fight, same with Guego, and from there, it's pretty easy. I kind of respect Chitan as well, hoping to find Ming, not looking for, like, it's like they're both looking for each other. Like, because otherwise he could have gone bot lane maybe or just recalled, but he wanted the Nautilus face check, not able to kill him fast enough, and Ming buying time for Xiaohu to get in there.
Actually nicely done by Chitan as well, like dodging the last wild card, like giving him enough time for the stasis to wear up and get the kill. Obviously they give Xiaohu time to walk forward and kill you anyways, so it was always going to be a trade, but a dragon fight has started. Third dragon available here for RNG. Jojo again in trouble. He's going to go down to Gala, and now Gala's going to keep on going. Bing with the wraparound, but KI over the top, and that's 2 kills for Waves. The dragon is one of them. Gala going to pick up yet another kill. It's a double, it's a triple, is it a quadra, is it a penta? Gala's going to get it again! The penta kill for Gala!
Gala gets his second pentakill of the tournament. No, his first one. I messed it up.
Oh, no!
His first pentakill of MSI.
Go back. Retcon marks these call. We got to go back.
Replay it again. I'll get it right. The third one. Oh, Gala popping off on the Kai'Sa. One of the signature picks for him here. Absolutely crazy team fight there. Most importantly, Ming dying again as well. The 1 kill going in their favor. The Dragon snatched up as well to get them onto their sole point. RNG over 10,000 gold in the lead, steamrolling to their second win of the tournament.
Everything we wanted. Gala pentakill, more Nautilus deaths. It's just all coming together. So watch this one again, Mark.
Yeah, here we go. So a couple things to look out for. This is like a good setup for Red. Like, this is actually a good team fight. It's just wallet diff at this point because they just get absolutely slammed from here. Nice kick by Wei, actually getting that knock up just right as the Viego was coming through. All that was super clean. Chitan was sniping from a pretty good position, but it was like an 8K gold deficit going into that fight. It was something that would have been very difficult to win to begin with.
Yep.
And Red, I actually think, executed well, just from a little bit too far behind.
Yeah. Nice fight there for RNG. Even get the dragon in the middle of it all. Wei did pick it up. I thought it was a kill. It was just the Drake. But RNG collects the full 5 plus the additional. Getting the bonus there. They'll be on soul point. Xiaohu's going to set up that to a very aggressive TP. Aegis cannot hide from Twisted Fate ulti. Everfrost lands. Ming wants in there. That might be a little bit ambitious. And the Nautilus death may keep racking up as Gala going to be the target. But oh my goodness, man. He's legendary. He's going back through. He's going to get a double. Is it back-to-back pentas? No way. He's going to shut that off. But he's going to nab a triple for his trouble.
Yeah, Guego nowhere nearby. But Bing says, don't worry. Bin will get the last one for you. Gets the ace for the team in front of the inhibitor with the dancing Shelly. Ooh, we might be in for a treat.
Looking good so far. RNG trying to speed run their games yet again. They may have reset the times mark, but RNG still full steam ahead. Jojo, level 7 Leona is just going to get bullied here, as Shelly is going to get the final charge. Au revoir. No, it's up! We made it! The Rift Herald and all 5 members of RNG are going to make it to see the Nexus fall. RNG, a 20-minute stomp.
Shelly posing for the camera there. The 6th member of RNG coming up clutch, helping them close that game out. RNG moving up to technically 2-0, but 5 straight wins.
They're EXO. They just haven't lost yet.
Yeah, they're looking really good. Very scary, I think, for Red. Tried their best. A different look a little bit for them. Just trying to find some leads in the top lane. Did not quite work out, but RNG continuing snowball, looking like favorites. The debate will continue heading into Rumble stage, assuming they make it there. T1 or them, who should be the favorites? G2 also making a little bit of noise in Group C.
Oh, quite a lot of noise, I have to think. Obviously, we'll see them tomorrow, see if they end up, and see if they can also continue their undefeated run. A couple teams vying for a clean group stage here, which would be very impressive. I think for me, though, especially looking at what time that game ended, I don't think you would have thought the early game went the way it did. That was very respectful for RNG, very controlled.
Yeah, I think this is kind of going back to what we were talking about a little bit, which was it's the 10 to 20 minute mark.
Yeah.
That is like the massive gap in team coordination. It's not really the first 10 where, you know, they're going back and forth. Yes, it's like a 1,000 gold lead, some laning a little bit in their favor, but then 10 to 20, they really know how to blow games open and put people in the grave. That happened very quickly.
Yeah, and you know, Xiaohu did a great job of just kind of controlling whatever lane needed control. Gala and Ming continue to beat people up in 2v2s, and then as soon as the team fight starts, Gala gets a penta and the game's over.
Yeah, normally this is the point where I would say something about tiebreakers. I have no idea because RNG has not played the right amount of games, so hopefully the analyst desk can fill us in with that one.
Someone else can find out. But before we go to break, we have a question from the latest episode of the Rift Reaction podcast. What MSI group are you most excited about? Group A, Group B, or Group C? Head over to the episode on Spotify to share your thoughts.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Yeah, I can't change the culture. I see the hate, so say what you say, cause I gotta watch for the vultures. Why I'm too nice, you see the ice, plus I'm only getting colder. You just tryna flex like you got next, really you know that it's over. Yeah, hey, I don't need no co-star, been gone like so far. Plus I'm catching all the rays from the sun, give me power like I'm solar. You cannot catch the drip, yeah, that is unless you're a coaster. And we up, yeah, way up, yeah, they gon' put this on a poster. I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things, yeah, that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Ready to fire, ready or not, we letting it go on.
Welcome back to MSI 2022, where I wanted to break down some of Xiaohu's early game movement in neighborhood tactics presented by State Farm. So the thing that I want to highlight here is something we've talked about a little bit so far, and we can roll the clip. Essentially, when RNG will make a proactive play on one side of the map, we'll often see Xiaohu shadow the other side to prevent cross-map plays. So for context in this clip, we have Red Canids who have the advantage with having Herald. And if we look towards the minimap, we can see that Xiaohu initially started to move down towards the boss side of the map, but then critically, we saw the enemy bot lane back away. He knows he's no longer needed, so he can move back up towards mid lane. They know Gala is going to be able to take some plates. Critically, Red Canids are fine with this because they can start to aggress on the top side and use the Herald to try and trade favorably in return. So critically, what we see is movement upward coming from Xiaohu if the arrow will draw, and he's going there to cover. So we can see the outcome of this play. The tower's getting low, they're looking to secure it, and they're even bringing the Vex up. Critically, we see Bin try and trade aggressively to deny the Herald, and then Xiaohu turns up, and this is enough to ward them away from continuing the play, and ultimately they're not able to take that tower. And considering they committed the Herald to do this, and they don't get the tower, this is super significant. And then on the other side of the map, what we start to see is that Gala, left alone, left isolated, is able to pick up first tower for himself. This is something very typical for Xiaohu, where he will look to cover on the other side when he knows his team don't need him to play on their strong side of the map. So really heads up play from him, and a big reason why RNG are so strong at playing the map.
I mean, fantastic breakdown, Orcs. I think when we were going into this game, I was very pushy and saying, get me a clip. Show me how Xiaohu can play, you know, in Bin and Wei's lane better than they can play. And we managed to find a great example. This was a game that was slow and controlled. And just before we continue with the breakdown, I do want to remind everybody of the Group B situation, because following extensive technical evaluation of the competitive and training environments during the first 3 days of the 2022 Mid-Season Invitational, League Ops discovered following day 3 that there had been a discrepancy in the latency being reported in game logs for all matches versus what was being experienced in the Busan venue. So as a result, League Ops determined it was the best interest of competitive integrity to replay all 3 of these matches. Now, these replayed games will be finished with all of the other group stage competition by the end of the weekend, Sunday, May 15th. Those replacement games will be held beginning tomorrow. There'll be more information on lolesports.com. It has been several hours since we updated everybody on that one, and I just wanted to make sure any new viewers who have just joined us have heard the results and heard why. When we do look at the standings, you'll see that RNG are currently 2-0, because of course of the reasons just explained. To bring us back to this game, relatively controlled, relatively slow-paced, so to speak, but by the time we hit 15 minutes, RNG had like a 4,000 gold lead. And I really want to highlight on this post-game breakdown graphic, that is a 21-minute timeline. And look at that mountain. Look at that gold escalation, Raz. It really tells a story. CS, farm, towers, just like Orcs highlighted. Gala picking up all those plates and all that gold for himself.
Exactly. Like, kind of what he highlighted in Xiaohu, kind of stopping the play from happening. So when it was Red Canids' turn, they didn't get too much. But when it was RNG's turn, they were setting up plays specifically throughout mid lane. Chitan getting kicked in the face by Lee Sin, and so he ended up dying. And then when the turret mid fell, they knew they can commit further to fights. When RNG knows that Red Canids are making mistakes, they maximize the goal. They understand completely when to commit, while when Red Canids are in the driver's seat, they tend to play defensively. RNG does, so it's interesting to see.
Yeah, and I think this game really illustrates the kind of transformation we saw of RNG into playoffs, because in the regular season, Xiaohu is much more for carry, and a lot of people who saw him last year in the top lane will thought, you know, the team played for Xiaohu, but he's been so much more facilitator for his team. We saw it in his Galio game, we saw it here, and if he can get Gala ahead, if he can defend Bin and stop the enemy team aggressing on him, he knows he has trust in his carries. I mean, Gala just did. He showed why.
Just before we jump to that, Orcs, you inspired me. Galio performance, Xiaohu performance. How many games has Xiaohu played in Galio this year?
5.
How many wins does he have in Galio this year?
Also 5.
Fantastic. It's a 100% win ratio. I do want to build on Gala, though, because after your replay where you showed the gold, the tower being secured, Gala was frustrated that his first pentakill was no longer canon, and as such, did it again. Sure, why not? This time on Kai'Sa. I mean, talk me through this replay, talk me through this pentacle. Once again, phenomenal from Gala and Orange.
Yeah, and I said this earlier to Dave, it just feels like, particularly the Kai'Sa is such a signature pick, but these mobile picks, repositioning to the other side, constantly playing on the edge of the fight. And notice, I don't think there's been a single moment where Gala hasn't been attacking someone. Yep. He is constantly dishing out damage right on the edge, and no one managed to get on top of him, but he's constantly putting in the work.
Yeah, and even though he had to recast his role, got right into the Kai'Sa pick, like, why not, right? Maybe get it, looks even better, honestly, on the Kai'Sa pick, where he kind of started to be known as the team fighting AD carry.
I mean, such a fantastic performance, such a fantastic win from RNG. And I do want to now turn our attention to the rest of the group because it is our featured matchup of the day presented by Mercedes-Benz. Red Cannons taking on the fast-pay Wildcats. And this game is monumentally important as we still
For the TCL and CBLOL, this MSI is a chance of redemption and to advance from the opening stage. But only one will survive after the last day of Group B. We saw a bloodbath the last time these two teams met, with neither team wanting to give an inch.
Starscream TP's in. Is he going to try and help out his team? It's a 1-for-1. Guigo goes in. Holy Phoenix goes golden as he tries to keep himself alive, but he gets sniped down from the curtain call.
After a disappointing start, the Wildcats have come out swinging, managing to take a game off the dominant-looking Red Cannons.
You're in a little bit of trouble here, Starscream. You're going to come back out into the real world, but just before he does, everyone piles in and he goes golden. It's a double kill as they're starting to really ramp up this fight. They're getting the reset and they are slaughtering the Red Cannons. It's a full clean ace.
However, Red are back for revenge and ready to dig deep to show that the CBLOL will not fall twice against the TCL. This featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz is a race for second place in Group B and promises to be another bloodbath between two teams fighting to stay alive.
Yeah, hey, Trevor, little tip for you. When they show those videos, you're not supposed to talk.
Why do we invite the children? Like, what nonsense is this? I'm being BF'd by the rookies? The rookies?
The boomer doesn't understand.
I wish you guys could have heard what Kevin was saying in my ears. It was way less polite than that. Nevertheless, our featured matchup for the day, it is presented by Mercedes-Benz. The Red Canids versus the fast-pay Wildcats. Turkey versus Brazil. You could say there's a bit of a regional rivalry between these two teams. These two regions, both myself and Yinsu do say so. And it is good for all of us to speculate what this means for the players. But don't you wish there could be some way that perhaps you could hear from the players themselves? I'm not going to talk now.
Good job.
Yeah, so you're in luck. Yinsu actually spoke to Holy Phoenix himself. Check it out. Now I stopped talking.
Thank you very much, Trevor. I'm now joined by Holy Phoenix. Hi, Holy Phoenix. Welcome back to MSI. Last time you played MSI, you guys weren't able to quite overcome the Brazilian teams, but today you have gotten your revenge. How great does it feel to be able to beat them in this rivalry?
Our revenge is not over yet. Until we 2-0 them, we will just keep tryharding. But this win feels good. Of course, it wasn't an easy game, but winning versus Brazil is really a big thing for Turkey. And this is our first match. Second is on the way.
Well, second is on the way. It's just about to start. As a quick reminder, exactly how the Wildcats were able to pick up that victory. I do have a replay of that big team fight. Rez, I'm going to come to you first because the game was very close. And it was back and forth, kind of reminiscent of what we were seeing a little bit earlier between PSG and Wildcats. However, in that game, it was Wildcats losing the fight that cost them the game. Here against the Canids, they managed to win it.
Yeah, it was really painful for Wildcats, getting closer and closer and better in a lot of these games. This was the one, you're right, that they ended up taking a win on. And even though there was a critique on Holy Phoenix's team fighting, this is a great example where Holy Phoenix specifically had great positioning in these fights. And it was Starscream's Mordekaiser that started to rip through Red Cannon.
I'm glad you mentioned Mordekaiser because it was such a fantastic heads-up pick into the Camille Galio, which it feels like an uncounterable combo, but taking the Camille away, ensuring that they aren't able to layer that lockdown, worked so well in those fights.
Yeah, we're taking down Brazil with their specific pick. Update in terms of the standings and what this does mean. This is do or die for fast-pay Wildcats. If they lose this game, the Wildcats will be eliminated from the Rumble stage. So it's a very difficult scenario to be in, but the fact that they lost that game to PSG Talent just a little bit earlier puts them in that scenario. But Rez, that was a close game. That was a game, Wildcats, when we look back, they were able to, pick up the win. They should have won that game against PSG. What do you think the mentality is right now?
Here's the thing. It's so easy to get down on yourselves when you are finding losses after losses. You have to start making tweaks because there's a lot of good in that game. The tweaks that are required is, hey, when you make a mistake on one side of the map, in this case, Xin Zhao getting caught out on the bottom side, right? And I guess you're able to make an equal pick yourselves. Don't, make a hard reactive play. The Baron play that they made was unneeded. They still had a decent gold advantage, and they make the mistake.
Final thoughts here from Orgs, as of course the Canids, on the other hand, they have to bounce back from that devastating loss to RNG and the fact they gave up another pentakill.
Yeah, I still have faith in the Canids. I think they've been really smart on the map. I've said time and time again, the execution has been the only thing that lacked, and I hope they come out with a good result here.
Well, we're going to have to find out. Yinsu, will CB LOL eliminate your beloved TCL? We'll find out in a moment. Patience time, and Mark, take it into the cast.
Thank you, Trevor, as it is do or die time. As you heard there, 4 losses in Groups A and B at least. Obviously, it's a bit different for Group C. Is definitely the spot you don't want to be at. So it is all or nothing here for the Fast Pay Wildcats.
Yeah, I think it's very important, obviously, for them to stay alive. But I think the other angle, as you heard them talking about, the rivalry between the two regions, very still heated. You heard that the players are getting a lot of stuff thrown in them for losing. I know Farfetch is probably not want to open his DMs anytime soon. I hope people are going to be respectful, but at the very least, you can tell that the two communities do care a lot about, okay, not going to take down RNG. There was an opportunity at the beginning when PSG dropped that game to Red to be like, whoa, can one of these teams get out? Since then, PSG has kind of answered back, as you would have expected heading into the tournament, and now it's the grudge match.
Certainly is. See how it shakes out here. I'm expecting Holy Phoenix focus in the first phase of picks. That has been the go-to for actually everyone, starting off somewhat surprisingly with RNG, but whether everyone did the same homework or someone is just like, hey, that's a good idea. Holy Phoenix has been pushed back as far as picks go. Still been quite effective, but he's going to lose Callisto, he's going to lose Samira, probably going to lose one more here as well, as Wukong, Ari are the 2 bans there.
Wukong, Ari taken out. Just one final note on the rivalry between the two. TCL has the heads up in the matchup, 9-6 in their favor, and they also grabbed the first one of the tournament.
Yes.
So not only does a win, needed to keep them alive at the tournament, it will also give them the 2-0 over Brazil, as well as continue to advance the history in their favor.
It's been quite a ride, actually, in this group, Red Canids coming out swinging against PSG Talon. Thought they were maybe even favored to take the game of Wildcats. And then all of a sudden we're looking at second. And then PSG Talon's coming up and RNG is playing 10,000 games. And it's all happening.
Yeah.
As Kai'Sa continuing the trend, they're going to ban away another AD from Holy Phoenix.
Yeah, man, you can just tell. It's like one of those things that feels good and bad at the same time. To be like, yeah, they put respect on my name. They're banning me out all the time. But also, God, I would love to play some of these champs.
Yeah. And not going to get to play Lucian either. Have to respect that one on the red side. Taken away from Titan. So, makes sense. I mean, Lucian's very strong. Kind of, these 3 champions on the red side are starting to become the potential, commonplace bans, at least in this stage of the tournament. That does leave Gwen open. That does mean Gwen gets picked. Did have it last game there for Gugo.
Yeah,
see how it goes.
Gwen's been rising in priority a little bit. It feels like it's always interesting to track the trends that are going on over the course of the event. Like you said, the Lucian is absolutely terrifying. In terms of permanent full presence champions, it's Ari and Lucian only.
Yep.
Kind of falling more and more into the ban side. Ari gets through a little bit more. Lucian only got through 4 times, banned 17 of other games. So people know how strong he is. I think going forward, no one's going to get him. We've seen too many times now when you just pair that up with the Nami. It's too disgusting.
Yeah, Gala played it. We're like, okay, it's off. We're done. Lucian's off the menu. No more Lucian for anyone.
Funny enough, Gala's the one who gets it.
Yeah, I was like, what? But then, I don't know. Sometimes you got to test the limits, and then you realize why you don't do that. As Tryndamere and Jin, interestingly, going to get picked up here. So already a different look at attacking this Gwen. We're going to see a lot of this, right? Gwen's going to be probably a very hot blind pick or first pick on the blue side. So teams are going to have all their different Gwen answers prepared.
So very interesting. Haven't seen a ton of Tryndamere this tournament thus far. Was very prevalent in spring, then kind of seems like he fell off the face of the earth with some of the nerfs that came through. Itemization changes as well. He was one of those people who was actually incredible at abusing Hullbreaker. It got nerfed and kind of like changed again. But Starscream mostly played tanks and weak side for the Wildcats. He was 7 Gragas games, 4 Ornn games, 3 Malphite games. It was the Tryndamere was the one carry that he tended to get a lot of games on. He had 4 games of Tryndamere. So if he is going to be focused a little bit more, it's often going to be something like this.
Zeri also going to be back as well, which was an option potentially for Holy Phoenix, but has the Jhin here instead. Titan will happily take this alongside the Leona. And then obviously with all this AD, I'm kind of curious what's happening with mid and potentially jungle. There aren't that many AP junglers. We've seen Evelyn, we've seen Diana. You don't have to pick one for Ferret. Obviously, Saren can make
Nautilus.
up for...
Give it to us.
Nautilus again? Alistar. You just want the stats to keep.
I just wanted to, I just want to see him keep like, stay strong, believe in yourself, like who cares what people are saying? Nautilus here.
That's true.
But not the case. Something a little tankier in lane. Also, the Zeri Leona does feel like something that could be abused. I wanted to see, like, maybe you go some sort of range support to try and harass the Zeri, who's taken a number of nerfs over time, gotten a lot weaker in the lane phase. Leona also does have kill threat, but otherwise doesn't have a way to answer a lot of range matchups. Instead, they go for the support, the engage with the Alistar. Makes sense, given that Ferret will probably want to go something a little bit scrappier. He does favor the carry champions quite a bit.
Well, Graves banned away, continuing to take junglers off the table. In fact, neither team has picked the jungler, so Diana going to get banned on the other side. Again, trying to keep potential AP picks out of the jungle. Silas being banned screams that we want to pick Twisted Fate out of this space to me, but we'll see what the plan is for the Wildcats.
Yeah, I agree that it's kind of telegraphed. We'll see if Red picked this up. I think they were intelligent about picking up the Galio in the previous game, even though they ended up losing that one. It was the right idea. The TF got through. Echo, interestingly. Maybe the thing is that with TF, it's not that much AP, and you want to stop them from finding other AP avenues, given that you already have Tryndamere and Jhin locked in. And so they're saying, if you take TF, fair enough, that's going to advance your game plan. But also, then you have almost no magic damage with the jungle pool pinched as it is, and with the Silas gone and all these other things. So very interesting to see that. We'll have to see how they actually adapt that. It's the Viego getting locked in for Ferret, one of his most played champions.
Curious to see what Saren lines up here, though. Guess we'll find out in a moment. As Red are going to have to finish off this draft. Looking for a jungler. Still plenty available here for Aegis.
Definitely felt like Red was in one of those positions where, like, you don't want to ban anything too important because, like, we might want that.
Yeah, clock is running down too. I don't know if it's a, like, pocket pick potentially for Saren, as though he's going to get picked up here for Grefta. But, I mean, Echo is definitely a respectable ban, especially if Saren does have plays on the champion. What is the answer, though? Oh, my goodness. Are you kidding me? This would be a spicy one. Now, this is a Zoe counter. If you're really trying to put her in the dumpster, it takes a bit, but this is brutal if you can get ahead.
We'll have to see if he
it's risky, though. I don't know if you want to play this. I don't think they do.
I think they will. Ow!
Baited! We both got baited!
So boring!
Come on, man! All right.
All right, so it does answer a little bit about the push and pull that was going on between snowballing the Tryndamere with global pressure and, okay, we have too much physical damage. We need a magic threat. I think the decision to go more 4-1 oriented, combining it with the Victor, makes a lot of sense. It's a team comp that it's a little all over the place because Alistar and Viego both kind of need to go in. Jhin and Victor are very happy to sit back. You want to kind of go for zone control while Tryndamere split pushes.
Yep.
But I think the decision to go 4-1, given the concern about the damage spread, still makes sense to me. For Red, they just got strong champs. It's one of those, like, everyone's kind of good at everything. Gwen can team fight, Gwen can split. Zeri can run all over the map. She can also just team fight. Like, they just have a strong team comp with a lot of playmaking tools in it.
And it makes sense, right? Want some comfort here for both these teams because we said at the top of this segment, it is do or die for the Wildcats. But if you look closely and do a bit of math, both teams have the same scoreline. So it's do or die for both teams. If you lose here, you cannot make it to the Rumble stage.
Yeah, I believe 4 is a kind of magic number with 4 losses. I think you can also project a little bit ahead and say that RNG is going to keep winning. They're probably not going to stop at 3-3. So you're kind of hoping to most likely catch PSG will be the team at 3-3.
Yep.
So that's why you're expecting the 2 teams to get out of groups will need at least 3 wins. With 4 losses, you can't get there.
Yep. So it is a very important moment in the rivalry between these 2 teams. Not only do they want to keep the total international record close, because it is relatively close. 3 games is not a big lead, but you want to make sure that you continue your run through this tournament. You must win here to continue. It is going to be a long road regardless, but it'll be a real nice cherry on top of beating your longtime international rivals if you also get to keep playing for a potential berth into the Rumble stage.
Yeah, might be able to stay alive through the rest of the day.
Not going to be easy.
Not going to be easy, but the fact of the matter is there is not going to end this group today, despite this being the point of it with the situation that happened.
Yep.
Having to throw out some of those games for competitive integrity reasons, replay them. That means that this will probably be resolved, I believe, tomorrow, but we'll wait for official wording. And until then, you can stay alive for another day. Enjoy your time in Korea. Scrim some more. More cowbell, baby.
You know what? If I've had to try to reset after last game, this is actually beautiful.
That's how he's resetting.
Yeah.
I will say, there's not been a ton of level 1s. There has been a lot of kind of like rush somewhere with 5, and maybe they'll face check you, but there hasn't been a ton of like real, like, we're hunting for kills. We got some tricks set up. And that is one of the things that maybe is partially Nautilus's underperformance, at least in North America. When teams locked in Nautilus, you knew they were going to do some shenanigans level 1 because the hook-flash combination is just disgusting. You pretty much always go flash for flash on a mid laner, which then sets up a more volatile early game. And it feels like we have actually been relatively tepid in the first couple minutes of the game where people are not going for level 2 ganks even, you know, like the J4 red to mid kind of cheese that you see. It actually feels like teams have not prioritize that very highly, and I would have expected to see more, especially in this part where the team's pools are so disparate.
Yep, that was one of my favorite level 1s from the tournament, just so we're clear. Farfetch making it happen with the emotes. Also, I believe Nautilus is responsible for the world record first blood time, the fastest first blood ever. I believe he's responsible.
I think that's one of the few world records we hold in North America.
That is one of the few North American legal
It's also nearly impossible to get shorter than, considering if people are unaware. It was a Nautilus blitz down mid lane with a flash hook. You have the home guard boots speeding you up there, instantly killing someone. It's very hard to get a faster one.
Yes. We'll hold that one.
Yep. I'll also say Nautilus is probably responsible for one of the bloodiest games. I believe it's the bloodiest game ever at international play. It was 24 kills in 17 minutes or 14 minutes?
14. 24 at 14.
24 kills at 14. I believe Nautilus was in that game.
We tend to snapshot games at 8 and 14 minutes these days because of the changes to objectives. Mainly Rift Herald. So we'll see. You know what? We could break it. There's still plenty of games left. There's more RNG games to play. Greftar with a Prowler's quality picked up off the ground. A little bit of an evade here. Feels pretty bad for Ferret. And that bubble is just going to miss Ferret with a very nice little slide away.
A little scary there, but gets away. Nice control by Red. You have Zoe, who gets the push early on, trying to combo that for jungle control. Lee Sin staying aggressive. Might be a little deep, though.
Smite from Aegis, I believe. No, it was... Oh, now I'm confused. I think they both have 2 smite charges. I think Aegis got it. I saw some gold pop up, and if that is the case, it's bad news bears for Ferret, who's going to lose most of his camp to the Lee Sin.
Yeah, still gets a couple of the little guys on the way out, and nice move there by Guigo, getting the push on the top side, able to collapse there, make sure that was a safe invade. Now, Aegis just gets to fall back. This is the entire clear done for Ferret, whereas Lee Sin can drop back, grab Scuttle Crab, grab his top side camps, and actually end up ahead of CS by the end of the clear, and then you'll also have your camps respawning. So a nice little path there by Aegis.
Cute bit of poke there from Titan as well. Looks like Holy Phoenix just trying to keep the wave in a decent spot. Alistar's laning when he's not all-inning you, not that fun, as it turns out.
I don't know, man. Standing there while minions die and building up your heal.
Very menacing.
Ideal gameplay. It's like I said, a different lane phase than I thought they were going to go. I was wondering with the Jhin into Zeri if that wanted to be more aggressive. Not the case, and so with the junglers showing on the top side, Titan and JoJo can play a little bit more aggressive, get that push in a little bit, but it's something that they have to be careful of because they didn't actually get the wave all the way in. So you see a good ward there in River to make sure that Ferret cannot get in there. Question mark ping going down right on top of him, spotting him out, knowing that they do need to be a little bit careful now that the first clears are done for the junglers.
Curious to see what happens in top side as well. We did see, of course, Jax in the last game as an option. Bin did really well in the lane early on, but I feel like it stabilized eventually, and then we just kind of had, you know, Jackson.
One of the picks that we'll have to see if she ends up on the ban list a little bit more as it continues to go. People are going to try a lot of answers. You're going to see a lot of, like, let me out-skill her, let me try this stuff. But one of the things that makes champions so good in pro play is how consistently they can do what they want to do. That the volatility of Gwen is actually not that high because of the things like her immune and always having a bit of zone control, kind of always having backline threat, even if things don't go great. your items are a little expensive, but should you reach them, you're going to be relevant no matter what. You're also not bad hitting front line even, with just the true damage and stuff like that. Like she's just kind of like, everything's a target for her.
Very nice setup here for Grevthar. Nice gravity field placement, does get the stun. Aegis up here as well, though, looking for the Q, trying to find it. Saren trapped. Good flash, but he had to burn it there.
Yeah, had to burn the flash. That's continuing that kind of mid-jungle aggression that we were talking about. Zoe Lee Sin is secretly a very annoying mid-jungle 2v2. It's not quite LeBlanc Lee Sin levels or Arya Lee Sin where the setup's that easy, but you still have skill shots. You still have a lot of prio into control mages early for the Zoe to go out and start roaming around, landing sleeps through walls against junglers. It's more about abusing the map that you get from mid-priority more than like assassinating a mid laner over and over again.
Just like this. Once again, we invade the enemy Krugs. Jojo's here, Zoe's roaming up. Farfetch on the long wraparound, but Saren's basically trapped. Waves pushed in, can't safely move through the fog. So Reddy gonna have all this control. In fact, Gwen's even just straight pushing the tower. Took a plate there as well. There's gonna be no dive. Wildcats do fend that off, but great topside pressure there for Red, invading the enemy jungle nice and early.
Yeah, continuing this game plan of aggression in the jungle. Good decision not to try and dive Starscreen there. That would be disaster given that he hit level 6 already. And you're just kind of wasting enemy time. This is one of the other advantages of this is it's allowing Zeri to scale up. It is one of the concerns that she has right now, being a little weak in the early game. But if you put all the pressure on the enemy jungler, he cannot make a gank happen. The lane itself, not super difficult. And by controlling Wildcats, Red is able to give themselves the ability to kind of scale up in both their lanes.
All right, catch here maybe for Ferret. Aegis, not that tanky. Jojo, they're going to lock one down. Q lands, Ferret flashes. But Aegis does not want to continue. Grevthar, though, roaming up. He has an ignite off the ground. They're going to go for it. He goes over the wall. Still asleep. And now the damage is coming through, and that is first blood for the Red Kinids.
There you go.
The blue as well.
Oh, it makes it feel even worse. Grevthar and Aegis comboing together, popping off, controlling both sides of the jungle, stealing the blue away, finding first blood, forcing flashes. This is the mid-jungle show right now.
And there's level 6 as well for the Lee Sin off the back of the blue and the Grump that he took away from Ferret's jungle as well. Again, you said already, Mark, it is not so much about the lane setup, it is about the jungle setup.
Yeah, here you'll see again, just a little bit unsafe with the path there, thinking that he can get to the blast cone and be safe, but Farfetch gets stunned up right before then. Not 6 yet, actually. Relatively squishy. They finish him off. Now you can start picking up flashes. Grevthar able to grab that one. No one else to actually kill with it, but it's always the best part about playing Zoe at the end of a fight when there's like 6 flashes on the ground. You start spamming them.
Feels good. You know what? Just press the button. Makes you faster. Feels fun, even if you don't get any kills.
That's probably one of the secretly strongest parts about...
Oh, Spell Thief? Yeah.
Yeah, well, the randomness of the things, that's all fun, but just the move speed that you get in lane phase is actually really important for making her feel so safe and hard to gank, because if you start showing to make a move on her, if you're not instantly on top of her, she can easily just pop one of her summoners and get away very easily.
Yep. Or one of your summoners, depending on...
Yeah, depending on a random one she picked up. Who knows?
Like this
XD so random.
Barrett, gonna get bubbled? Yeah, beautiful. Asleep we go. This looks like a kill on my screen. Just need to land the Q. It's so easy. No execute even needed for Aegis.
Man, Grevthar does not have a kill yet, but he is the star of the show for me. He's looking real good on this Zoe. Comboing with Aegis as well. I mean, this is just what probably feels like a really good game to them after coming off that RNG loss where it started kind of close before ending with a dancing Shelly. That's got to feel bad. So to mentally reset and instantly start controlling the Wildcats thus far is very impressive. And I think speaks to the win that they had over PSG not being a fluke.
Yes.
That was nearly a perfect game. It was a kill-less, or deathless game, I should say. A no-hitter of some sense. But the fact that it was not just like, oh, PSG didn't show up. I think that's what the story became after they lost to the Wildcats before. But now they're showing it's not a fluke.
Very nice. Look who's coming, by the way. Lee Sin is beelining to the top half of the rift. Starscreen knows. He's like, I'm going as far back as possible. And unfortunately, that means that it's just free time for the plates here for the Gwen.
Yeah,
and there's the Rift Herald.
Not given any time to scale up for the Tryndamere, and a number of nerfs that came through recently, making it a little bit more difficult. You actually have to put points in your ultimate if you want that ability back up. So getting a force here is a big deal. They changed the cooldowns. Before it was a 1.1 durability. You threw one in and continue to max your actual damage in your utility one, as well as the fact that the cooldown reduction that you get from your spinning slash coming back up faster was changed from 1 second to 0.75. So a number of nerfs pushed Tryndamere out of the meta, and looks like he's struggling right now.
Yeah, loses the tower there off the back of that Herald drop. Gwen picks up all the plates. in that little exchange. So really nice pressure. Doesn't get the kill, but converts for the tower and the first tower gold. At that, it is almost, it's approaching 4,000 gold ahead for the Red Canids, which is a very impressive early game. To your point, I agree. Not only bouncing back, but after they win versus PSG, it was like, okay, Red Canids are there. They might be the second best team in the group. And they lost to this team. Wildcats had a great looking game up against Red Canids. So has to feel good to have a nice advantage here.
Yeah, I mean, what we're talking about, you know, there's still an outside chance that you can find your way in there. It's not going to be easy, but if you can claw up to 3-3, you get a rematch versus PSG. Maybe you can make it happen. We'll have to see. They do make some big mistakes, I think, is the concern for Red, where they have clean early games. They seem to have a good grasp of what their comp's going to do and how to execute it and these kinds of things, and then some fight doesn't go their way. I think that's what PSG was able to show. I think it was against them earlier today when they evened out the head-to-head. It was close, it was back and forth, and then it was like this insane team fight from PSG at a Dragon, and that's where we've seen the biggest discrepancy is, here's how we're going to vision control and actually pincer or flank or set up your team fights.
All right, well, if we can keep isolated skirmishes, keep the Zoe Lee Sin staple together, keep the Gwen rolling, it's going to feel good. Working out so far here as Jojo is looking to investigate perhaps this Dragon. It's been very lonely for the poor Hex Dragon.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised to see Red not try to grab that. Zoe has had the push for a portion of this game. You would have expected it. So it's going to go over free to Wildcats. Not the end of the world, just a single Dragon for Red. Obviously, they don't have too much priority on it, but it seemed like there might have been a window or two to grab it. But they're much more focused on snowballing Guigo and controlling the Viego.
Still battling here, but Starscreen just going to flick away as we'll take a look at the bottom side. It hasn't been a lot about it in this particular game, but this is our Mercedes-Benz feature matchup. And this is the big one, right? Holy Phoenix is just getting bullied as far as things go, as Gwen getting aggressive there. Starscreen in trouble, has to burn the ulti. Is it going to run out in time? We'll find out in just a moment. It's going to go down. The Ignite should be good enough. And that is going to be it.
We go with the solo kill. Hold on, Farfetch making a play on the bot side.
All right, trouble in paradise here in the bottom half of the rift is Wildcats trying to make something happen, but the stun lands in. Beautiful steal for Aegis, gets his third kill, and that Chintan is starting to pop off. He was ignored in the early stages, but Zeri always finds a way in the fights.
Perfect timing to bring up that feature matchup. Chintan getting involved with the rest of the team now. Farfetch.
Oh no, feels bad, man. Aegis make it 4 on the day. Only 1 assist. It's bloodthirsty Lee Sin today.
Yeah, it's still the mid-jungle 2v2 popping off, but other people getting involved now. The solo kill on the top side. Chintan with nice flash in there, getting that damage thrown down. Kind of chunking out Holy Phoenix before that fight too. Holy Phoenix, it feels like gets so much attention sometimes, just never given the opportunity to get off the ground.
He's a great Jhin player.
Yeah.
But if you're trying to funnel gold into an AD and have them carry mid to late, Jhin is not that pick, right?
No.
And it's just all this attention in draft that he received. He's like, I guess I played this good champion, but I'm in trouble. There's a level 9 Lee Sin trying to execute me, and he's going to be successful. Farfetch can't find the defense. Aegis popping off.
Man, he's feeling himself, camping between turrets instead of recalling, waiting for the Lee Sin, or excuse me, the Jhin to come back. That is straight up solo queue treatment. I think everyone who's jungled and has done this one before, where you just wait for the laner to walk back through lane in between 2 turrets, you kill him again, you tilt the hell out of him, you throw some emotes in his face, you go back to counter jungling.
Ooh, 1v2 brewing. Jojo roaming up. Grefta here as well. Farfetch with the interference. Saren going to try and collect his potential kill. Grefta going to have to run away. Does not have flash, but Aegis is going to make it a big problem. Ulti not enough for the Alistar. Make it 1 more as Grefta picks it up, and Aegis was still going. Missing the resonating strike onto Saren as we do have a kill again. Gwen takes down Trend.
Gwen popping off the 2v1. Finds the kill. That is one of the areas where that nerf comes in. It was a 90 seconds to 130 second cooldown. Starscreen just barely didn't have his ultimate up there to actually scrap that one out. Ends up going down.
Great bubble. If he had died somehow from that angle, I think it's like your mouse and keyboard is doomed.
95% of the last 2 minutes in the death chamber.
Yeah.
Something insane.
Bad Time Island.
I mean, the entire game is Bad Time Island for Wildcats. This is looking pretty rough.
I mean, 9,000 gold ahead or so at 15 minutes is a pretty ridiculous early game. I don't have all the numbers for, what's the most one-sided game we've had gold-wise, but this is going to be up there, I have to think.
Yeah, you'll see it again. Just staying in the Shroud. The important part about that, too, is it does give actual resist while you're in there, too. So it does make it very easy, or easier to sit in there and scrap things out. Fair, just not able to get any damage, and then here's the ultimate, not quite up. Hold on.
Don't have time. Aegis is trying to kill people again, alongside Grefta here, 2v2. Level 8 Viego, Grefta, portal jump, wears away around a beautiful sleep under Saren. They're so good, the 2v2. It's been domination from the Red Kidneys as Grefta takes out Ferret again.
Ferret just can't find the kill. He flashed back in, but just barely staying alive. Oh my god, that 2v2 was clean. Aegis breaking some ankles. Looks like he's going in, baits out the field to try and get the stun, but then he goes back out. That's where the ultimate gets dropped, and then he goes back in. Starscreen.
I saw him start it, and I was like, I like the attempt, right? But it's not even going to get that. Sniffed out there by the Red Canids, and it could be another 1v1 kill. Grefta, look at the Holy Phoenix! Finds it there with the Luden's Airy combo, and it's another kill onto Starscreen.
This is getting brutal pastry. Yeah. I don't know if we got to turn this off. NC-17 rating coming in. This is painful to watch. Wildcats getting brutalized all over the map, every lane, deaths across the board.
Come on, man!
Kill him.
Come on, man!
Do it.
Careful, Zoe! It's so gross! It's so gross!
Grafthar finds another. Oh my god, just Wildcats catching L's across the board. The only thing, again, saving this from a perfect game is the one dragon that they have been able to get.
And the second Herald's going to go over. I saw Chitan's play again, by the way. He has a very big smile on his face.
This is a game that's hard. Like, I dare you not to smile playing this game.
Yeah.
I dare you to look upset as you're crushing your regional, or your inter-regional rivals, I should say. Just such an easy chase down sequence here. At this point, just caught out in the river. Gwen, not a ton of CC, but enough slows to make that happen. Obviously, Wildcats are just losing track of members on the map. No idea that Zoe's going to be there on the side of the wall. Grefthar finds that easy pickoff, and then Ferret here just, at this point, it's like, you're just tilted. Like, why are you underneath that turret? You can't stop it from dropping. There's literally no play for you to make there, but you also can't go to any camps. So it's like, just stay in your base. And so I can understand why that feels bad. I don't want to flame Ferret, but also you got to just stop making these kind of mistakes. The game is definitely away from them. Remember that tweet with Licorice where it's like, this is what a major region versus a minor region is supposed to look like, huh? Weirdly enough, it applies to this game. Like, that's how good Red looks right now. Like, this looks like Pool 1 seed RNG going up against anyone else in the tournament. You know, it's crazy how dominant they are right now.
Yeah, nameplates up, you would struggle to name these teams, I think, if we didn't have them right on your screen. And Red Canids are going up as Farfetch, trying to make it happen, but the level 8 alley, even with the ulti, just cannot survive. Aegis godlike in this game. The owner barely whiffing onto Starscreen, but Greftar's still going! How does he land the bubble every time? Starscreen going to be forced to burn the ulti. Aegis is still going in. He gives 1,000 gold to the enemy Tryndamere, and he just doesn't care.
Rides the Tryndamere in for the Lee Sin kick, does drop for it. Kind of baits his team into getting a little bit low. Kind of gives the only kill of the game over. Big shutdown, like you said.
And does he care? No. Should he care?
No. Why should you care? That was sick. You take the Q onto the Tryndamere to get the flash kick onto the enemy carry. I mean, it feels good. He feels bad. That's all that matters. Ignore the gold.
14 Magi stacks is off of Greftar, so there is strategic advantages.
Yeah, he's funneling.
Just sending it, exactly.
The Zoe helped the Lee Sin get this fed, and now he's returning the favor. It's called teamwork. Look it up.
Beautiful teamwork from the Red Canids this game. And it has, honestly, jokes aside, really been this mid-jungle that's opened up this game. Such a beautiful game of plays from these two as we watch this one again. I mean, look, level 8 alley with ulti? Nah, you're not going to live.
I mean, there's just also no way that this play works. They were cut off in the choke point, the damage dealer, so it was going to be a 2v2, or 2v4, I guess, of Starscreen and Alistar. So it's never going to work there, even if the combo did work. And that's just going to lead to a bit of a chase down here. Aegis riding that in to get behind Saren for the kickback. Ends up getting dropped, but, you know, we'll take him. Get some assists for your team, get some stacks, get some more gold. And he knows. He's like, oh, am I going to be the only death this game, man? Is this going to be me? It's all right, man. You had a great game.
Yeah.
You've been super clean.
Shrug it off, shrug it off. Don't worry. Tryndamere got 1,000 gold. It's going to be fine. If Tryndamere if died before waking up, by the way, would have had a chance to ulti. Unfortunately, Lee Sin Q didn't do quite enough damage, despite how bad Aegis is. But, you know, we'll be fine. We got a dragon for Red Canids. We have more face checking. Chitan's just over the top, pops the ulti, ready to go. Jojo going to go down as well. The kills are coming forward. Possess Leona's pretty good. Ferret's going for it. He knows that he has to find the angle. Chitan low, but not dead. And here comes Gwen.
Not too bad, actually, for Wildcats, though. The face check, I think Red thought that they could just kill them, but Starscream did a great job focusing Chitan down and forcing him out of the fight while he doesn't kill him. Does force the flash out as well as a retreat. Fuego, though, is still terrifying.
You're just going for it. You just walked through Victor W. Oh, Hex Flash, hello, Farfetch. Aegis like, what are you doing here? He's like, I'm trying to give you to the enemy
Nice
team
interrupt.
again. Once again, the Starscream Bubble's gonna miss. Good spin around, but it doesn't matter. Starscream, no ulti. And that play, ill-advised, goes the way of the Red Canids. As more face checking is happening, Gwen is immune. Oh goodness, he really gonna get out of this? Body block here for Aegis. The last bullet's not gonna quite curve around.
Oh my god.
And Gwen gets away.
Gwen is a great... Oh, there we go! Yes!
Let's go! Let's go, Holy Phoenix!
Gwen is immune. That work?
Yeah, I'm here for it.
I don't know what immune, like immune, but I am sounds like a, you know.
So I know you can be overwhelmed.
Right.
And I know you can be underwhelmed. So can you ever just be whelmed?
I actually looked that up.
I think you can in Europe.
Whelmed is actually a word.
Yeah.
I looked it up. It's actually very similar to overwhelmed. Anytime that you're whelmed, you're also kind of overwhelmed.
But it's not quite as intense.
It's not quite as intense, but like if you could be whelmed at work.
So if the gold lead was 50% in this game,
yeah,
it'd be a whelming gold lead instead of an overwhelming gold lead.
Yeah,
Because right now it's an overwhelming gold lead.
This is an overwhelming gold lead.
And I think to your point, I think, yeah, you can be mute. Holy Phoenix with the kill there does get some gold back. Again, anything they can grab is good for them, but you have to think Red Canids are going to start cleaning it up a little bit.
I mean, I will say that little pick that they got into Gwen, even if they didn't kill her, that stopped a bit. I thought for sure that was, oh, those two are dead. Now it's going to be time for Baron. That little heads-up play there by them, finding the pick onto Gwen, was pretty big for stemming the bleeding. I'm not going to say that there's Wildcats have a chance of getting back in this game because it's like a 99.99% chance that they're out with an 11,000 gold lead for Red. But that was a good play.
Twas. But Red are going to finally get themselves onto the Baron. It is an impossible choice for the Wildcats, but one they must make, especially face-checking Zoe and Fog is like...
Feels bad, man.
It feels really bad, man. And look at Grepta, again, running a bit of interference, trying to be defensive. Starscream with a decent flank, actually. Alstar going to go to bed, but Chitan with the wraparound flank. Able to just hold two on the Baron. Grepta trying to find the angle. Starscream pop the ult a little bit early. Chitan rides away to safety. Seren, though, does take out Jojo, so Ferret's going to get a possession. And Red a little low, actually.
Yeah, again, Starscream on the Tryndamere, despite not finding a kill there, kept 2 to 3 members busy. Fuego needed Aegis to sit on top of him, provide some shields, threaten to kick out and stuff like that to make sure that Gwen didn't die. And during that time, that means, again, when Chitan goes in, there's no one else helping him. He almost always 80% someone right away, and there's no one to kind of push that damage over the edge. So while he doesn't end up dying, it does lead to this kind of split fight, while also having the Baron aggroed on top of them that leads to Wildcats first off, stopping the Baron, finding a kill, and finding their first turret of the game with a fat objective bounty shutdown. It's now under 10K.
Yep. That's good. Positive direction, positive movement here.
Yeah,
for the Wildcats.
Look again, Jojo and Chitan are like, let's blow up Holy Phoenix, but Leona didn't actually get any of the CC or damage to kind of 100 to 0 him, and then during that time that allows a turn for the Wildcats to find Jojo, and then you see Starscream again, even though he's not killing anyone, in a lot of these situations, he's doing good work. He's putting threat down, despite being super far behind.
Ooh, Flash is a little bit short for Seren, and that should be enough for the dive. Aegis actually straight up solo killed right there. Managed to find the enemy mid laner as the jungler.
Able to dodge out on Holy Phoenix's root as well. Might have led to a situation where they could have got CC'd up. And I think this is funny by Red. They're like, why are we going to Baron?
Yeah.
We can just keep taking turrets. There's other turrets up. Starscream during this time recognizes, hey, I'm just going to split push.
And here comes Gwen once again. Ferret's going to be forced away, but this inhibitor tower is going to be broken. The inhib should follow shortly. Chitan already working on the midsection of the map. As the Wildcats are going to lose a lot here. 2 inhibs, most likely 1 already dead. Gonna have to fight. Farfetch looking to try and start things off here. But don't have the mid laner for 2 seconds. Are gonna get them back, and the mid inhib is gonna be alive. Chitan wants to finish it off. I like this play. Extending for a little bit there to make sure it happens, and Red do successfully take both.
Red grabbed 2 inhibitors, gonna back off now. Doesn't look like the Wildcats want to let them go safely, but it's kind of hard to make a play happen. And with the 2 inhibitors down now, it's probably going to be the easy Baron time. Grab this Dragon as well before you do your full reset. And then off of that, be able to grab the Baron. Going a little clean and clinical now. They, I think, understandably, were like, all right, we made a couple mistakes. Let's make sure we actually pull this one out cleanly.
I think also just taking this gold away from the Wildcats is good, right? That's 5 minutes where they can't get the objective bounty potentially off that Dragon. Don't want to give any extra gold over. At this point, we are not getting to Seoul if Red Canids are going to win this game, most likely. So they're just happy to take the gold away. They'll take a little bit of the buff from the Ocean, but it is more about taking it off the map so that you can fully focus on finishing this game, getting the Baron, pressuring the top side, and then closing it out nice and cleanly.
Yeah, well, I like that Wildcats aren't going quietly, though. Sneaking into the bot lane, hoping someone shows up there. Saren, as a Victor, not the best assist tool, given that there's no hard lockdown CC right away should someone face check them, but can jump out the damage with the Trinamir and try and blow somebody up.
Starscreen continuing to get gold. We'll get more here again. Plenty of bounties to collect. There's a bit of extra gold there as Starscreen claims that one. But deep vision now being set up for red, and this is nice. I like starting the Baron with only 2. There is warded. They are going to turn the ward off now, though. But I don't know if Wildcats can even do anything, is the problem. Like, you know what they're doing, but I don't think you can really safely face check as Ferret's trying to find a little bit of a wraparound there in the mist.
Yeah, they're starting to go, though.
There's a slow. Barrett going to have to buffer out of there with the ulti. Jojo flashing out of the way. Saren, solo kill by the enemy ADs. Jojo's there. Finds his teammates, so with the Zenith blade back on the Farfetch, and Red have found 2 kills already, and they may not need the Baron to finish off this game.
Yeah, G10 just ganked Saren somewhere off screen, found that solo kill. Farfetch as well, trying to go in and think that the Leona's alone. It is true, but it's not that hard for the Red members to turn off the Baron. So Gwen, Lee Sin, over the wall, get those kills. Now going to grab their 3rd inhibitor and can probably just sit on them and end the game. Take this without ever actually getting the Baron buff on their side in this victory.
Biggest again, looking. Doesn't quite find the angle, but plenty of damage deals onto the tower. Holy Phoenix popping the ulti. Greftar's like, that looks like a sweep angle to me. Barely going to find the sleep on the other side, but Holy Phoenix going to cleanse out safely. Starscreen tag does have ulti back to the fountain. He goes. As the second Nexus tower is going to go down, but Stumble Wildcat's going to keep on fighting. 4-man pole out of Farfetch. Damage shot there by Saren, but Chitan's on a rampage. Gwen's going to start frontlining. Ferret's going to get a reset, but I'm not sure it matters. Maybe, though, the Wildcats can keep their game alive for a little bit longer. 2 kills now for the Viego. Now the Gwen's on the enemy team. As Ferret is going to die to Greftar at the end of it all. And the Red Canids are going to keep their tournament hopes alive as the Wildcats are fighting to stay in this game. But I think the clock has finally counted down to 0. The Wildcats are going to move away. Shitdown's going to stylishly flip over the enemy Nexus and finish it up once and for all. No! Holy Phoenix! I mean, it's a 2v1. He just can't do anything.
Yeah, I think this is actually going to be a defense here. The minions stopping the double super creeps from getting on top of the next. I thought for sure the minions were just going to end the game.
Yeah.
They might still do it. There's a teleport up for Greftar.
Look at him go.
20. He might just try and sit on top of them. Forces the alley ult.
Got to navigate. Jin stun. Not that tanky for the lead. Does have a stopwatch, but doesn't want to burn it here. And the minions, oh goodness, they're doing it. The minions, all right, they've been stopped. Aegis like, wait a second. If they're there, I can keep going.
Leona's running up from mid. The teleport for Greftar up now.
Okay.
It's tempting, I know it is, guys.
Okay. Wildcats hold. A tough hold. Supers everywhere, triple inhibs. I mean, they're playing Horde mode. Like, this is different League of Legends.
It's a turret defense game now.
Yeah. It's balloons. We've gone all the way there.
Oh, it feels like one of those old used map settings, you know? when you're playing like where League of Legends came from with Dota and all that. Those. It's like, all right, just make sure that the turret doesn't fall.
Don't have much gold to put up defenses though, but they are going to try and stop Red. Baron's still an option, of course, here. The Wildcats will be contained to their base, but Red aren't interested in that objective. They just want to win one last fight here. That's all they need. Hex Splash looking, finds him just barely on the edge of the pole. And now Gwen in trouble, pops the W. That's so much damage though, but the Lee Sin fights Holy Phoenix in the midst of the team fight. And that is going to be all she wrote. 2 kills for Aegis, 3 kills in fact. And that pole is going to spell the end. It looks pretty, but it was not enough at the end of the day as the Red Canids will keep themselves in MSI.
Red Canids are alive off the back of that one and look incredible doing it. Super clean through the first 20 minutes of the game. A couple little slip-ups around the Baron, but then they say, you know what? forget that. We're just going to end through inhibitors and minion pressure. They go ahead and do that. And they are still fighting, still dreaming, still alive.
And we'll still see the Wildcats, of course, but their ability to qualify for the Rumble stage, unfortunately, is now not a thing with the win here. As Brazil get the scoreline a little bit closer to even all time for these two rivals.
Yeah, should be another game versus RNG available. Potentially, you're looking at some insane world where they can play upset. So for Wildcats, they're not done yet. Still have some work to do. A very disappointing game, I think, for them. Not just losing, but losing in that fashion, kind of getting styled on as it was going on. They did go out on their terms, picking that last fight, trying to blow up the Glen. Almost happened, but the immunity stopping Victor damage was kind of the big thing.
And of course, like the goal difference, still at that point of the game, like we got later.
It was trending down.
Yes, but still very big as far as overall difference goes. Not enough time to really push it to a point where that game was going to feel close as far as gold goes. So a tough loss for sure for the Wildcats. We'll see them again as the Red Canids still in it. And again, the games they've won look, I mean, honestly, even some of their losses, like when they win big.
Yeah, they have a really good early game. Unironically, no matter who they're playing against, their early game looks decent. You saw they were forcing RNG to respect them and not just take their fights at Rift Heralds or whatnot. Against PSG earlier in the day, while they did lose that one, as we see Chitan throwing out a little bit of a some vibes from Evie a little bit, you know,
smize
playing to the camera
as the mask on, kind of like, you know, can't show the big grin that I'm sure is under that mask.
Yeah,
he was having a great time, and honestly, like, despite the matchup we thought was going to be the big influence in this game, right? Chitan versus Holy Phoenix. Chitan was just vibing.
They banned out Holy Phoenix. They both like kind of were like, we're going to scale and play for team, and then they just watched as their teams got massive leads for Chitan.
All right, well, with that, Red Canids stay alive at MSI 2022, while the Wildcats unfortunately are eliminated from Rumble stage contention. After the break, though, we'll break down this do or die game. Stay tuned.
Behind 14 epic days of epicness. Behind 61 million hours of dropped jaws. Behind every match, every broadcast, every zero-ping moment at League of Legends MSI 2022 is the network capable of making it all happen. The Cisco Network, aka The Realm. Cisco, powering the future of esports.
The world is watching. Get on board. Check the lanes. Pay attention to the best. Join the ranks. Be the challenger. All in for the trophy. This is for all senses. This is for all players. Buckle up. Take notes. MSI 2022. Driven by Mercedes EQ.
Ready to fire, ready or not, we letting it gone.
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk as we say goodbye to the fast-paying Wildcats. Frankly speaking, they were obliterated by the Red Canids in their last qualifying match. There's still one game to play tomorrow, and that means the Wildcats will be looking at playing Spoiler. A very smart man once told me they might be called the House Cats. Before we get to that, though, let's bring up some of the early game kills. The thing is, the momentum and the tempo didn't stop from there, but at 14 minutes, the Wildcats were down 0-7. They almost went kaboom, and it was just all Canids all day.
Yeah, I mean, I just feel like they were so fast on the map, so proactive. This mid-jungle in particular, this Lee Sin and Zoe doing so much to facilitate these early proactive picks and plays. And moments like this just destroyed in your own jungle.
Yeah, and it only got worse here, as you can tell from just them working together, constant fights towards the blue side of the map on that stun. And also, I remember there was the 1v1 kill that happened topside on towards the Tryndamere. It was just really rough after those first kills went towards Red Cannon.
I mean, when we watched throughout the course of the game, there was a while where I started to think to myself that the Red Canids will not drop a single kill.
Oh, man.
When the Canids destroyed PSG Talon, it was a shutout. You know, they didn't concede a single death. Now, the end of this game, there were a few Brazilian players that fell. In particular, I think Aegis, once he dropped, they even had that like, head back, right? Good. But just before we build on that, I do think you have to address and call out the fact that the two wins the Canids have been very one-sided. And the game that they lost to Wildcats, the game that puts them in a precarious position right now, was a winnable one for Canids. So there's a lot of strength in this team, as they just proved.
Yeah, and I think it comes back to what we set up at the start of the day is the inconsistency, right? Yeah. When this team are hitting right, they have the concepts, they know how to play the game. It's just whether the performance is reflected in themselves, in their hands, right? If they land the skill shots, they connect, they are absolutely a strong contender.
Now, Orcs, talk to me a little bit about this Lee Sin from Aegis. It was phenomenal when we saw it happen, but during the draft, I don't want to say we were questioning, but we saw the Lee Sin pick come in and there was a few raised eyebrows. What did you make of it from draft and then seeing in performance?
I feel like Lee Sin is one of those picks that, particularly on stage, like you have to be performing well, you have to be confident, you have to get that early momentum to deliver on this pick, but he was just honestly flawless. And I feel like you have set up in your lanes to work with as well, and he delivered.
100%. And it's always about thinking about who you're going to be working with, right? You talked about Zoe and Lee Sin. There's multiple combinations with Lee Sin LeBlanc. It's just about being on the map early and working with, a lot of times earlier in the tournament, it was him and his support, right? And so the fact that he was now able to work with his mid laner and being able to open up the map makes the pick that much better.
And I do think it is fair to say the Wildcats looked a little shaken. You know, in comparison to the games that we have seen, it felt to me as a viewer that their spirits were a little bit maybe misplaced, their energy a little drained. I mean, look, I've got another replay package here, and if you are a Wildcats fan, I sincerely apologize to you. If you're a CBLOL fan, you're gonna love this. But throughout the course of the game, once the Canids pulled ahead, it was just non-stop. It was unrelenting, and it didn't feel like the blows back or the answers were available to the Wildcats.
Yeah, Wildcats never got their head in the game on this one. It was just them getting steamrolled. At least this was their first kill that ended up happening. The response that you were talking about, where the first kill
somewhat
went down.
Donated. Somewhat donated, some would say.
The donation went through. And it's not as if, here's the thing. Wildcats, we've seen this from multiple games. When they are behind, they will brute force fights to find their way back in. But with some of the picks that they have, there's no playmaking potential from a Tryndamere, right? You need some form of help. And a lot of the times, the best thing about Red Canids is that they recognize the play, they have the wards there to catch out what Wildcats are trying to do, and they respond.
But honestly, I can say that I kind of respect the way they played in that game and the fact that even when things looked pretty doomed and we were still saying, wow, this is very hard to come back from, they were still trying to look for the plays and make them. There were some moments they got very close to taking down the Gwen a couple of times, even got her at one point on the base defense. So I just respect the fact that no matter what, to the end of the game, they still tried, still put the all in.
I can tell you right now, Orgs loves seeing Gwen die. He loves it immensely because of how hard it is to do.
I was so frustrated when she kept surviving on 10 HP.
I'm aware of the fact. That's why you celebrate every kill.
Yes,
okay,
absolutely.
Let's move on very briefly because we're going to round out this importantly huge win for the Red Canids with an interview with Chitan and Yinsu.
Thank you very much, Trevor. I'm joined by Chitan now for a post-game interview. Congratulations on your win today. How great does it feel to be able to eliminate your rivals from Turkey and also get your revenge as well?
I am feeling happy and sad because to gonna make like group stage, we need to win against RNG, and it will be kind of hard. And we are happy because we beat like we could pass by us, and we still could do, but it's more harder, you know, right now.
Yeah, like you said, you have to beat RNG, who's your last opponent. You played against them already. What have you learned from those games that you feel like you can kind of use going into this rematch?
I'm playing these games, and when I play against RNG, it feels like I'm getting suffocated by every minute that they are playing against us. And I don't know, I learned so much about waves, that Gala play style is so different than the others. And Zhao Hu, it's always like, it feels like Zhao Hu is always for the side lanes, you know, and it's kind of hard to play against this type of player because when they are better than us, it's kind of difficult to play the lane phase against them.
When it comes to your team, I read that you said in an interview that you believe this is the best team that you have sent from your region, from Brazil. What is it about your teammates in this roster that you believe in so much?
I believe them because we have a different staff by this time and a lot of help for our people. And I'm very happy this year because we work different and we work as a team more than Worlds last year. And yeah, I'm happy because of it.
And lastly, as you know, a lot of Brazilian fans, they're supporting you, they're backing you right now. Is there anything you'd like to say to them?
Can I say Portuguese?
Go for it.
To them? Eu espero que vocês estejam confiando mais uma vez. É difícil de ganhar da RNG, parece ser muito mais complicado do que o normal. Os caras parecem deuses dentro do jogo, mas não é impossível de ganhar deles. E, cara, eu acho que a gente tem um dia para se preparar e eu espero que dê tudo certo.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Tam, for joining me, and good luck against RNG tomorrow. That's it from us for now. Back to you, Trevor, on the desk.
Thank you so much, Yin Su, in the Verizon post-game interview with Chitan. Shakarez! Shakarez, where are you? Bro, I need a translator. Come on. I'm supporting CBLOL, but I don't speak Portuguese. Help me out. Fantastic interview. I really appreciate it as well, Chitan. Very unguarded, talking about the difficulties. I feel like it's suffocating playing RNG. I learned so much watching Gala and how he plays around the lanes. When you play Xiaohu, like, there was a hint of frustration in what it's to play against him.
I think it's so good to hear from someone who's gone up against him, that feeling that he is like ever present in the side lanes. It means that whenever you make a play, you have to factor in Xiaohu will probably find a window to turn up and disrupt. And I feel like it's been such a relevant factor in RNG's success.
Yeah, and I mean, I love the fact that he was talking about how they played differently from Worlds, right? Played more as a team. And so there's still a lot more to learn, but the fact that they're getting stronger in this event is great.
It is very good. And of course, for the Red Canids, Aaron is an unenviable position because with that defeat against the Wildcats, that means the Fastbay Wildcats have been eliminated from contention in the Rumble stage. However, with that scoreline of 1-4, they still have a game against RNG tomorrow. Now, I'm going to run you through the percentage of scenarios in which teams can lock knockouts. PSG Talent, 87.5% of scenarios. RNG, 75% of scenarios, because obviously they can win all of their games. So there's many, many, many scenarios where they do advance. And for the Red Canids, 6.25%, right?
You're saying there's a chance.
PSG Talon win this game right now against RNG, it will lock them into the Rumble stage. And then make it very, very statistically probable, that the Canids will not happen. Very briefly, as we are about to jump into it, the last time that PSG, Talon, and RNG played, I want to remind everybody of what that game looked like, remind everybody of the score lines, and remind everybody of the stakes, because for RNG, they now have 3 more matches to plan and to play for tomorrow, which is a difficult situation to be in. And for PSG, if they want to guarantee that spot, well, they can do it now by taking down the expected favorite, the expected #1 seed, the team that is still expected to go undefeated.
But I feel ultimately PSG, we've seen them ramp up over the course of the tournament. They've gone better and better Hanabi is going to be in to play now, and I fully believe if we're going to see a team take down RNG, I think it has to be PSG.
Yeah, and hearing from you, Ox, you wanted to look at their mid-jungle. The fact that Juhan and Bey at the very beginning were the ones that were the weak point of this team, but when they turned up, they were incredibly strong, specifically Juhan's Lee Sin. And then earlier today, we got to see Bey really turn it up.
And I think branching off what we heard in the interview, you have to shut down Xiaohu. If he can move freely, I don't think you win. And it's so good that they've stepped up because they will need to be on form to take this matchup.
Will PSG Talent defeat RNG right now? Yes or no?
I'm an LPL cast. I got to go RNG.
That's a hell no what's going to happen. It's going to be yes for RNG.
There we go. RNG from my analyst is handed over to the casters for the final game of the day.
Thank you once again as we arrived actually at the weird final game of the day. We thought we might have some tiebreaks today. I guess we weren't guaranteed, but more RNG games to play, which is unfortunate. Again, it's a very long, stressful tournament, honestly, for RNG in this case. Like,
yeah, I feel bad for RNG a little bit. I know there's already been a lot of community conversation about the tournament as a whole, and RNG kind of catching some flack for what are just kind of unfortunate circumstances, and then as well as the fact that now they have to replay extra games when they didn't really do anything wrong. It's not their fault, you know, and
they didn't set up the server, you know?
Yeah, it's like, it's not their situation. It was, you know, they unintentionally, you could argue, you know, had lower ping, it seems like, than the people who were playing against them. And so, of course, very understandably, you have to replay the matches, but it just feels bad for everyone. And I definitely hope people aren't mad at RNG for that reason.
So the look in this game, though, definitely, as you heard from the desk, this should be their biggest challenge yet. PSG are looking pretty good after dropping their game earlier. Did play already, remember, but of course that game is not reflected in the record. And understandably, it has been an RNG win because they haven't lost yet, despite the sheer number of games they will play before they even make it to the Rumble stage. But we'll put all that aside for now and get ourselves into this draft. Ari banned, Wukong banned, Lucian banned. No one is surprised. And Gala's going to eat an Ezreal ban, and Xiaohu's going to eat a Twisted Fate ban for his trouble.
I fell prey to the trap again. I was trying to pull up their previous game from earlier in the tournament. Again, it's dead. It's like, wait, what did they play again? So I guess we'll just have to see. This is not too surprising. The ban's given away. Xiaohu's TF is disgusting. He's very good about making map plays. I really liked Ox's breakdown of it because coming into the tournament, I remember people hyping up Xiaohu's weak side map movements to cover plays, and that was just like the quintessential example of it. And even though it doesn't always, it's not flashy, it's not going to make a highlight reel, you're never really going to see it anywhere other than a kind of breakdown like that. I think it does illustrate one of the things that makes Xiaohu such a premier mid laner, and how mid lane can shine in other ways in the current meta beyond solo kills. This is not Zed killing supports who have literally no gold and bought 14 wards and have boots 14 wards in their inventory like Season 3 days, of course. So mid laners shine in other ways these days.
Absolutely. Center the last band there, keeping that away from Unified, as Graves going to be the first pick, which is notably a champion beginning with G that is not Gwen, which has been the first pick.
Yeah, I mean, Graves.
A lot of Gwen today. That's what I'm trying to say.
A lot of Gwen today. Fair enough. I feel like it's not too much of a surprise given that Bin has a lot of counter picks. Of all the people you probably don't want to blind the Gwen into, it might be Bin. So I can see the deprioritization of that in this specific matchup. And Graves does feel like one of the premier junglers behind Wukong. Has a lot of agency, gets to build the Umbral Glaive, be annoying, do damage, and all that stuff.
Viego there, throwing it back a little as well for Gala. Aphelios is the weapon of choice. There's Nautilus, seen a lot of it today, not just yet here by the looks of things.
So PSG, we'll see if they lock this MF in. You see some cute fan art there. The Press R comp seemed to have worked very well for them against Red Kenids, like we were saying. Despite that game only being 28 minutes long, a lot of the games this tournament have been extremely fast, despite having sometimes close early games. That was also one where the game was just exploded, despite, I think they were the gold deficit at the fight, where PSG just landed this insane wombo combo and just executed around Dragon. And so no surprise to see MF Leona locked in with the Graves. If you're going to beat RNG, it's probably going to be with an explosive team fight, not necessarily just like out-laning them. Or out-macroing them.
Yeah, definitely not that one. Definitely not out-macroing them.
Definitely not out-macroing. Out-laning, you could get a lead, but the hard part is actually closing the game out, as we've seen for a lot of teams. It's just, at some point, you're going to have to deal with them. And so, no surprise PSG's going that direction, but Xiaohu throwing down the gauntlet, taking the LeBlanc, as well as getting double bans for counter picks, you could probably see a Lissandra ban coming in here, I would expect, because that not only works against the LeBlanc, but it also works well with your press R comp that you're kind of building right now.
Yeah, I really like this actually. Good positioning of this LeBlanc pick in the draft. Very excited to see Xiaohu's LeBlanc in general. Seen actually a decent number of LeBlanc bans this tournament. There is some pretty nasty LeBlanc players across the mid laners attending this MSI. Vex, though, going to be the first ban here. And we'll see if something like Lissandra follows there. But again, like you said, being able to get 2 bans on top of this pick while you're taking it, really nice bit of positioning.
And a little bit of respect given to Bay's Vex in the previous game. 8-0-2 was kind of the catalyst for that big team fight that I keep talking about. Was him who got that initial reset, runs through the game. Vex is a champion who I think rewards people who can see opportune moments in team fights. There's many skill sets in League of Legends. You know, matchup knowledge, macro knowledge, all these things, but there's one that I think is just like team fight flow. Like you see the team fight developing, you know what's going to happen next, and you know how to exploit it. That's something that, for example, Faker has exceptionally well when he has those shockwaves and he's saying, I've got them, before he even has channeled the shockwave. You know, like those are the kinds of plays that a champion like Vex rewards, because you need to know how the fight's going to flow so that when you go in, you can fear them in the right direction and start resetting to the fight.
Yeah, like teamfight IQ, maybe?
Yeah, like there's got to be a better word than teamfight flow, but like that's what it is like you're kind of seeing the future because you know what the enemy team's going to want to do and what your team's going to want to do.
Decision has been, by the way, to just take base comfort off, right? We've seen these picks already, so wanting to not give those away. Nautilus did get banned, by the way. I was curious. Astra and Nautilus are both going to eat it. It could be an Enchanter angle for Ming alongside this Aphelios. But it's going to be set for now, which is a flex for support and top lane.
Yeah, I mean, Aphelios does work extremely well with Enchanter support. It's one of the reasons that you probably didn't see it last game with the Jhin, is just in general, Jhin doesn't scale that well with Enchanters. No attack speed really to benefit from or get a lot of procs off quickly of other buffs. Aphelios can't, but they go with the set instead. Blind top laner, most likely. A little bit different from Bin. But people have been playing it a little bit. I believe, was it Hanabi who played it against Bin? Or was it against Zeus and it was Evie? It was Evie against Zeus yesterday, we saw it.
There's the Lissandra you predicted, though.
I'm surprised they didn't ban it. I thought that was relatively telegraphed. I will say, the matchup is not really even in the actual laning phase since the Lissandra nerf from her heyday. LeBlanc generally can get the better of the matchup in the straight 1v1, and it's more about teamfights and other things as we see. Whoa! Oh. Big old debate right there.
Yep. Keeps happening to us. We'll see what Hanabi wants to take 1v1 up against this presumed set. Vladimir back on the table.
Interesting.
Not the first Vlad we've seen today, which is not a sentence I thought I would say at Game 6.
Vlad into set is also one that we haven't really ever seen on the... Ooh, this might be tricky stuff going on here. Set support might have got a little ahead of ourselves.
Yeah, they're abusing the flex that we did allude to. Would love to see this from Ben Aurelio. It's a very stylish champion. And when you can have the benefit of counterpick, using your flexes very nicely.
You know what?
Here from RNG.
Who was I ever kidding? Bin blinding set?
Teehee.
When he can get counterpick in an actual carry? God, I'm an idiot.
All right, well, Vince Aurelia up against Hanabi's Vlad should be a fun affair in the top side 1v1. So I was going to start by saying, well, if it is set top, probably playing to the Aphelios or potentially the mid lane, depending on how they can line it up. But now we can play the top side once again for RNG.
Yep, probably going to be trying to get up there and abuse the Vladimir. The LeBlanc also insane roaming potential. But they honestly have threat in all 3 lanes for the Viego to try and go to. There's, you know, Aurelia probably has the hardest time doing direct setup herself, but it's just going to be a scrappy lane in general. Obviously, Aphelios can make things happen. LeBlanc has chains to set things up, so Wei will have his kind of pick of where he wants to go, whereas for PSG, it's about surviving, not falling behind the lane phase, getting to these team fights where your 5v5 can kind of pop off and start insta-giving people, because it's not a very tanky team comp for RNG. If they don't get ahead, you know, Lissandra lockdown, Leona lockdown, damage from Vlad, MF, they're definitely disadvantaged in the 5v5.
Everyone is a big fan of Curse of the Set. Bullet Time, the classic MF plus Amumu. MF plus Vlad, not bad. Not as much CC, but a lot of damage if you find the right position.
Yeah, it's Vladimir is a one-shot champion for sure. If you get into the back line with your alt, charge, EQ combo coming out, you can annihilate people. And the matchup against Aurelia is very good into a lot of range matchups. She's not quite the pure anti-magic damage that she used to be when her W was all magic damage reduction and stuff like that. So it is not like as insane as it was, but pretty much always Aurelia into range matchups that you'll pick her into. She's has a good time.
All right, well, we'll see what happens there. It is Ignite Ghost once again for Vladimir. Looking to get a bit spicy in the top lane 1v1. And RNG are spreading out across the rift. So are PSG. Xiaohu's going to meet Bey nice and early. He flips him an emote.
Continue with the boring level 1 storyline that I mean, the emotes you said made the other one good. Or the Alistar
that was great.
Spam. I'll give you that. I'll give you that.
Like, strategic. I mean, there's an edge you get, but, you know, did you get any kills or vision? No. Did you maybe win a mental battle? Yes. I think so.
Nice little defense there by Wei, saying, hey, get out of here. You saw Jian consider just like running through him, it felt like, to get to the pit to throw the over onto the red buff, but I think Xiaohu would have the inside track, would have got a little dicey, and I can understand backing off there, but a nice little probe by Jian.
Yeah, is an Ignite on RNG as well. It is Xiaohu's Ignite there for the LeBlanc. Gonna be tough to poke through the Aftershock Lissandra. Bey having TP can maybe help to reset the lane if things get a bit dicey in the early game, but Xiaohu, of course, an exceptional roamer, not quite the obvious global presence of, say, Galio or Twisted Fate, but expect Xiaohu to get out of lane pretty often once the game opens up a bit.
Yeah, LeBlanc can get priority, LeBlanc can hop walls, LeBlanc is harder to roam on, like you're saying, less tools to assist her, but still has that ability, as you see. A little face check there, a little scrappy in the bot lane as well, both going the Glacial Augment version. A little set can be one of those champions where we were talking about it. You don't have your Aftershock, you get kind of squishy. If he doesn't get his W to get that fatty shield, then you can kind of blow him up during the CC duration, because when he initially like ease you or something, he won't get that initial burst of tankiness when he trades CC out. And Leona having her W that you can put on preemptively is actually one of the reasons she's the best tank support, is because she can get tanky before she goes in.
Xiaohu going off already. Aftershock proc, which I was just going for it. The Ignite's down, looking for a solo kill. He's gonna get it. Xiaohu with a 1v1 first blood.
Absolute destruction there. Wasn't even close. 200 HP to spare for Xiaohu. This is what I was talking about. It's not actually the easiest counter pick for Lissandra. It's an out-of-lane counter more than an in-lane counter, or to pair with a jungler. But Graves doesn't have a ton of pressure early on, and so Xiaohu finds that kill, gets that first blood. He's going to come back to lane in the second here, and will continue to try and run over Bey in the mid lane.
Not going to lose too much either. Xiaohu killed Bey on the cannon wave, so I don't think Xiaohu's even going to lose that many minions as he moves on back. Bey obviously with the priority as he comes back, so we'll have a CS lead, but gold lead absolutely in the hands of Xiaohu, as we watch this one again. Just found the chain here.
Yeah, it's just going to be a pretty easy WEQ combo. Gets
didn't even need it, never mind.
Oh yeah, it's level 2. Just, I guess, got most of the QW damage out before the Aftershock came in from Bey, the Ignite. The autos, just easy.
Yeah, and there's the chain. Didn't have it before, has it now. Bey is in trouble. Xiaohu obviously wanted to maximize damage at the level 2 play, so very nicely done. I guess Bey couldn't flash, like, Xiaohu just distorted in melee range. It was like, hello, we are fighting.
Yeah, well, and the wave is like in a pretty bad spot right there for a little bit for Bey. It looks like the wave's finally pushing in, but Wei is moving some wards to try and meet him on this wave potentially, or at least unlock the ability for the LeBlanc to roam. If you preemptively clear out the wards, once that wave gets shoved in, it allows Xiaohu to do some of that famous map movement of his.
Well, Juhan does take the blue, his own blue, as Wei is wrapping around here on the bottom side. Could be a dive angle. Ming landing it up already with the pre-ignite, but Ming low, pops the W, is probably going to go down here. Does indeed die, but Wei gets the kill they were looking for. And now topside, Bin dancing around Hanabi, taking a tower, but there's a beautiful pull, and Bin with a massive outplay, barely dying to the final shots of the shotgun.
Nice answer by PSG, finding that kill on the top side, trading 1-for-1 on the bottom, evening out the kills, shutting Bin down. Kaiwing, you know, Ming, we talked about the squishiness. Nice setup. Tried to flash out, but did drop turret aggro, ends up dropping there. Topside, nice gank. I'm not exactly sure how it was set up, but obviously well played to get him down that low. And Hanabi, knowing the edges of how much damage he can take quite well to pool right at the very last second, seemed pretty necessary because Bin was doing a good job.
Had the wave in the right spot as well. Bey there hops the shockwave. Not going to be so lucky if Xiaohu comes back around. And this wave's in a spot where Bey can have to get a little too close if he wants to try and contest, though. It's coming in now, so just going to have to be patient.
Yep. I mean, he's in an okay spot right here. Just needs to be careful about the Xiaohu 6 power spike. Will come in a little bit earlier than his own, given the kill that he got, the extra XP. So Might surprise him. Here's this bot lane play. So Ming just wants to start it off, just run straight at Unify, gets that shield out in time, but I'm not sure if there's a flash angle he could have taken to survive. Doesn't really matter either way. Still kills the 80 carry under turret. Here's this setup. Gonna be building up the empowered Q at the same time. Bin's trying to hide behind the turret, which is often what you want to do against Graves, but I think going forward here and playing it proactively was actually kind of a disaster. Like, I thought if he just stayed behind the turret, I'm not sure how Juhan's going to kill him. But by dashing in and trying to outplay them, he just serves himself up on a platter to get buckshot in the face twice. So I actually think Bin maybe shouldn't have done that.
Yeah, nice wave set up for Hanabi to get the dive happening. Bin perhaps with a bit of an oopsie, does get himself killed as a result. And Hanabi's going to be feeling good. RNG have control of the mid lane, that's for sure. Bottom lane's looking all right. A couple trades back and forth. Advantage on the top side right now, at least. We'll see how the matchup develops here for Bin. Hitting Hanabi there, but again, can't stay too long against Vlad. The little bar under his health bar kind of tips you off to what's going on. Ooh, going for the 1v1 all-in. Mana is way too low, though.
Yeah, mana's low, just throwing it out for some chunk. Hanabi throws his ult as well for a little bit of healing, you know? It was clean.
It was very clean.
It was a clean play with no kill potential, is what I'd say. But I think the touch and go part of this matchup is the mid lane. If Xiaohu can blow this game open, it doesn't matter what's happening anywhere else on the map. If PSG can stabilize the mid lane, they can hit that point that we're talking about with team fights.
Bin's back, just walk back to lane, didn't TP, walking up to Hanabi now. They know there's no ultis, but Bin fancies himself a fight, uses the blade charge, doesn't get a reset, barely finds the stun. We're gonna force Hanabi back now, and again, Hanabi does not have TP.
Yeah, it looked like Bin baited him, thinking that it was a fake recall, actually went into the river, did some vision control type stuff, and then came back into the lane to get behind him, making Hanabi thought he had more time to push that wave out that he did not. Again, not having the ultimate there might have been a mistake, because if he had his ult, maybe he can get the kill. He got enough mana back up, I think, to have maybe done chase down, but he's still doing a good job in the lane, but maybe out of position.
And now they know Bin actually pushed the wave in, but it's going to maybe cost him his life here. Juhan up here with Kai Wing, very nice roam to the top side, and again, no mana. Didn't get the recall, easy kill there for the Graves.
Oh boy, Bin, a lot of LPL top laners are incredible carry talents, but they are also sometimes not very respectful of map states or when they are starting to lose. So we'll see. He's still trying to push his lead. It's not over yet during this time as well, given that Kai Wing was out of lane. RNG will respond to the bot lane, funnel a lot of gold into Gala. That kill that Unified, that went down on Unified as well, hurt his CSing. This is hurting his CSing. He's getting dumpstered in CS right now.
Yeah, White Gun of Velios is just smacking the tower, popping all the plates off of it. Wave's going to steal the red buff away. RNG full control of this bottom side for now, it feels like. And again, when Xiaohu's going to have perma prio, always have threat in these lanes. Whenever Xiaohu dips down to maybe join way, PSG have to show respect. And it already feels like the isolated 2v2 is not looking so hot right now. So a lot of eggs in the Hanabi basket right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a bad situation. Obviously, you don't want to fall behind. But in terms of team comps, with a marksman falling behind, this is not as Gala.
Nice cleanse, a little either late or Glacial Augment's really good. But Xiaohu's going into Bay once again. Bay already popped the ulti though. Xiaohu has Ignite, has Flash, he's going for it, gets the chain, lands a max range. 1v1 once again, and Xiaohu's gonna find it, but the tower is gonna pick up the revenge.
Not a fair fight with the structure for coming in big for Bay there, keeping him even in the trade, but you see Xiaohu's power. They do trade flashes, so you're kind of happy for Bay if you're removing a lot of the aggression. Ignite down, flash down, 1 for 1, not so bad. The bot lane play, what I was about to get into in terms of compositions, Unified is not really the primary carry of this team. The MF will do a lot of damage, but so will Graves, so will Hanabi on the Vladimir pick. There's plenty of damage in the team comp, so of the times that your marksman's down 20 CS about, it's not so bad.
All right, well, some top side control arrested, or continued, I suppose, here for PSG. As they will start this Rift Herald up. Xiaohu wants to get in there, so does Wei by the looks of things. Going to take out these Raptors and walk on over. Already pretty low though, just going to have to be a steal attempt unless they can delay. The Rift Herald's already a little bit too low. Wei really wants to get in there, but he's not going to be able to. What's it going to cost? Not much right now. Bay going to get stunned up, goes over the wall. Leona not that tanky as the W and the Aftershock are going to wear off. Doesn't have Aftershock either, so going to make it extra hard to get access to that rune. And RNG, they poke and prod, but they don't get much.
Yeah, a little 4v4 there over the Rift Herald. Still comes out in PSG's favor. They do lose the flash on Kai Wing. They got split a little bit in that fight where Juhan and Juhan and Hanabi wanted to exit through the blue buff ramp. So close, you're happy to get the Rift Herald. Probably worth the flash if you can get a good charge off and start accelerating. Most likely, Hanabi is the one that you want to keep funneling this gold into right now. It's going to be hard to get a good charge off against Xiaohu unless they get a kill beforehand or a good gank off.
Xiao continuing to poke here, but Bay weathering the storm has kind of evened up the CS. Hasn't had too many problems. Way up to the top side this time around. Nice pull. Being going to whiff the ulti as a result. So Wei will give it up, but Hanabi may be forced back once again.
I think it's a tough matchup, definitely. Hanabi's doing an okay job, has been traded out a few times, but has gotten his shots in when he can, and has made it difficult to get ganked. I mean, that's the one thing Vladimir is usually the safest at. It's kind of hard to get a kill off on him with another person coming in, but 1v1 is still very tough in this matchup.
Yeah, Finn going for it. Can't dive, though, unfortunately. Ooh, take it back?
No, you shouldn't take it back. He cannot dive back, as you see him having to flash out. I'm not quite sure if he misread a cooldown or what, but especially with Hanabi's empowered Q coming back up, that kill was not ever going to go in his way there. Bin is, I'll be honest, having a bit of a sloppy game. I think a couple plays in a row now, making it a little bit easier for PSG than otherwise the pressure from Xiaohu would make you believe.
Bringing away Roman on in to try and get themselves a bit of pressure. Ming also sticking around. They're just going to drop a wall there for Xiaohu as the mid lane pressure continues. As a reminder, though, don't forget to grab your exclusive Scare Prize Prime Gaming emotes. You can strut when you flash in and turn a fight around, as PSG maybe going to look to do here in just a moment.
Scare Prize! Chat spam Scare Prize.
I like Scare Prize, but it doesn't quite work,
Prize, yeah.
All right, well, what's happening here? Xiaohu getting aggressed on. Lissandra ulti at the ready, not going for it just yet.
Xiaohu showing he's not too scared, doing the S walk. I'm not quite sure if there's another name for it, you know, but it's like kind of stutter walk where you're pressing S as you go, like, I'm actually need to run away, but I will walk away.
Trying to find the perfect time to stop.
Yeah.
Juke in place.
All the league things you can make sound like a dance move. The S walk is one of them.
All right, we've been back at it again. TS leader is going to keep fighting Hanabi here. Great stone. What a wonderful lineup there. Bin's, again, like, really clean on this pick. But
it's so funny because he'll dominate trades. He'll look so good and then just get a little over-eager and maybe use an ability when he shouldn't have or go in a little bit too soon, not respect a map movement. You can tell the talent is there. It's just sometimes like, come on, be a little bit more forward-thinking.
Yeah, I like that Wei's, I think, decided that, okay, I get it. I'm going to just start covering top basically permanently because Bin is a player we can push our advantage around. Bay a little low. Wei on the Kaiwing there. Kaiwing whipped out the solo player, but Xiaohu's trying to cut off Bay here as RNG looking to take control again. Continue to give Bin support. Gal is fine on his own, and the bottom side is collecting farm.
Yeah, that was a bit fortunate for Kaiwing to actually not have landed all his abilities there because, like you said, Xiaohu cut off Bay, and then there was the inside track as well for Ming. It would have been a 2v1, so Kaiwing fortunate to have missed there. Now they're actually going to get that drop on mid lane. Wasn't sure if they're going to be able to do it. It won't get them the turret, but you can funnel some gold into Bay, who has been struggling a little bit. Get that gold. And I like your call also about Wei hovering topside, given that hold on. This one a little bit closer with the ult still up for Bin.
I mean, pulls up for Hanabi. Like, it's just, you can't, can you finish your all-in, I guess is the question, because you're obviously winning the trades in the 1v1. Also, we have a dragon to consider here. No TP for Bin, no TP at all ever for Hanabi. So, going to be a 4v4 at best if the teams want to scuffle. And PSG are going to give it up. RNG grabbed that first, second dragon, in fact, for themselves.
Yeah, decent restraint there by PSG. I think Xiao, who had the inside track, controlled mid lane, so if they did go in, he would get there much quicker. So they kind of want to go. They watch them leave menacingly, but right decision not to go in.
So, we are here now, 14 minutes through. Look at the gold. It is up for RNG, but it is less than 1,000 gold. That is a good thing for PSG as far as early game goes. You have not fallen super far behind. And I don't think you pick these picks to dominate the early game and try and win that way.
No, 1,000 gold deficit is a totally acceptable deficit when you look at the two comps and what they want to do. The concern is RNG is a great mid to late game team fighting team, so it's not really like they're sweating either. They do have the dragon stacking in their favor. They also have the ability to 1-3-1. Their comp can kind of do a little bit more than PSG's can. Yes, if Hanabi had gotten far ahead, it would be difficult, but I don't think he's dominated enough to... Ooh, a little disrespectful there.
Once again, Hanabi just chilling. Conqueror active. Passive up. Hanabi's just going to shrug it off.
Oh, I didn't even realize this. The runestone choice for Hanabi, a little different than you usually see on Vladimir's, unless I'm out of date with my tech.
Little area action. Ooh, 1v1. Beautiful stun. Viego's pretty good, but not good enough to get out of that situation. And now they're going to keep on going. Bay going to find the ulti onto Ming. Ming got flash, but Xiaohu is diving on it. Here comes Bin to maybe make a big fight happen. Hanabi, a target he can pick up here, but he doesn't have it yet. Xiaohu diving on in, looking for the play, but can't get it. Bin ulti's onto Bay, but it's a bit of a mess here in the skirmish as Kaiwing sticking around to try and provide some CC, and somehow everyone on PSG is going to live.
Surprised to see PSG get out safely, even secure their blue buff on the way out. You see some of the power of their comp being able to lock down so many members. Wei not able to get out. Find that one clean kill and then skedaddle out. Still pressure for RNG on the back end of that fight. Bay does leak to mid lane though to grab that turret, while Bin will probably be able to grab the top side.
Very nice move there for PSG. That's the first tower gold as well.
Can't even get that.
Picking that up. Gala finds Kaiwing. Nice little ward there, spotting him over the wall. Again, some of this topside pressure, Xiaohu likely wanting to leave. PSG has been sticking to the mid tower, and they will manage to get it down. I guess the Herald in mid too also.
Both teams not ready to give up on that top side though, instantly back to the second Rift Herald.
Yeah, not with the Herald up. Teams are going to be wanting to scrap. Gala is not in the correct position, wants to get the tower trade instead. Will get it, but RNG will now know that Unified is almost assuredly where he is, and they'll see him very shortly as the mid wave's going to spot him. So we'll take a look here once more.
Yeah, Kaiwing's Leona is absolutely filthy. He's been smurfing on this champion for years now and just able to snipe out Wei, then gets the follow, just keeps him CC'd up for Juhan to just beat him up with it. Nicely done there. Bay as well, forcing them to kind of turn into them. Well played by RNG to save that situation when it looked like Ming might just get exploded. The turn back, forcing everyone low. And well played by everyone as we see second Rift Herald drop top lane, trying to blow this turret up now.
Yeah, it was comfortably soloed in the replay there by Juhan. Bin, is going to go ahead and take away all of the wave, but of course Shelly completes the charge. And that's an easy tower take there for PSG, who are going to equalize the gold off the back of that.
Yeah, that's a pretty impressive little trade of plays there. Secretly, silently, Gala has been getting farmed up. He's kind of the ticking time bomb in a sense of this game, where we've been talking a lot about PSG's team fight and how strong that is. Though the strongest DPS champion in the game, you could argue, is Gala on the Aphelios. Late game can be absolutely disgusting, and a bit of an insurance policy for them that if PSG go in and they blow all their CC on the super mobile carries of the LeBlanc, and you gotta stop the Aurelia from jumping all over you, suddenly there's no CC left potentially for Gala to kind of carry that team fight. So a lot of threats for PSG, but they also have a lot of tools to deal with them.
Bin still going at it 1v1, by the way. Xiaohu continuing the roams. Wei Ming going to join on in. It's a potential 3v3, although never mind, because Gala is sticking in the mid lane as RNG wants to open up this map a little bit more, keep the gold lead heading in the right direction for them. They were ahead. They're now even, but they have some standing gold to potentially take. And Bin does have a long lane he could maybe play to in the bottom side, but sticking to the top for now, has the teleport advantage. Dragons up in 30 seconds. RNG, the simple plan for them is going to be just stacking these dragons and winning team fights, which they're very good at.
I like PSG's decision here, though, to start bringing the Vladimir down early. You know, you don't want to get onto Soul Point. You want to start contesting them a little bit before then. Your comp is mostly online. Your big items are mostly done. You can team fight from here, so they want to stop this dragon stacking immediately, but it's tough to work their way in.
Yeah, RNG, again, very aggressive defense here, very far forward. Kaiwing maybe has an angle here for Gala. Gala Gale forces out, very nicely done.
All right, PSG have bought their entrance to the river with Leona's ultimate. That's one CC down. Does get the Gale Force, but it's still very difficult to find a target for them right now.
They're baiting for a fight. Like, Wei's not even in the pit, just throwing out stuns. They're trying to find an angle here. RNG going to abuse the vision they have here, and Gala starts up the dragon. Wei's like, okay, here we go. Into the pit. As PSG now know, RNG are trying to take this dragon. Oh my goodness, Hanabi blown up almost completely. 100-0'd by Xiaohu, but Hanabi does actually get the kill on the back end of it. RNG will get the dragon, and thankfully it's only one death.
Very ballsy by Hanabi there, knowing that he had his ultimate coming in, that he was going to be able to get back up. Gets his empowered Q off to stay alive through the ignite. Well played, kills Xiaohu, but an acceptable trade, I think, for RNG, knowing that while Xiaohu's running this kind of distraction, that there's no way for them to contest the dragon. They get their third of the game. Putting RNG, funnily enough, in a position to finish their dragon stacking against the team comp. Here you see again, just a nice trade there. As soon as Hanabi goes in, Xiaohu's like, all right, I'm going to kill you. But, you know, there you see the empowered Q come in. Also, the healing as well. Stays alive through the ultimate. And during that time, though, everyone was chasing him. There's the dragon snatched up.
Nicely done for RNG. They'll hold on to the Dragon lead, but Gold is staying even. Hanabi can feel the power of the Vlad as the fights kind of get a little bit closer. Bin is...
This is probably the best game of the tournament so far. This one is very touch and go. Two team comps with different ideas. People playing well. Like, this is a sick game.
See what it delivers in 3 minutes and 46 seconds.
Well, so this is the one advantage for RNG's favors. There's different windows you have to respect from people. This is definitely an RNG window, and they have a little bit more map pressure. PSG want to be able to collapse onto a side lane and kill one of these people that are pushing for the 1-3-1. But they're going to have to work through a lot of vision control because the 1-3-1 will often be there first. They'll be able to be a little bit more self-sufficient with their laners to get wards out, so you have to clear them before you can realistically kill them, and it's this push and pull that's going to happen around the map. And RNG are so good at it.
Yeah, this to me is part of the play here. How strong has been? The answer is very. Almost solos out Hanabi there. Hanabi committed the ulti as well. And now PSG looking for counterplay. Weighs the target, but he bounces away. Yuhan, for what it's worth, quite strong. 3 kills, 2 items done, including the Mythic. A lot of damage on this Graves of Xiaohu. Again, this 1-3-1 we talked about. Navigating nicely, takes this out. Can he get himself ulted? Pop back? No, not yet. Ooh. Gets away.
Just on the very maximum of that range, but with his ultimate up, and I think both charges the W, very intelligent by PSG to realize, like, just call this play off. It's never going to happen. They did try and find that window around the ward sweeper by Bay, but RNG grabbed the turret back out. They're safe. This push and pull coming in favor of them. The other thing that's nice about a 1-3-1 is it can often give you better vision control around the objective ahead of time. You saw that in the last Dragon fight where they were kind of able to hug the red buff brushed right there and make it very difficult for PSG to even get into their own jungle to then get into the river. So RNG are very difficult to play against. This is why I was saying, like, even though their team fight comp is arguably worse than a straight front-to-back team fight, what is the likelihood RNG gives you that fight? Like, probably close to 0.
Single-digit integer, I think. Not a lot.
Yeah.
Because RNG, this is kind of like, the cerebralness of this team, right? We know about the team fights, we know about the hands. It's going to be a lot about how they play the map, how they're also good at that. Xiaohu kind of at the helm as far as the brains of the operation, but of course the whole team has to be on board.
Yeah, Ming as well, one of the legends, able to
pretty
always...
good.
Yeah, he's pretty good. Definitely going to help the team. The shot calling, especially around mid lane of the 1-3-1, it's an important part that sometimes gets overlooked for the flashy LeBlanc and the Irelia on the side lane, but making sure that your Aphelios is always safe, always has vision to make sure that he doesn't get caught out of position is an important part for the support there.
PSG getting in early. Ooh, hello. Found Xiaohu. Hiding in the bush, hoping only one squishier champion would walk by. No luck.
Not the case. PSG doing a good job staying in formation. It's one of the things that, while watching Order play, there were too many times the Nautilus was ahead of the Poppy. You want to make sure that when you're doing your vision control, even if you're grouped up as 3, if one of you is in the wrong position, the LeBlanc will still kill you. So making sure that your Leona is the one in front with her W on is pretty critical.
Well, of course, all that kind of back and forth is potentially for vision around this upcoming Dragon is the Infernal Soul for RNG. If they can grab it, they're here in a little under a minute, making sure to get that deep vision happening nice and early. There is this mid-outer turret here, so PSG don't have to walk a very far distance to get to the objective, but RNG, as you mentioned, very good at even controlling the enemy opposition, the enemy territory, when they're trying to set up for these objectives.
Well, and that teleport that they have in the top lane, they have the option to sack this Dragon right now for almost no deficit and continue funneling gold. Bay is actually one to go match because he has the TP here. So let's be careful.
Yeah, Bin potentially has some threat there in the 1v1, but is just going to go ahead and move down. Been starting to walk now, recalling, probably has an item spike to purchase here.
The problem with this mismatch, though, is now your LeBlanc is unfazed by the Lissandra. The concern is normally Lissandra's there if LeBlanc goes in. She gets insta-rooted. Hold on!
Oh, that's nice onto wave. Posted up the ulti early, but Ming eating a lot of damage there from the bullet time. Ming finds the dunk. Bin, going to join the fight as RNG scattered to the wind as Unified forced to get away. He got bursted down, so he has to run. But the team fight is going to be won as Bin caught out in a 1v4 that he cannot navigate. PSG need to deny this Dragon. Waze may be ready with the steal, but no flash, no ult. You can't get this. That's Dragon for PSG. They stave off the soul.
The legendary Kaiwing Leona pops off again in that team fight. Does not find the initial kill onto Wei, but blows up the battle lines in their favor to allow them into the river there. And that gives them the Dragon that stalls it out. Also eats the teleport and flash out of Bin.
Look where Unified had to go, by the way. No way you know this, Xiaohu. Oh!
There's a brief window where even if you take damage, the teleport will complete. I believe it's 0.25 seconds. Yeah, it's 2.25. Yeah, that is such a tight window for Xiaohu. He almost had it. So here you go. This is Leona just being like, you're going to backstep out of the brush. You're in the brush, you're going to backstep a little bit. Such an intelligent placement of the ultimate there by Kaiwing. Forces way back, blows up the battle lines. Xiaohu goes on to Unified to try and stop the ultimate. And Unified, oh my god, the guts on this guy to just channel his ult. To say, yeah, if you kill me, great, go for it. But I'm going to drop my damage out in this team fight. He chunks so many members low that the 4-man of PSG could actually win the fight on that side despite Xiaohu nearly killing him. And then he gets out for it too. So much gumption to just sit there with a LeBlanc jumping on top of you, just still unloading.
Game's still very tight. 500 gold between these two teams. It's Baron on the menu now as the Dragons down for 4 more minutes. PSG starting off the objective. RNG, they know what's up now. They throw control ward over, but can they navigate? Bin is not here. This Baron is so low.
Yeah, here comes Wei though.
It's fight or bust. You have to go in. Wei! He found the Baron steal! Disgusting maneuver for RNG.
There was absolutely no vision over the wall for PSG. I was about to call it out that Wei can come in from any angle. They're not exactly sure where he's going to come from. They don't know when he's going to get over the wall. They knew he didn't have flash and would have to commit his ultimate to do it. So I understand the idea, but PSG needs to have vision over the wall so a LeBlanc, or excuse me, Lissandra can lock him down. That's the entire point of that play, is that the Viego should not be able to get over the wall if you have vision, but great pink ward coverage by RNG denies PSG the option to stop that steal attempt. And Wei is just too good, man, getting that one away.
Smooth steal there for Wei. Gets in, gets out nice and cleanly. As RNG are going to have a big, actually a very big golden. Like, this is the biggest lead in this game, and it just comes off the back of stealing the Baron.
Well, and it's just monstrous for a 1-3-1 comp to get a free Baron, in a sense, because now what PSG did so well, what they've been working for all game, is gone. RNG can now split the map. It's so hard to move around against the Baron buffs. The minions are just always so hard to clear, and they can kind of force this to happen. Wei is doing what he can.
Going to be a pretty impactful Red Bull Baron, though, as Wei dips on in. They thought about maybe finding an angle on Tagala, but Bloodthirster done. Gala's actually pretty safe with all his sums up as well. Has the team behind him, of course. Here's Bin. It's been a nuisance. Level 16 on the Aurelia. 2 items done. Death Stance now finished. And Zhao, who's guiding these waves in up against Hanabi, can just kind of sit here with the minions. Let him hang out.
Yeah, it can't be stopped 1v1. And you can see PSG is also getting pulled in the bot lane. You just got to pick which objectives you want to give up, because you're going to lose some, no matter what. And for PSG, it's about stemming the bleeding, picking which ones you want to lose, so that when the Dragon's up in 2 minutes, Baron buff's off, you're not so far behind that you can't win that fight.
Wade barely sliding on out of there. This time, Kaiwing's Luna doesn't find the angle, but does get the slow, makes it close to Xiaohu getting chased down. Vladimir ready to go, 2 items and still running after Xiaohu. Believe the ulti's down, it is indeed, and Xiaohu's dipping away. He's trying to find a way out. The LeBlanc clone's there, and Hanabi knows he doesn't carry, channels the E, finds the solo, kicks Xiaohu out of the top lane.
All right, well, never mind. I guess he can hold him 1v1. Was able to get that kill. Looked like I thought for a second there Xiaohu was going to be out. I was surprised to see him take the clone back, but maybe there was some more ghost time left up that I was going to get chased down no matter what. I trust Xiaohu to have known better than me if he was dead or not when he went back there. And nice by Hanabi to stem the pressure. Now you can see they get this push in the mid lane. They're able to stop that from going down. Here's that Baron steal again. Just that pink ward over the wall is very annoying. They have no way of knowing that Wei just came flying in there, and oh. God. Oh, you know that they're so sad about that one. Even the ultimate by Juhan came out that he just kind of yeeted that one out there, trying to make sure that he gets as much damage onto the Baron. It was just a pure burst situation, and Wei won that.
That's it on there for RNG, but obviously daggers for PSG, who are still in this game. Baron is worn off. We got this Dragon to fight for in 25 seconds. Once again, PSG will be put to the call. Can you defend this soul once again?
We'll have to see. In terms of summoners, most are back up from the previous Dragon fight. The only ones losing them were the 2 people in the top lane. Probably favors RNG a little bit. LeBlanc without Flash, not as big of a deal as Vladimir without Ghost Ignite.
Jarro's got Death Cap.
Uh-oh.
As another face check coming again, locking them down. Ming just ripped to bits there. Do commit the ulti, though, out of MF. And there is Burst still on the table for RNG.
Yeah, maybe a couple too many resources blown up for just the set support. There's still so many members of RNG you have to be worried about.
Coming again, going in. Weighs the target now. They're going to try and find a Xiao who's so late on the flank. But here he comes. Gala moves in. It's a shutdown for Xiao. Gala lets it rip with the Infernum guns, and Bin chases down the kill as RNG navigate the fight.
rip PSG to pieces. That's going to be the ace. That's going to be the Infernal Soul. That might be the game for RNG.
RNG with the counter attack right back onto PSG after they jump onto Wei. He's been the target in so many of these team fights, baited them all in, able to get back out. And just such a monstrous turn. This is what we've been talking about, that there's so many threats of RNG. If you lose track of them, you're going to be in deep trouble. The game might be over here. 10, 15 seconds up. They're already through the bot inhibitors.
Yeah, damage is done. I mean, there's a big wave in the top side as well. Kaiwing's up now. Unified's up soon. 5 seconds on Yuhan. They're going to take out one tower at least. RNG, it's going to be a long start to the tournament for them. They want to go straight to bed if they can. They're going to try and finish off this game. Bin ripping through the last turret, tanking in the front side for Wei, who's taken over the Leona because Kaiwing's dead again. Yuhan now getting up. Set by the Viego as Bin dancing around, trying to make it happen. They need to hold the line. Bin gets a nice stun, but he doesn't find the rest, and the Fountain Lace is too close. RNG, they wanted to end this game. Instead, Hanabi's going to chase them down. Gala just dies to 1Q, and Wei, likely not so lucky either, has the ulti. Going to try and play for the bait. The outplay, in fact, is the call! Double stasis, that's gonna favor Hanabi, and he gets the kill.
All right, PSG staying alive, but they've lost all their inhibs. You can see the pings already going down on RNG about the Nexus, but they have no wards drop. Nothing actually that close to the base. They're only gonna have minions up. Not really any TPs available anyway, so probably no backdoor shenanigans. It's just about this Baron in 20 seconds. Zhao, who's back alive, 20 for most of the rest of his carries. Can PSG do something? Because if you can't get this Baron, triple inhibs Baron is very hard to defend against, even if you're playing team fights well.
Yeah. Minions kind of do the work for you in a lot of cases. Zhao is in the bush.
Zhao might be going for a backdoor. He might be letting them go to the Baron. It's a risky call. I can see where they're coming from, though. Or he's just going to blow people up.
Yeah, flank time. Again, Zhao does a lot of damage right now. Baron also has some extra gold. Zhao is here. Now he has to get here early, because he knows that, like, you got to get off the Baron. Also, they have Infernal Soul, by the way.
So the problem was both solo laners for PSG had to stay because the minions are just too strong, which means that it's a 3v2, and you cannot stop Xiaohu with just 3 members.
Look at the Q of the Leona with W active. Kaiwing takes a huge chunk of damage.
Yeah, just...
Look at him go!
He's going to do it again!
It's a kill! It's 2 buttons! He pressed 2 buttons! And Kaiwing just... poof, done. Baron's over, RNG. Strolling on down to try and end the game.
Infernal Solar Block, pretty strong, especially in Xiaohu's hands, who has been incredible all game long. Kind of the man that kept our eyes on, controlled most of the game. Now he's keeping PSG locked in their base.
Yep. Minion waves will arrive in short order. Zhao is going to keep on poking. He didn't take that much damage that time, but Sandra decently tanky, has the Zhonya's. But again, the next is open. Zhao is just like, yep, I will start clicking on it. I have a decent amount of HP.
Oh my
I
God.
explode your jungler. He does not exist. And now Hanabi's in stasis. Bay is trying to lock up another. That's a decent ulti, but they're going to dive back through RNG. Are going to finally win the team fight they need to open up the enemy nexus. Way looking for more KDA at the end of it all. And RNG will remain undefeated.
RNG moving to 3-0, 6-0, depending on your perspective. They have not dropped a game thus far at MSI. That was maybe the closest game they've played, though. PSG, you can see it on their faces, knowing how close they were to crawling back into control of that game. That Baron flip just went in Wei's favor. It's a different game if they got that one.
Yeah, a very tense game the whole way through. And even with the Baron, I felt like PSG kept fighting. Hanabi was feeling strong. Like the 5v5 was there. Like, if they kept them off the Infernal Soul, if they'd find some better engagements, they were winnable team fights, even in that situation. But RNG navigated so well.
Yeah, RNG was incredible in this game. I think it was a very hard comp for them to play against in the team fights, given that the early game was hit or miss. I think Ben had some oopsies in lane phase, but was pretty good outside of there. And I think for the side of PSG, the loss to Red Cannons to start the tournament instantly soured them in a lot of people's minds, but I think this game should cement them as the ones probably heading into Rumble stage that you have to keep your eye on, that you have to be scared about. I mean, technically, I think they are qualified.
You're looking at the wrong human.
I'm looking at you.
Yeah,
maybe you don't know.
Anywhere else.
If there is one thing I cannot do, it is math of any kind.
The situation,
qualifications to stages of tournaments.
Throwing out half the one team's games tends to make it hard to calculate if people are safe or not. That is my bad. But either way, if PSG do move on to Rumble stage, you have to keep your eye on them. Don't look at the Red Cannons game. First game, obviously, I think nerves got to them a little bit there, and they look much better in the second half.
Definitely do. So nice to see from them as RNG stay undefeated at MSI 2022. Move on to 3-0 in Group B. That's all from us at the Castle Desk tonight. But stay tuned for MSI Cooldown. See you after the break.
I woke up to the morning sky first. Baby blue, just like we rehearsed.
Go riders, go right, gasoline lighters, more fire. Skid tires, blow up dynamite, need more wires. Noise shade, 제대로 검호하면 조용할까 일어나면 그렇게 만들어 평화를. Set it off like this, set it off like set it off like this, set it off like set it off like this, set it off like set it off like this. Burn it up, say no.
She make music with a body, call her Pandora, Spotify. Got the lyrics to that body all memorized. Mama get that job done. In fact, she overqualified. Boss lady, hot sugar, come alive. Watch her dance off. She putting a spell on whoever she dance for. Everybody wanna touch it, they can't though. Rules are hands off. Still she make them grand stuff. Dollars rain down. Girlie got that fire, fire, like she camped out. Dudes popping tents like they on the campground. She makes music with a body, the ballers they spending money, running. Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing. Money, pop that, pushing that, making that a sing. Money, pop that, pushing that, making that a sing. She makes music with a body, the ballers they spending money, running. Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing. Money, pop that, pushing that, making that a sing. Money, pop that, pushing that, making that a sing. She make music with a body, the ballers they spending money, running. Bunch of sexy baddies up in here, but this one stand out. She a star, make them ballers pull the bank out. ATM shorty ain't gon' give enough funds. Better hit the branch, boo, in preparation. Feature dancer status, she the center of attention. Jacob Javis, the big convention boys coming with them thick stacks. Stadium players got the grip spin that. Face like a doll, body juicy, deadly when she grabbing them ankles. She make music with her body, she that #1 single. She make music with her body, the ballers they spending money, running. Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing. Money, pop that, pushing that, making that a sing. Money, pop that, pushing that, making that a sing. She make music with her body, the ballers they spending money, running. Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing. Money, pop that, pushing that, making that a sing. Money, pop that, pushing that, making that a sing. She make music with her body, the ballers they spending money,
Ready to fire, ready or not, we letting it go on.
Welcome to MSI Cooldown. What a dramatic end to the day. Not the way I was anticipating it, not the performance I was actually expecting out of PSG Talon, but I think it is very fair to say Mark mentioned on the desk, potentially the closest game for RNG at this group stage. I'm going to be way more firm. Definitely the closest game for RNG. I think PSG had a real shot at winning this game multiple times. I want to bring up one replay. 24 minutes in, the game is still very even. The fourth dragon or third dragon gets started. RNG kind of get a little bit of damage to start the fight off, but ultimately Bin gets picked off.
Yeah, a fantastic initial pick onto Wei that forces him to use all of his abilities, all his cooldowns, and then Bin joins the fight. But I just feel like the burden of execution on RNG in these team fights is so much higher. But also, PSG expertly play this, grouping together, focusing one target at a time.
Yeah, and the experience that PSG has now playing against RNG is starting to pay off because they knew where RNG was camping out in the bush.
Yeah.
And so I think Leona's engage was such a smart way of getting in there. And also the Vladimir, great way to scale up in these fights.
I love that read. Talking about, because just moments before that fight started, the two teams lined up in the darkness. I actually was screaming backstage, don't move, just wait for like a minute. It would be so funny.
Yes.
Obviously not. They're playing to win the game, right? But I think crucially, what we were saying as our pre-match before the game started, the expectation reset for PSG. This is a team that I personally, I mentioned, I said I threw them off the bus, then I had to go pick them up, put them in the driver's seat.
I did
because
too.
after they had lost to the Red Canids, I honestly thought that they were done, but they are getting better. Their drafts have evolved. Their play is developing as well.
Yeah, I love the drafts that we're seeing from them. I know we were talking about the predictability of the team, the fact that their drafts can be quite boring. I think we're seeing different levels of them. The Lissandra and Misfortune, I think, were really good.
First Lissandra of the tournament as well, and it worked relatively well. Orcs, I want to come to you because after that Dragon fight, I actually was hyping PSG. I was like, I want them to win. I want to see them pick this up. You know, it would be bad things for the Brazilians, of course, but then the Baron moment happens, and every LPL caster in the green room just went, we win those. They were so smug. But tell me why we win those.
Wei has been so good on the smites. Obviously, any situation when it comes down to this is not a calculated situation, but Wei has so consistently brought games back from the brink in our playoffs against top esports, so they played it in the finals, able to steal away those Barons.
I can't count how many times I've tuned into your guys' broadcast in the LPL, and it's just like, oh, it's another Baron steal. It's like objective steal after. I think there was a series in which it was just like every objective was being stolen.
Yeah, well, I mean, for the group stage, for Messiah, that might be the biggest Baron steal. For us, it's just another day in the week.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
I think
for us, it was a Tuesday.
For us, it's a Tuesday. There we go. I do think that was very well framed. Ultimately, RNG pick up the win. They do win all 3 games now today. They will have 3 more to play tomorrow. Before we move on, and before we do talk about some of the other teams, both in the group as well as some of the standings, I want to change the tone just for a minute. So if you'll join me on this brief journey, I want to ask everybody at home, but explicitly my 2 analysts, who's your favorite Spider-Man performer from the films? Now, I want to clarify this. I want to know which actor played Spider-Man the best. Tobey Maguire, Andrew Garfield, or Tom Holland? Let's ignore the quality of the films. I don't care what you think about the film itself. I want to know who was the best Spider-Man. And I promise I'll bring this back to League of Legends in a second.
I'm going to go with Andrew Garfield. I think the movies are a little bit rough, but especially his recent spoilers, for anyone who's not seen the most recent Spider-Man film, by the way, when he like brings back himself in the role, I think he nailed exactly how Peter Parker should feel. I feel like he was stellar.
Has to be Tobey Maguire for me.
Why?
For me, Tobey Maguire was like, he was that nerd that like had, that when he got bit, had the ability to use the spider techniques and all. And I think for me...
Yeah, but he had the weird like birthmark that was the physical...
That was pretty
weird.
That was pretty weird.
I want to know, what do you have to eat to make that? Like, do you have to eat protein powder or something? It's weird.
A little bit.
I'm going to go on the record here and I'm going to make it like a fact. Orcs is right. Our producer said Tom Holland. Kevin is so wrong. Kevin is so freaking wrong, right? He went Tom Holland. And for everybody out there who does not think Andrew Garfield is the right answer, fight me at QuickShot on Twitter. You're wrong.
You're going to get a lot.
Are you asking, like, what is this all about, Trev? Why? Well, I'm going to tell you why. Because the very first pentakill that we saw was the Tobey Maguire non-canon, non-MCU. We even get some Spider-Man performances from the players. But the reason I'm making a bit of a joke about this is the fact that Gala manages to pick up 2 pentakills in this tournament, one of which is official, one of which is not. One of them is no longer canon, but both of them against the Red Canids. So now I'm going to ask you, okay, which of the pentakills is better? The canon or the updated MCU one? So let's play the first pentakill back for you. This is going to be on the Lucian. Obviously, this game no longer counts. Raz, talk me through this and tell me why the Tobey Maguire version is your favorite.
I'm a little concerned about this one because Ming is always going to give him the movement speed boost, and I mean also the W on Lucian will allow him.
I just love the sidestep of the hook. It's
this one's
so
beautiful.
good.
Yes, yes. Actually, god damn it, I love this more. Which supports my point on the OG Tobey Maguire.
Okay, Mr. Garfield, I introduced to you Pentakill number 2. Talk me through this and why the second one is the best.
I mean, the one before was just clean up. This is right in the mix of a big team fight for that Dragon, and you see him dipping, diving around the fight. The cleanse comes in, the reposition to the other side. The fight is still going on. This is not clear that they're going to win it, but Gala is just untouched on his signature. Kai'Sa, clearly the better pentakill.
The problem here is he's hiding behind his teammates in a clearly won fight. Much like, this is the Kevin in the back.
The first one wasn't clearly won. Oh
much like Kevin in the back, by the way. Much like Tom Holland's hiding behind the Avengers, which Tobey Maguire never had to do.
I'm with you on this one. I'll take down Kevin's pick, it's awful. Now, of course, the reason that I went for Spider-Man, the reason that I went to this, is tomorrow we're actually going to see the Red Canids against RNG once more. Gala, you need to make another pentakill. Like, this just needs to happen so we can have the true trifecta and have the discussions. Obviously, these are not the group standings. After our second, our full group stage of play, RNG picked up all 3 wins. PSG Towns 3-2, Red Canids 2-3, and finally, Fast Pay Wildcats at 1-4. I do want to mention that Red Canids can only make it to the Rumble stage with a tiebreaker game. They need to beat RNG, and then PSG need to lose to RNG. That will set them up at 3-3 and set us up for that tiebreaker. That's the only way. Obviously, if PSG pick up a win, if RNG drop, there's some other scenarios. But Wildcats, they are eliminated. They cannot make the Rumble stage.
Yeah, and so for me, I look at Red Canids, and we kind of talked about it a little earlier on, and there's a lot of good in what Red Canids do. Like, we've seen games get mucky when it comes to RNG. There's a chance for them to be able to get an advantage. They can get really scrappy and lose advantages. They need to stop that.
And Raz, talk to me a little bit about the Wildcats. Obviously, they only picked up that 1 win in the group. It was against the Red Canids.
Yeah.
And, that would have been a big change for the Brazilians. But looking at some of their highlight plays, they've made this group competitive. They had to make their opponents fight for the wins.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the team fights from their side has been great. Farfetch had his moments, and I think that's what's really nice to see. I think whenever it comes to international events, you get very few opportunities, very few games and you have to be able to make it count. And so when we saw a few moments for the Wildcats, great. It just wasn't consistent along the line. I think Holy Phoenix had a great tournament. He still has a few more to just kind of show his fans back home.
Yeah, and I think ultimately this has been such an interesting group because it's always felt like, oh, who's going to beat who? Can PSG upset RNG? Can the Wildcats come back? There's been so many back and forths, and I feel like it's been such a hard one to call. Like, we wrote out PSG at the beginning, then they came back. We thought Wildcats, we thought Red Canids beating PSG meant they were second best, but then Wildcats beat them. It just, every team, and I feel like you can even see it in the games, they still try to the very end. They still put everything in. They're still trying to find these opportunities just to take, a kill, a smidgen.
I mean, I still don't understand that graphic you showed me in Countdown. That whole is like, it's way too complex.
After the show, we can go over again.
You're going to have to break it down. Because, I mean, we're coming back on Sunday together, right? So, like, you guys really need to catch me up to speed. Talking about tomorrow, though, let's take a look at the schedule. I have 2 schedules for you. First and foremost, the first 6 originally planned games will feature all 3 teams from Group C. So take a moment to digest this. We open. Evil Geniuses taking on G2 Esports. They will then face off again in game number 4. Obviously, 2 of these 3 teams will advance. Now, due to the update that we had today with regards to the games that RNG played, there will be 3 additional games after this that will be following the games from Group B. So that's game 7, 8, and 9. Please take a note of that. It's going to be a very, very long day tomorrow, but a very exciting one. And we should be seeing exactly who's going to be qualifying to that Rumble stage. And I'm going to take a moment now to ask my analysts. We're not going to be on the show tomorrow, so we can be as brazen as we want.
Okay.
How likely is Order to upset Evil Geniuses and make it to the Rumble stage?
Never going to happen.
Well, that bold?
Yeah.
Right,
I don't know about never. I think EG should be looking to comfortably take second in that group.
Yes.
But I don't know about never, right? I feel like...
How is it going to happen if it does happen from Order's side?
I feel like Kevy's going to bring out a banger performance on something like the Evelyn.
That is true.
And then it's all in one day, right? EG could get frazzled. It's happened before.
That's a great word. I like frazzled. Can we take a look at the group standings very quickly? Because I want to continue this discussion on Group C. And I think it is very crucial to call out that obviously G2 and EG are the heavy favorites. I personally think both G2 and EG will drop a game to Order. I think it will happen tomorrow. It's a long day. There are many games. I would love for G2 to go 8-0. I just don't think there's any world in which it's going to happen.
I think it would. I'm pretty confident with how G2 is able to play. I think there is, of course, that one aberration they made around Baron, but like that was just that one aberration. From Order side, if they would be the ones taking a win versus Evil Geniuses, I look towards BioPanther actually. As a person who, if he's on his Scion pick or something like that, is on all the time thinking about how to pick up an advantageous fight. Back in domestic play, I remember him constantly looking mid, finding picks whenever possible, and grouping up at all times and just playing through 1 or 2 lanes and keeping it simple. And I think that is the key. Or, you know, we saw earlier on in this tournament, Kevy's Karthus. So you can either look to outscale or look to bring one of these teams into the mud.
Any additional thoughts on the group?
Yeah, I mean, I don't have anything to add to that, but
Okay.
I'm hoping we start to see G2 challenged a bit more than we have already.
I want to see some mud fights.
I do not want to judge. I would love for them to go 8-0.
Dude, I love it when the groups get exciting and everyone's taking games.
I'm very happy to see more support players picking up Pyke. It was a couple games from Targamas, then we saw Carrier pick it up, so a couple times today. So I'm hoping to see more Pyke. I'm hoping to see more of that because it's just a fun champion to watch.
Bring the Targamas Zyra back.
Well. What I will say, though, is just as the last topic of discussion before we do end the day, we're going to be back on Sunday. This will be your State Farm Analyst Desk trio once more. T1 should not drop a game. They should take that.
Yes.
Yeah.
I do not believe Team Ace will win a game either. So I'm putting them in 4th, 0-6.
That's fair.
Saigon Buffaloes versus Detonation Focus Me. Despite the fact that says 1 and 2, Dead FM, I think Dead FM are going to surprise. I think Dead FM are going to be the 2nd seed and upset the Buffaloes.
Do you want to break the news or should I?
You got him.
Yeah, I mean, Saigon Buffaloes, you do remember the game they had against T1. You do realize what they did to the best bot lane in the world, as everyone has
Gumayushi and
described them.
Carrier were not focusing. That was not Shogun. They were warming up. Like, come on.
Now I know why you're in red. Okay.
But why is it exactly that you think Buffalo have the favorite or the edge over Dead FM when we look at the whole day?
I think what we've seen from Saigon Buffaloes has been excellent. Their return to the international scene. This region in general has been a very fast-paced region, and they've delivered that in their games. They're aggressive. They set the pace of play, and I love to see that.
And specifically Shogun. The fact that when we saw him on game 1 and what he did to Gumayushi and Carrier, I was like, okay, you know, him and Taki, that's you have one. But then came back on his Lucian Nami performance where I got to give credit to Nami, of course, but it felt like a 1v9 performance to get his team that game. So there's star power there that we didn't expect. And I feel like that's what's going to win them out.
Okay, so then let's expand this a little bit more. I think when I watch the T1 games, I think they're playing comfortable. Right?
Yes.
Like there's an element of looseness, maybe, especially some of those early games, right? I mean, making jokes about Gumayushi and Carrier in that very first game, the Vi pick, it's so covered right now. Do you think they'll drop a game? And if you do, which team is more likely to pick it up, the Buffaloes or the Dead FMs?
I feel that if any team's going to take it, it's going to be Saigon Buffalo, because I think T1, set a really fast pace in the early game, and then they're very good at setting up wave states to dive. If you don't contest them in the early game, you'll just fall too far behind. But I don't think it's going to happen. I think it's unlikely, but that's who I'm putting my bet with.
The one thing that pissed me off with Saigon Buffalo when they went up against T1 was that when they had that huge advantage, they did nothing with their bot lane. They didn't dive with their bot lane. They didn't move bot lane for a Herald. They lost everything when their bot lane was as strong as possible. I think they would have learned from that. So while I would still give T1 the perfect run in this group, that's the key for Buffalo, is to look back in that VOD and say, hey, I'm mad. I was super fed, and we really didn't get to use me. They should be able to rectify that next time.
One last question for you, Raz and Orgs, before we do wrap up and look ahead. For Team Ace, part of the reason that I anticipate them to have such difficulties is as a team, they were in a group where almost every other team was both faster, quicker, and more effective in the early game. Stylistic mismatches were just not in their favor, and we saw that, demonstrated. Team Ace have had a little bit of time, a day and a half, if that, right? Do you think they'll be able to come in with a refreshed perspective, fresh look, and maybe slightly different approach to the game because they can play spoiler to both our respective Detonation Focus Me's and Buffaloes?
I think so. Even seeing Dimitri's Twitter post talking about when they went up against T1 and how infuriating that game would have felt, right? He felt like he's in his words, like humiliated.
Yeah.
When you watch those games, you feel that fire because the community is behind you, and they want you to just show your best performance regardless of if you feel like you're out or not, right? So I would expect them to come in with their game plan that they felt successful with domestically and to just play as well as they can together. So I have faith. I think that they can take a game off of Detonation, Focus Me, and Saigon Buffaloes to make this a more interesting group.
And ultimately, I feel like they can be inspired a bit by PSG today, because I remember talking to Lyric about this in the regular season of the LPL. There were tons of upsets, and most of the upsets were teams who picked Jinx and had easy team fighting comps. Make the comp easy, ease of execution. Keep it simple, stupid.
There we go!
Yeah, and then if you keep it simple, if other teams are trying to do things a bit more experimental, a bit more complicated, you just go, right, we're going to 5v5, all of us press our R buttons at the same time, boom.
I think what I'm going to have to do is change that last word. I think it's a bit too rude, a bit too aggressive. Maybe that works for us backstage. You know, but not, keep it simple, Sion. Keep it simple, Soraka.
Keep it simple, silly.
Keep it simple, silly. Keep it simple, silly.
Silly's nice.
On that note, I will say goodbye. Thank you so much from everybody here at MSI 2022. We got a long day planned ahead tomorrow. Don't forget, starting earlier time, 9 games. We'll see you there. Keep it